Kia ora and welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, brought to you by LPL. We're coming at you live from the Sky Tower here in the heart of Tamaki Makaurau. I am Dallas Easy Faitiri and I'll be your host today. And thank you so very much for joining us. We have got all the action here for you today lined up. It is our final day of our second group of qualifiers going into that regional final. What are the guys playing for in that final, you might ask? Let's take a quick look at the prize pool to see what the boys are playing for. First place will be taking home a whopping 4,000 Australian dollars. Second place with 3,000, third with 2,000, and fourth will be taking home that $1,000 prize. Now, would it be the VALORANT Oceania Tour without our two great casters from across the ditch, Konki and Komodo? Guys, how are we doing today? We've seen some great action. Oh, Komodo, talk us through what we've seen this week.
I mean, everybody's going to be stuck with me for the fourth day in a row, swinging in on through. But of course, in being the fourth day in a row, I've been able to witness all of the action, especially the heated action that we saw yesterday. So being able to bring it on forward, of course, we had Kanga and Fun Crew bringing it forward. And I mean, hey, yesterday we talked about it. We thought that there might have been some 2-0s, but we were surprised. They both went the distance.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned this as well just before we got on air. You know, a lot of 3Ks coming across the board here in some of these highlights and some amazing plays coming through here, Komodo.
It was really awesome to see just as an overall thing, right? You know, as you mentioned, going to those 3 maps across the board is really, really cool. And just the main thing is I got to see sort of most of the God Squad versus Mind Freak. And, you know, it really took them down to the wire, ending on bind in that overtime and everything like that. Ascent, obviously, the pick of God Squad going the way of Mind Freak. So it just shows that, you know, there is still some firm competition inside the region. And obviously that's exposed in these highlights here as well.
Yeah, and you know, the Icebox pickup as well yesterday I thought was quite interesting. You know, it hasn't come out a lot in the tournament, so it's nice to see that coming up. And, you know, an interesting thing to note as well, we see a lot of the similar players coming up here, you know, picking up these highlight plays.
Yeah, Pex was really surprising. I guess for a lot of people's minds, they didn't really tally up that Pex was Wildflower in this game. But of course, we know how much of a status he has on his name, of course, from his Counter-Strike history. And just going through, I think having that Mind Freak God Squad game go on to Icebox sort of forced God Squad to bring out a couple of their strategies. And I just want to note here, the 5K that comes out from Bob in that one there, that ace has the knife glitch when it pulls out at the end. So from the massive play to the tiny little knife, I laughed at that. I think it's so funny.
Oh, that's awesome. We're having a look at the bracket and how things are shaking up. God Squad picking up a win over Mind Freak yesterday, 2-1, and Fun Crew as well picking up that win over Kanga Esports. So taking a look at today there, we see God Squad and Fun Crew going to be duking it out for first and second place here in our second closed qualifier. Third and fourth will be between Mind Freak and Kanga there. So moving forward to our regional finals top 4 here. The winner from today will be taking that 3rd seed spot. Second place in that matchup there, again that's God Squad versus Fun Crew, will be taking the 5th seed spot. Out of Kanga and Mind Freak, they will be playing for 6th and 7th seed positions respectively. And a little bit of a new piece of information there, due to Demon obviously being removed from the, or removing themselves from the tournament. You know, we've had a chat with Riot and we will be having a last chance qualifier next weekend for one of these teams to get that 8th seed spot. So make sure you follow all of LPL's socials and check out the website for any more information regarding that. Anyway, let's get back on track to what's actually happening today. Let's have a look at the schedule. First up will be Mind Freak taking on Kanga at 1 p.m. Australian time. Right after that, we will have God Squad taking on Fun Crew in our grand final for today's placement matches. That'll be at 3:30 Australian time. So, first up, Mind Freak versus Kanga. Let's have a look at the squads here. Komodo, I mean, talk us through who stands out here, who needs to bring their A game today.
I think today, personally, it's going to be clutchy as always, you know, on that jet entry, just making sure that everything is flowing on forward. But I think as well, just looking at the games that, you know, we've seen over the week and what we saw yesterday specifically, it kind of needs to be a whole team effort, right? They were able to take the first map on Haven, but when it came to Ascent and Bind against Fun Crew, they just got pulverized, absolutely obliterated. We need to see more from Lukey. We need to see more consistency from Void. And I mean, Koro and Greg, we just need to see, you know, again, that consistency word is going to be a big, big thing for this team. They can't rely on Clutchy the whole time.
So consistency is the name of the game there for Kanga Esports. Moving on now to the likes of Mind Freak. Now, Conky, talk us through here. Some names we know, some new faces here.
Oh god, every single time it pops up I see Wildflower, obviously Pex from back in the day. That's a great photo. And a big shout to obviously everyone else on the team, Lakers. Make sure the boys get some photos up, please, because we want to see all your beautiful faces. But it will be, as usual, Watt on the Omen, one of the best in the region, Lakers on the Jet, Pex on the Duelist, of course, Scroll on the Sova, Dawson on the Sentinel, picking up likely we'll see the Killjoy or the Cypher. But look, a great team. Again, obviously, managed to go toe-to-toe with God Squad yesterday with a little bit more of an aggressive playstyle. Really looking forward to seeing him in the server.
Well, can't wait to see what they can bring here against Kanga today. Let's have a look at our key matchup. We'll be clutchy up against Lakers, and I mean, Komodo, talk us through why is this our sort of key matchup for these two teams?
So the big thing from yesterday, right? Clutchy on all of those entries, phenomenal in what he was trying to do. On the flip side, and I'm gonna say this, and he can hate me if he wants to, Lakers didn't put up the performance with the rifle until he got an operator in his hand. And I hate to say it, he didn't really contribute a lot to the team that we need to see being forward in towards today. Specifically on that last map in Bind, I'll have you know, he was okay on the rest of them, but when they're put against the wall, you can't rely on him to get you out with that operator. Has to be on it on the rifle today.
Well, there you have it, straight out of the master's mouth there. We need to see some big plays coming out from the Lakers, and I mean, he's historically been such a high impact player, so I can definitely see why we need that. But let's have a look at the maps that we will see these two teams facing off on here today. First up is going to be Bind. That's going to be Kanga's pick, followed by Ascent, which will be Mind Freak, and obviously, if we need it, it will be Haven remaining. So, I mean, Conky, talk to us a little bit about this. Why do you think Kanga have gone for Bind? Why have Mind Freak gone for Ascent? What are your thoughts here?
Look, Bind is an interesting map in the sense that it's obviously can be very, very, heavily one-sided to the sort of defense side, I guess, unless you are coming across a team that is feeling very fluid, feeling very ready to go, and confident in their own abilities. It's quite often when you see the hesitancy, I suppose, is when they sort of really fall apart. So I guess Kanga's probably got the confidence behind them to do that. Maybe they watched the performance, obviously, from Mind Freak yesterday that maybe, puts them in that situation. But overall, the rest of the map, Ascent and Haven, it's relatively middle of the map pool. We're sort of seeing more teams shy away, I suppose, a little bit from that split in the icebox still because they are a bit heavier, and that's why it was really cool to see that it got picked yesterday. So, I think pretty standard right now.
Pretty standard indeed. I mean, it's something we sort of talked about before coming onto the broadcast as well. Could one of the main things we're trying to see some of these teams sort of do is force the hand of these other teams, and try and get them to bring out some of the strategies that, they might be trying to keep in the bag for the regional finals?
Yeah, that's definitely something that these teams will be trying to pick on through. And I think out of all of it, if you look at the lineup, every team will be trying to do that to God Squad more often than the rest of the sides. And I think just looking at this lineup as well, this is actually heavily in the favor of Mind Freak. We saw them take God Squad over into overtime on Bind, and they won them against Ascent. So this is just literally Mind Freak. This is their hunting ground right now. Kanga have to be prepared.
So is that's something to be aware of there as well? That's Mind Freak obviously looking very strong coming into this. But let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into the action. Let's throw it over to our casters, Komodo and Conky. Take us away to all the action.
Dion, I might not be as handsome as Pilski, but I am back alongside you, my friend. Of course, the VALORANT Oceanic Tour. We are here with a team that can be very, very hot in Kanga, but they also do have a tendency to have those cold feet. But on the other side, Mind Freak, they might be able to be thrown a bay. But it is going to be Bind, and we are moving in here. I'm super excited to be a part of it all.
Yes, sir, indeed. Looking to run it on home and find which teams are going to be placed in which order for our, lasting regional qualifiers. It'll be in a few weeks' time, and then next week, of course, getting in one of those teams that was quite eliminated in the Thursday and Friday stage of this bit, the likes of your Over Power Strike and your Shitidiots and stuff. So should be all good in the hood for when those games come on. But Mitch, bringing it into this one, what's your prediction on where this is turning out?
Predictions. Look, as always, I'm going to hope and be the unbiased caster for a 3-map run, simply just because it always does give us the more exciting game. We get to really see, I guess, a test of what these players can do across the whole sort of swing of the map board, because otherwise, we only see those couple of picks, move in time and time again. But look, as a realist, I will say a Mind Freak 2-0. But again, I would love to see Kanga show up because, as I've seen from, obviously, not only in VALORANT, but also in their past in CS, they're an incredible team. They are a good bunch of friends, and I think they've definitely got what it takes to take Mind Freak to those 3 maps.
Look, I would very well welcome the 3-mapper to come out from today, but I just think going on the performances that we saw from yesterday, that it'll be a Mind Freak 2-0. You know, we need to see something just a little bit special to come out from Kanga, and I think we need to see it in the early stage. I think if they drop map number 1 here, and if it is a landslide, that it'll get to them in their heads, and they need to be able to bounce back from that. So I guess we just have to kind of wait and see where this is going to turn out. We look at the agent pool right now, and at least we don't have a mirror match. That's always a good thing.
We don't indeed. So there we go. Obviously, it is going to be Pex picking up that raise once more. Everything else does appear to be relatively stock standard. We do know that obviously the Cypher is going to be a bit more favoured on a map of Bind. So that's yeah, you know, I guess no real surprises here. I'm glad to see the Sage coming out. Obviously for Void. Oh, that's interesting to me. Love to see it. That is probably standard. But I will go on record here and say that I haven't seen much from Kanga, obviously, since the previous run in Rip and Tear, where we do now have Clutchy. And the same will be said for Fun Crew when they come out, you know, especially since the addition of Ronsky. Also wondering if, you know, Thank Matt might be playing today. So lots of things are going to come and bring it through today. But Clutchy's actually gone for the shorty, so he's going to probably go for something aggressive here, Dion.
Pilsky and I had a bit of a touch upon the shorty yesterday for a nice little segment during a tactical or technical pause, rather, and we both agreed that this weapon is pretty much on a horse, but we'll see what he can do with it, and he's going to be able to open up for the frag with it as well. Pex is down, and that's one of the potent players on the side of Mind Freak down too.
Exactly, you know, sitting inside U-Haul, he actually has the opportunity to pick up that ghost as well. But what? No! He actually misses the shots there with the frenzy. And looks like Lakers is actually all of that defuse. He's actually stuck at the half as well. So Clutchy finds another. Scrawl's going to be able to trade on the Clutchy, but this is such a chaotic round right now, Dion. Scrawl will be able to pick up another. The recall ball does go out, but Lakers is going to be able to find the shot now. They can get onto it. They can get onto this final position. It is just going to be onto Scrawl. Scrawl putting it down to a one-on-one. And now it is just down to this final member in Void, but he will be able to find it. The attackers somehow, some way, get away with murder in the first round for Kanga.
Yeah, it's a very messy pistol round. You see that the Sage Wall, the barrier orb, was used from Void to get across the spike, but in where the spike was planted, it actually destroyed a segment of that wall, and Lakers was able to capitalize on that, at least getting the spike defused toward halfway, but unfortunately in the end, you know, he wasn't able to re-get on it, and neither were any of his teammates. Void just kind of lurking around the site, not engaging any of the duels, and I welcome that. You know, you don't always need to see when the spike is down, you know, the offenders trying to force out those duels. Play the patient game, play the waiting game. The onus is on the defenders to get that spike done, and in not being able to do so, they're on the downgraded pistols in this new round, and on the downgraded pistols, Lakers has right-clicked Clutchy.
This is exactly what I needed for my morning, Theon. That's all I'm saying. You know, it's going to wake me up and excite me because, yeah, that's a Clutchy play, I guess you would say. He's already dashed up short with a shotgun 2 rounds in a row. Paid off the first, didn't pay off the second, and Mind Freak are going to get away with that pick. Obviously now, it's going to be able to do some further damage, though, so at least he equalizes. Greg the same.
And one of the big things for Kanga as well is they are only rocking that single duelist meta that we're starting to see actually formulate more in like the NA region and stuff as well. But on the back of that, you need to make sure that your duelists are going in for those entries. You know, if it's a jet, you need to make sure they're dashing in and opening up space. A Raze can get that impactful damage on the utility. Kanga only have the Sova to be able to do that, right? They don't have any damaging utility and off-putting utility, maybe by, you know, your sort of slows that can come out from Sage as well, that you might be able to funnel in Mind Freak here. But it definitely is a stark difference in terms of just the duelist impact that we'll see in this game. And for right now, whilst Clutchy was the first soldier to lose his life, and now Lukey also gets dispatched, they are going to ultimately win out the second round.
Good start for Kanga though, right, mate? It's, you know, 2-0. They've managed to get it relatively unscathed. I mean, the first round was chaotic, but that second to only lose the 2 members there, and there's obviously not much being saved over by Lakers there. You know, he might have been able to pick up the judge if he did choose to, but in the end, he does go down. So now we're going to see Lakers. He's actually... it'll be interesting to see. He should very well pick up the rifle here. He's 2 away. There we go. There's the Vandal. 2 away for the knives. But the rest of the team, they're going to be going to play that bonus. Still just a frenzy for Lukey. He obviously did go down in that previous round to the Sheriff of Watt and the Bucky to come out from Clutchy. So far, yet to actually see a rifle in his hands. But look, you know, his plays hyper aggressive and will be definitely getting up in their face. But again, regardless, 2-0 for Kanga. Good start.
Yeah, with the aggression already going down through short of A right now, you've got that boost up on top of the SWAT van, the truck for Wildflower, but Lakers, he's found the first frag. Now Pex is able to do something too. That's smokes and your heals down for Kanga. The Bucky can only try to do so much from Clutchy. He has to get out of dodge as well. Look at that, down to 21 points of HP. You've already got Lukey, who's taken down into the lower ranking HP mark as well. Now that Greg's faltered, This is definitely shaping up to be a mind freak round. Just down to Clutchy. He's already been known that he was in the layup position. It's got to be lights off for him very soon.
Very disjointed round though, right? It's, you know, all the way up. I mean, Mindfreak obviously have got those full rifles. They've got the quote-unquote better buy, and Lakers with the 3K there. Very nicely done. But so far, it seems that Kanga have only really had the one strategy. It's go to U-Haul and try get frag. This time it doesn't work for them, and ultimately they will be moving into the rifle buy with hopefully a little bit of a different strategy to pull through. But again, it is still very, very early days, and it's nice to see Mindfreak will be able to establish that one. They obviously want to build up as much money as possible to make sure that Lakers can obviously fare with that operator for the regular. He does have the Blade Storm available now, which means that obviously, regardless if he loses a weapon or not, he's still going to be able to do some damage. So Mindfreak, they set themselves into a very good position to win out the next couple, because the economy will be reset for Kanga if they are to lose this one.
Yes, we'll see what they're going to be able to do now. Aggression out through showers from Watt. The camera not going to get anything done. Lukey, I mentioned it a bit earlier. He had a very, I guess you would say, hard series yesterday where not really anything was going for him in that impact department. And hopefully they're able to fight back upon that. You can only gather in what, you can from that best-of-3 series that we saw them play against Fun Crew yesterday. But this is definitely, that redemption arc, these teams fighting for that 6th and 7th seed slot, so it's not like they're out of the competition, right? This is an elimination match, and they've at least got that on their heads that they know that.
Well, I was about to say, I was liking that aggression towards Showers from Watt, but then he's clearly overstayed his welcome a little bit there. They have the information that Clutchy is inside that U-Haul position, and ultimately now, after losing that control, it does sort of send them back a little bit now. Clutchy has ultimately gone down, but ultimately, Kanga are still alive. They still got a little bit of positional control, but they do have to try and regather it now after Koro did find that frag onto Watt, but still, again, shying away very much from this B side, which means that obviously Mindfreak pretty happy to just leave 3 over here. They will sort of cheeky little rotate over, but there's Greg to actually find another, so they have brought it back to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, we start to slow down as well. Hunter's Fury is available on the side of Kanga, but look at this position from Pex. I wonder if they're going to be expecting it, just making sure they're clearing all the corners, but the crucial one they do overlook. 10 seconds to go to get the spike down, and there might have actually just been enough time bought by Pex. That dart from Scroll is going to get destroyed, going to get revealed as well. 5 have to get on the plant right now. It's going to go over towards Triple. Great pick come out from Koro. Where do they choose to reposition now? Great shot, and Scroll's actually seen exactly where Greg is sitting from as well. He's going to destroy the dart, but as the dart cover fades away, Greg will decapitate him. 3 haircuts around in the round, and Kanga managed to find it on that scoreboard.
Well done from Greg. They managed to make a very, very awkward situation come through somehow in the end. I was sure that they weren't going to be able to bring that one back through, especially after Watt found the opening pick. Clutchy just sort of sat there and didn't really have any further position to make up. He was just sort of seeing if he could pull any further rotates or anything like that. But I guess with no aggression going towards B at the moment, plenty of comfort for the team to remain sitting over towards that A site for Mindfreak. So I think if Kanga continue to do the same thing, sure, they got away with the round there, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep doing it.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen a lot of substance in this game in terms of, the plays to come out from these teams either. We've only literally seen a couple of run-ins towards the A site, a little bit of aggression in through showers. Need to see more things over towards mid, over towards B and B long and stuff. You see yesterday, right, when the Sage was on the defensive side, the wall was going up at B long time and time again to gather that free orb. I'll be expecting that on the flip of this matchup, but also going deeper into the pool. Right now it is kind of on Kanga just to see how many rounds that they're going to be able to run away with on this offensive side, because, we haven't really seen the adjustment come through in the real early stages of this game from Mindfreak just yet.
No, exactly right. And obviously, guys, for everyone watching at home, it is a technical pause coming out from Kanga, so we shouldn't be too far away before we do resume back into the action. But I'll sort of throw a little bit of an offside, a curveball at the time being. One thing I do continue to love about this game is the difference in selection of agents. I just can't believe that we've seen Void, go from obviously when he was playing on the Duelist a little while ago to now picking up the Sage. We saw something very similar with Texter, where he went from, Sage to then sort of onto a Duelist and then around all those different situations. So that's really cool to me. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be, say, a big brain player to be sitting, back on a Sentinel or something like that. You don't have to be the IGL. You can just particularly be anyone, whatever role you can be played. At the end of the day, all of them do the shoot. They just have different utility as well.
That's exactly right. This game comes down to using that utility, though, to put your teammates in the best position to be able to gather out those shots and find your opponents. You can see that with Kanga's aggression going over to the A site, Mindfreak were expecting something again at the beginning. 4 players over towards A, finally getting that early rotation to go back over towards the B site. The Blades are going to be brought out from Clutchy. Norson hasn't seen really any action in this game just yet, and he won't in this round for the time being, because we once again are back to A.
Clutchy taking control of U-Haul and dying. Very, very surprising play. Never seen this one before. And looks like Pex is actually going to pick up another one as well. Wildflower with 2. Greg able to find the trade at least, which means Lakers has gone through the tripwire on the way, which means they will have that information now. Lukey surely will be passed that over. Of course, the spike down just outside of U-Haul. Still Kanga. An opportunity to win it here, but what's going to get away? And Lakers the same. Lukey alone in a 1-on-4 will get the orb, but not really else he can do much. He's got to go huge, and he's only got a Spectre.
Yeah, and this was kind of a scrappy buy to be seen around the board as well. You saw a couple of light shields, left. You saw the Bucky and the Spectre, so it's not like we are deep into this game just yet where we've got those full rifle rounds coming forward time and time again. At least on the back of this round, I guess, for Kanga, is that they'll have 4 ultimates to be able to utilize. The next one, Luke is going to get his neural theft from his death in this round or a kill, so he'll have it 100%. Then you're just kind of waiting on Void to potentially get out that resurrection, and we might see Kanga just go over towards B with a little bit of haste in the next round, try to change things up, finally give Norson some action potentially.
And Lukey obviously wants to go down there. He doesn't want to lose out on the the loss bonus in the round. So now they are moving in. Void actually has bugger all money as well, so it looks like they are just going to try play their best around that bonus. Yeah, it's a pretty awkward situation. It looks like obviously the judge will come through. They're toying with the idea of getting a Guardian onto Greg. So really Mindfreak are in the pole position now to push forward as strong as possible. Scroll will be able to buy the operator up for Lakers into the next round if they so choose. But not really looking like it's a necessity right now. You know, they're doing very, very well. The aggression inside Hookah here. And it looks like we are actually going to see... Never mind. We're going... Oh, okay. Sorry. I did see a couple of players. It looks like there's actually just 3 jammed up on the one spot. I do like this from Kanga. They're holding nice and passive, waiting to see if there'll be any information to aggress down long. And whilst they do that, they just leave Lakers sitting on the A side. Clutchy's already all the way up. So maybe this is what they're going for, Dion. You know, we've seen Clutchy take U-Haul time and time again, but this is what they want to try and do. They want to try pull the rotates. But if they try to pull the rotate, they want to go B, right?
Well, this is just all the information right now for Mindfreak as well. They've got the lines kind of being held over at long of B and at Hookah just by the one player, and they'll play retake. They'll be happy to play retake. They know it's a scrappy buy to come in from Kanga in this round as well. So poising up the 4 players at A. They've got Bathrooms control, and they're funneling Kanga to come up through short. Scroll, he's just looking for an overhead. He won't use his recon bolt until they come in through the site.
Well, it's patient Valorant, right? It's something that you don't see all the too often right now. Mindfreak are basically like just sit and wait for Kanga to make a play to try and do something, because right now there's just basically nothing that has occurred. So it looks like Clutchy is going to try and get into that corner position and ultimately push through, which means the rest of the team are going to start to make their way up. But Lakers does find Koro.
Oh, and look at that timing with the boombot to go through as well. They're not going to expect Clutchy here at all. I would have thought that Scroll would have seen those smokes deep in towards U-Hole and towards CT and expected to creep one through from Clutchy there. We see that in the current rank situation with the new agent in Astra pushing through her own smokes. I potentially thought that they would have adjusted for that just in this game, but as Lakers managed to find Greg, the retake is starting to come on. Missed shots Lukey on the board now in this round, but it is all down to Void. Spike is implanted for him, and there's a trap here. He does manage to get over it, and they're not actually on the spike right now, Mitch. They haven't used it halfway, I don't think. There's the first shot, the elimination in the smoke, though. It's being stuck, and I think he might have it.
He's off it. He's actually gone for half, and ultimately he will be able to find just the right amount of timing. So that round was way, way, way too close for comfort. A great dark cover down by Watt to be able to at least afford the half defuse, you know, knowing only the classic was coming through. I do need to give massive props for that play. It was very sneaky for Clutchy to be able to get past the boom bot as well, to be able to find his way into that position. But still, despite the control, he still had to make a massive play because his team obviously was without weapons. But look, I've got to give my credit. I didn't expect that to pay off the way it did for Kanga. And in the end, Mindfreak do find the round, but their economy has been damaged because of it.
Yeah, it's going to be the little tricklings going forward in toward the rounds. If they lose this, they're going to be back onto that eco in the next one. There is a little bit of cash with the loss bonus for Mindfreak that they will be okay. But in this tied scoreline 3-3, we are finally seeing some proceedings go up towards the B site. You got the operator in Lakers' hands now. I mentioned it in the pregame, you know, it wasn't looking too sharp until he had that weapon yesterday. And now that it's in his possession, we'll see what's going to happen. camera and trap wires starting to be destroyed over at the B side. But you can see Norsen's already left it right now. If we see Kanga just overwhelm in towards B, they get the spike down and rely on that Hunter's Fury for a bit of defense.
And again, you know, they sort of leave all the control over towards that A position. They've been a bit more split up, though, now, as you mentioned this time. I suppose Lakers still being very, very casual and pacey inside that hookah position. Clutchy is spotted out. We'll be able to remove the dart. Get that orb as well. So the rotation has started to come its way back, but this is a little bit more what I was expecting to see from Kanga, because now they've only got 2 members on the A side. And finally, they are going to make their way over towards that position. They have heard the teleport, which means they should start to rotate now. Kanga need to get a roll on, and they are heading their way up short.
Yeah, this is going to be a slaughterhouse over at the A site. Pex again poised up in this same position that he's seen time and time again, but they do overlook it, although he whiffs out the shot on towards Koro. You want to see the heals come out from Void right now to keep him alive and kicking in the round. Deep dart cover and showers, poised through. Clutchy gets his head ripped on off by Watt, and there's the wall getting destroyed as well. The satchel to get him down to half HP. I love that from Pex. Now there's no time to even get the spike down. 2 versus 2. You can't go over towards the B site. That's the round-winning kill ultimately to come out from Watt. Has to toy with it from the showers, from the bathrooms. He's dirty with it, but now cleaned up for the round. Mindfreak on 4.
I love that, Dion, where you're going from the showers, from the shadows. Very, very nice Omen meme for everyone in the chat right there. Very huge brain comedy, which I love to see. But something else that was huge brain was actually Watt playing it through in that round. That was very, very smart of him to wait for that push coming through the smoke. Obviously, we do know Clutchy does like to sort of make those plays, try to catch them off guard, and Watt was absolutely ready for that. So off the back of that, you know, they get the bomb spike dropped, obviously, by Pex in the end, to be able to afford for that extra time. So then in the end, it was just a scramble. So Kanga, they did all the right things leading up to the side execution, but it was really on the back of Pex and Watt, who won that round basically single-handedly together.
Yeah, so as I said a little bit earlier here, Mitch, in Kanga losing that round, they are on to the sort of half by eco in this one. See what damage they're going to be able to do. Clutchy might even actually just bring out the blades in this one and rely upon those entries. That's where your sort of single duelist entry needs to somewhat do something. Smokes will start to go down around this B side from Koro, and I guess in this round, you're just looking for damage on the side of Kanga. Take a couple of weapons out. Clutch is going to be able to find Norton to start through the dashes on in as well. Misses out onto Scroll, however, but Lakers still lurks in towards Hookah.
Very, very nice pick there from Lakers, but nice and sharp from Scroll. He's going to be given the information from the recon bolt there, but then he should be able to at least sort of get around his position. Now's going to come out. Yeah, exactly right. And Greg, boy, here we go. This is where the sheriffs can come out. And off the back of that, Boyd's actually picked up not only the res, but also the operator, and now it's all onto Watt to go for a very, very big 1v3. He does have the dark cover available, same with the paranoia and the sidestep as well with the teleport, but way through, has to get aggressive. He does get the jump on the Void first, missing that opening shot. Where are the other 2 members? They're both towards long. Dion, can he pull off this 1v2?
I am not going to lie, very surprised that Void was taking the initiative with that operator close in toward the site. You've got your recon bolt that'll start to come through again for Greg that he can shoot onto the back of site for just the tagging onto where what is defusing, even in toward the spike if you want to, but a lot of corners to be cleared out. Hunter's Fury, you can see that Cora's just covering him for the shot from Watt. He clears the angle, however. He can go for the stick though, but is there enough time? He's gone on another smoke. He's got no time with that. And this is the Thrifty to come through from Kanga.
That was such a good round from Watt in the end, but ultimately it just doesn't come through. I just love the big brain from it. You know, gets aggressive, tries to pick the fight with the operator, and then the second the Hunter's Fury comes out, you know, he just to the left, he walks all the way up, and he does manage to sidestep it for the entire time, and ultimately getting the big pick onto the other member, which I think was Koro up towards long. So very, very nicely done from Watt. It doesn't pay off, which means that Kanga do allow themselves to tie it up again 4-4. And I don't really feel like this game is sort of telling the right tale that I would expect right now. You know, I feel like Mindfreak, they are ahead of the curve slightly, but it appears that Kanga are somehow still getting away with it. A lot of the plays that they're making.
Yeah, back and forth nature approach right now where all it's going to take is a bit of individual prowess and maybe one of the teams does just overwhelm the front. Of course, we've seen the shower push to come out from Watt time and time again, and now it's just expected. Get in front the dark cover when he is vulnerable, and Clutchy just takes off his head. Now there's a little bit of information on where Lukey is, but hello, they line up for him. That's a big mistake for Lakers and Norton. They were holding each other's hands. Now it's on to Pex to do something good for one. Traded on through, you would expect here, but he's still getting a little bit of damage on through. Scroll to do something with the Spectre. 1 versus 4 attempt, but really have it in him.
He's actually had to run away with the spike here as well, so Scroll has certainly scared them a little bit, but Greg, Does manage to get out of there. Doesn't actually choose to pick up the weapon either. He will now. The Vandal going back into his hands. But look at this rotate. They've actually tried to catch him off. So Lukey, after finding those 2 picks outside of Hookah, he's actually gone all the way around. Scrawl playing the time as well. If Void goes for this peek, maybe there might be some information given. There it is. This is getting a little bit spooky now, I guess you could say, Dion, in the 1 versus 2. But Lukey rotating back, making the smart decision and trying to go find his teammate. Scrawl needs to have his weapon out. If he finds his pick, he could very well make it. He does clear almost, and Lukey will be able to find it. Oh, it's a little bit tight. It's a little bit dicey. But again, Kanga, they take the lead, and somehow, Dion, they're ahead in this game.
Yeah, you say it's a little bit spooky there for Mindfreak, but I think you've picked the wrong team to say spooky there for, Mitch, because Spooky Lukey lurking in the CT spawn or the defender spawn gets his head off in the end, and what more could you want? I mean, you're on the attacker's side on bind. You've got 5 rounds. I mean, usually you'd be all right with that. You're looking to shape up for your 6th now. We might even see them run away with the half with a little bit of the momentum that they've started to reestablish.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum behind them is certainly something that they could want, because Mindfreak, they've had the wind taken out of their sails a little bit right now, but that's not going to make them shy away at all, as here we go. The battle of the smoke pushes in the showers. Looks like what's going to be able to find it this time. Very nicely done this time with the Bucky. Might even be able to pick up a weapon off the back of that as well. They've already taken all of A control, so it looks like Norson, though, despite having been a very, very lonely boy this first half, maybe he'll get some friends head over towards him at B.
Oh, and that's a first miss on the Hunter's Fury as well. Can't quite get a tag, needs a little bit. There's 80 damage coming onto the Spike Carrier in Greg, but he'll at least be able to get a heal a little bit later from Void. You would expect, you would hope. Player advantage still for Mindfreak. A minute on the clock. We could even see them retreat from the B side over towards A, but look at the flank coming through. You've got your duelists coming through from Hookah and from Long right now. Lakers has been seen, mind you. This is going to get extremely sticky. Void finds what? Rocket gets brought on through. Clutchy taking initiative. His life. This might even be the thrifty to come out from Mindfreak. Look at that! They've found it with 4 alive.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've seen The Shining, but I've just heard a little bit of a here's Lakers as he comes on from the flank with the knife in the back of the side of Kanga. Very nicely done from Mindfreak there. You know, we spoke about the wind coming out of their sails a little bit, but clearly not. You know, the confidence to be able to take that A position and finally contest and force Kanga into an awkward situation, a site that they haven't exactly been familiar with so far in this half, you know, mainly finding their success towards A. So very well done. You know, in a disadvantaged situation, they find it back. Lakers is going to have the operator again, and look at the money for Kanga.
Yeah, it's kind of in the bin right now. 5-5, you got 2 rounds here. Pretty much money broken on the back of this one for Kanga if they do lose it, of course, and in stellar fashion. But you can kind of say the same for Mindfreak. Just want to try and hold on to this weaponry, which what is going to be able to eliminate 3. And that satchel pushes Koro out as well. An utter obliteration in this round to come on through. As Lukey does manage to get a great shot out of the Sheriff. He is only on 26 HP, so you'd probably look to call it here, and Mindfreak will take the lead.
What has been popping off? He's always been like a good player, but I guess, you know, maybe the structure and the way that Mindfreak sort of plays doesn't exactly put him in those fragging situations. But look, hey, maybe something's changed. Because whatever he has been doing it right. And there's been Lakers and Watt really to open themselves up. And look, I can't even discredit Norson in any way, shape or form, because the poor bugger has barely even seen anyone this game over sitting towards locking down that B side. But that's the way it's got to be, right? You know, it's a team game. And obviously, it's going to be a collective effort across the board from every single player involved. And that is exactly what we're seeing from Mindfreak. But look, Kanga, they're certainly keeping them on their toes. They're pushing them forward. And on a map like Bind, it is defending-sided. And that means that despite only finding 5 rounds, it's still very, very winnable. You know, sometimes you can even get away with 3 or 4 on the attacking side. But it's looking like a relatively quicker play in the showers here for Kanga right now.
You say that's the way it's got to be for poor old Mr. Norson. But we're back over towards A, and with the aggression that Mindfreak is throwing on through, they are getting thought out and felt out by Kanga. 2 opening picks, neural theft for extra information, starting to go swimmingly for them. Ooh.
It's got a big play ahead. He does manage to find the right amount of timing, and Scroll is also going to be able to get it. That position from Void up on the top. Very nicely done from Watt there, but now it comes all onto Clutchy inside this 1 versus 2. The neural theft to come out. They have the information, and he's only got a shotgun here. Dion is going to be able to dash over to the top, but he does get spotted. The information is given, but Austin is able to find it. I swear to God, if Clutchy was able to find that, there was a potential opportunity, but do you know what, Dion, in the end, Mindfreak, they are going to be able to find that 7th round despite giving the first 2 kills away for free. Pushing down short. Kanga, they react, they respond, but in the end, it's Mindfreak to bring it back.
Yeah, we're going to see what's going to be able to come into fruition on the switch up right now. Back to the pistol round, which is ultimately where Mindfreak kind of did struggle yesterday as well. If I'm remembering correctly, I think they only got 1 out of the 5 pistol rounds, just from remembering kind of what was mentioned on social media. I might be completely wrong about that, but they didn't win the first pistol round in this one here, Mitch. They're going to definitely try and do so, because if they don't, defensive side, you might see them force up with how the current situation is going in the meta, but you probably might not as well, just to see them get their rifles in the round after. So,
oh my God,
first point in play, they're going to try and get this pistol round. Kanga, though, they've stuck 4 players up towards A short. Oh, this is dirty. This is just going to be a weird, funky round. They light up a void, and as quick as you like it, it's just down to poor old Norsen.
You know how usually in games like this, you actually have time to discuss like interesting plays that are about to come out? I was going to actually ask you a question about, how the frenzy has been in the current meta. I've taken a sort of few weeks away from Valorant, at least, pugging, just because it is not very fun at the moment. But I know the frenzy has been nerfed. Are you still seeing it come out a fair bit in these sort of situations? Because obviously just with the, the change in the money and the fire rate and everything, it's interesting.
Yeah. Look, somewhat. It's like you get your ghost with your abilities. Now it's you get your frenzy with your abilities if you don't want your abilities with the shield and the classic. That's actually some nice thought process from Norsen there, just to make sure he's cleared all his angles. A little bit interesting that he decided to shift walk creep it, but hey, a 1 versus 2, a pistol for Mindfreak. They'll be happy with it. I did just check my numbers from that I mentioned earlier. It was only 1 pistol out of the 6 that Mindfreak did gather yesterday against God Squad as well.
Oof, rightio. Very, very quick pistol round, and ultimately after Void does find the double spray down with the frenzy, in the end it was actually Norsen to pull through that clutch. So clearly, again, it's just the telltale of his score was only sort of put together by the fact that Kanga barely went B the entirety of the first half. So now they're going to be just on the Sheriffs and the Such. Bolt will be able to come out from the Sova on the side of Mindfreak to give away the information. Scroll picking that up. Lakers has already cleared their way up long, but the main thing is, Clutchy, he's got that showers control again, and off the back of that, Kanga, they've set the full rotate, so it's going to be pretty chaotic on this first part, but this looks like Lakers, he's going to get in nice and early to try and find the open pick.
Yeah, Korra somehow is getting the better of Pex, is what did in the end gather Void. You still got a couple of players that are really low in this round. Clutchy in the big rain. 1, 2, and now the door looks to be closed. He's picked up the Spectre. Can't quite get the third, but hey, that's damage done that you will welcome. Would have liked to see a world in which Void was still alive here though, Mitch, because you've got Koro already low in HP. You got Lukey there as well. But on the flip side, you do also have Sova and Scroll low, and Scroll has managed to find Lukey. 2 versus 2, spike down.
Scroll, obviously a very, very proficient Sova now off the back. Greg is going to be able to look up with that information. They actually do break the dart though as well, but there's the paranoia on the other side. It's lined up in the end, Scroll, but Koro, he's going to try and look to get this one to half. He knows he's forced both members back towards short. He's going to be able to break the camera off the back of it as well. But there's the shock dart Scroll. Very, very nice 3K, I was going to say, off the back of the start. Kanga did so well, and Clutchy with the massive play with the Bucky, $200 just for those 2 frags, and ultimately almost able to find the third. But in the end, it's actually Scroll who punished Clutchy and then was able to find the remaining 2 kills for the round as well to bring it through. So Mindfreak, by the skin of their teeth, they pulled it through, and they are up at 9 now.
It's the best thing for a Sova player, isn't it? Your shock darts need to be impactful, and if you're able to find 2 kills like that off them, you're laughing. It's into the bonus rounds now for Mindfreak. You've got that judge out, Bulldog, some Spectres as well. Just seeing what damage they can get in this one. I'm kind of surprised that Lakers did actually manage to buy up in towards the Vandal in this round, but we know he's going to be a little bit closer towards his blades, so he'll look to bring them out later. This is a very, very early Hunter's Fury. Koro manages to find 2 in the spray. Does get traded on through, but Pets to fall as well would be really, really promising for Kanga to be able to pick up this bonus round of Mindfreak. But again, they're just looking for damage in this one. If they find the round, they are absolutely laughing.
Well, the one thing that they've done here is actually managing to force Clutchy outside of U-Haul. He has managed to re-clear it a little bit back, but still not super keen of going on his way in. And Norsen's actually managed to find another onto Greg there. Wildflower, Pex inside U-Haul. Might be able to find the frag, but he is forced away from the Cloudburst. Does already create that space, but now he's actually going to go for the call for the rotate and seeing if he can actually find anything over towards here. It is still Void, but Scroll moving his way into the showers, doesn't need the orb, obviously a long way away from that Hunter's Fury, but this is so good to be able to pull that rotate. The only player that's even close is, of course, the Cypher. in Lukey.
Yeah.
Wildflower now looking to walk up short. They might find this, but I guess the positioning from Void could be a thorn in the side.
The thing is as well, the camera
30
for
seconds
Lukey
left.
that is over at the B site, if it was with him at A, he could have had a lot of extra information in where the players are positioned right now from Mindfreak, and its vulnerability status now for Wildflower. Pex trying to hold
Spike
down, making sure
planted.
the spike is covered. It is now, with the rotation starting to come. It's a three-pronged different location approach from
enemy
Kanga
remaining.
in the retake, and now it's just made easier as Void manages to find Scroll, only looking for Pex in the pocket, a satchel available. Probably not the utility that you would like in this situation. It's all about these segregated duels. There's the first, taking down a 13 HP. And satchel to get out, but not really too deep. Did get some damage, but ultimately here, Mitch, round is Kanga's, though brilliant damage off the bonus. Look at Kanga's money.
Very, very well done in the end from Mindfreak's side. I was going to say the second that Pex shot that satchel off the wall and the crosshair was onto Lukey, I was like, oh, maybe there's an opportunity. But look, finding a 1v3 from that cubby position, there is way more locations that you want to be available on the A site to try and go for those 1vx plays. But unfortunately for Wildflower, it doesn't quite happen here. He's managed to do some damage, and he has actually had a relatively quieter one, given to what I sort of expected on a map like Bind. But look what, he is standing up to the plate. Scroll's having a fantastic game on the Sova as well. Just a lot of impact frags from Scroll is what I've noticed, whilst on the back of Kanga, no one's really slipped behind by any means. I definitely think, I would have expected personally more out of Clutchy, to be quite honest, but he seems to sort of be giving himself up for free, like a silver platter, to the side of Mindfreak nice and early on in a lot of these rounds. But maybe that will change. They've got still 6 rounds available. Ultimately now Mindfreak, after losing that one. Lakers has already made his way up to U-Haul though, so let's see how they go for this. It's still pretty much anyone's game at this point in time.
Looking to take a page out of Clutchy's book and just creeping up in towards Lamps, though the Aldrone kind of gave up the bag, and whilst the spike does get planted, it's a 1-on-1 trade. You could see Koro be brought back to life by Void, but they're not really in a situation to be able to do so right now. It's kind of a scrappy hold, all things considered. 2 players in through U-Haul, 1 still lurking on the spike itself. That's actually a position that might get overlooked from Kanga. Looking to get in towards this area now. It's actually on the flip side of the wall. Scrolls managed to get through a couple of duels being fought. Now it is just down to Lukey. Pushes in front of the paint shells. He's actually on for the ace right now. Neural Theft, gather that information, my friend. Dark cover only helps you here, but kind of for your opponents as well. And Lakers pushes out with the judge. That's double digits now for Mindfreak.
Dude, the second that Lukey got that shot off, I thought that Lakers was done for, and there was a potential opportunity of what would have had to try and clutch it out. Lukey, again, you mentioned he had a relatively quiet series, quiet day, over the last couple, but maybe there is a potential for him to sort of step back up to the plate here. So, unfortunately, Kanga, they do lose a prime opportunity to really drag their way back into this one. It is still Mindfreak in absolute control of the pace of this game. But with that being said, there is still the opportunity there. We know that at times you can find these sort of eco rounds, obviously with a little bit of a change up in the aggression, but it does look like they're just going to leave old mate Koro towards the ace site and send all 4 over. Clutchy does get the information early, but unfortunately unable to secure any early damage.
And he's going to play in front of his Cloudburst as well and just reimburse it right now to make sure that he's a little bit covered to get out from his Tailwind, although they're expecting that aggression. We know that Clutchy loves a good old fight. What's going to find him? And with the shorty in hookah, it's not going to work out for Void. This is not looking to be in well effect for Kanga. Lakers now dispatches of Greg, and this is crumbling on the back of it. You got a lot of ultimates available for Mindfreak, although as I say that, Mitch, Koro and Lukey trying to find a couple of kills keeps things interesting.
The dangerous part is here that the From the Shadows is still available, obviously, for Koro, and he's managed to pick up that cheeky little Vandal as well. I mean, there's only a judge elbow, for Lukey, but there we go. Koro does manage to find one. I suppose the main thing is the party is being started, but apparently it was horrible because nobody has joined it. And now as he tries to make his way out onto the side here, Koro up on the top. If he's able to find this frag, but Wildflower, quick on the sticks, very nice reaction, and he's able to find it. There will be the defuse of the spike coming through. Never mind, I'm just, sorry, wrong sides. Oh, God, I need to
That's a win in my book, Mitch.
Yeah, that's a win.
That's a win in my book for the damage for Kanga, though. They've brought out the rocket. They've, forced out the showstopper of Pex. They've forced out a lot of the damage, a lot of the kills to come out from just those little lesser weapons. And I mean, at the end of the day, it does give. Mind Freak, you know, they gather the round. They're one step closer to finishing this out. It didn't toy with their economy too much. So, I mean, for Kanga, I guess it is what it is. They have to just be in comfort now that they got to try and gather the next few rounds in a row. Bind is generally, more often than not, defensive sided, but we aren't really seeing that from Kanga just yet. The substance isn't there. 4 ults to play with. Blades have been brought out on the flip side from Lakers with that judge. But look at the push-up. Clutchy's managed to get himself into a sneaky position, and Norson, I wonder if he's going to be expected back on towards short. It could go either way here.
Well, that's one of the things, you know, we spoke about pre-broadcast though, right? It's the fact is that if you've got the confidence on the attacking side to be able to go down those choke points as a unit, you can actually find the attacking side of rounds a little bit more than the defensive. Now, Lakers, he will be caught by that spike and the dart does come through, but there's a great shot with the Bladestorm, able to find one, jumping up onto the top of the site now. They do have that control, but there's the Hunter's Fury starting to come out now.
Both of them.
Will he be able to find anything of it? Yeah, exactly right. Greg's found one. Scrawl, unfortunately, nothing. But look at this control position, but they're yet to kill the camera.
Oh, dear.
Spycam has done so much control. Void will be able to pick up another, but Tex, he's going to be spotted out by Clutchy. Void to get another, and that is a very nicely played round. And that was basically just off the back of, do you know what, Dion? Lukey's camera. Well done.
Lukey's camera, a clutchy push up through short as well to find the first pick and then navigate quickly back over to the B site where the action is. Do see the resurrection was forced out by Void, but you'll take that to keep all 5 alive. Keep the operator flowing in toward the next round as well. Money starting to be a little bit more padded for the side of Kanga. If they do lose this one, they'll have a buy and try to keep Mind Freak, I guess, contained in this map and not let them win it on out to start off this series with the leg up. But look at this buy from the side of Mind Freak. They're diving deep in toward their pockets. Pex has a frenzy with a little bit of shields behind it. It is not stellar.
This is the, you know, make or break, I guess, opportunity now where Kanga can really start to bring it back. We've got the operator from Clutchy. He is playing the aggressive line, and they actually choose to get the wall up. Unfortunately, though, it will break it on the way up. Obviously, sometimes when you're standing on the top of the wall, it does not do exactly what you need it to. He's going to be running for that fake TP over towards, which might pull a rotate, but it doesn't look like it will. Seems to be a little bit more switched on and aware of the scenario. Clutchy does have that position behind the wall, though. Greg going to be dropped by the shock dart now. They get that spike plant. No wall down, no dart cover either. But Mind Freak, the fact that they've managed to get this spike down is already huge. Yep. How do they play the post-fire?
Yeah, for Greg to be taken down to really low, I would have loved to see him use that recon bolt into the back of sight and then some shock darts just to have a little bit of impact in toward the round, but he does get traded out, at least by his team, so that's all welcome in my book. A couple of cloudbursts to at least obscure some vision, but Pex is on the 3K. He gets shut down in the end. It's all down to the last man in Clutchy. He's only got 30 HP behind him. A great shot, however, on towards Lakers. That's it. Actually, it's the flip side. Lakers was the last one alive. Lukey was lurking about. Mind you, the round is for Kangas. They're keeping it pretty in this eco territory now for Mind Freak.
That's exactly what I mean, Dion. You know, this was the one where they could have the opportunity to bring it back. They've damaged the economy pretty heavily of the side of Mind Freak, and they are going for the smart play. They're going to go for the eco. Obviously, Lakers, you know, he wants to save up, make sure he's got enough money for that operator into the next one, so they go for the bonus. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, Kanga, they've done very, very well to bring this one through. It's exactly what we were sort of hoping for. We know that Mind Freak is quote-unquote the better team, and obviously off the back of that, you know, I was surprised Wildflower didn't actually manage to bring it through. But Clutchy, quick, on the operator, gets the shots found, and now he's going to be sitting inside hookah. No early aggression, though, to come out from Mind Freak. They are going to slow walk their way up long. And, well, actually, never mind. We've got a pretty quick move from Norson towards that hookah position. How do they play it from here?
Yeah, well, if we can grab rid of the scoreboard quickly for us, please. Grab a bit more of the action as Clutchy manages to find what. Pex has found Void in the mix as well, and Kanga do have the player advantage coming on forward. Minute on the clock still to play with. Mind Freak, at the end of the day, it is just kind of that little half eco to come out from them, of course.
Clutchy going for that rotate all the way through. Maybe he's going to try and, you know, see if there's any information coming over. So maybe the call was there. It's actually the wrong call here, Dion Norson. He's able to find Lukey. Greg's going to have to go absolutely massive here, and he does. Now it is all to Norson in that 1 versus 3, but Greg in the end is going to be able to find him. So very, very nicely done. The Sova, the one-man army on the top of the B site, is able to get all of it. The Kanga, they find 9. They're only 2 away from not only tying this one up, but really starting to sort of, you know, shake off Mind Freak a fair bit, because it's getting a little bit close for comfort now, I would say, especially after the stellar start that Mind Freak did have on that offensive side.
Yeah, now is a bit of a sticky situation, however, Mitch. If we do see this round get picked up from Kanga, it would be that eco to come through from Mindfreak, and that's where you would expect it to be 11-11 territory. Full rounds of regulation will be played out from there on out. So this round is all about the proceedings and how Mindfreak are going to tackle it. A deep dart does give a bunch of info to Koro that they are lurking around. However, in the spam, Koro picks through, is punished out as well. You can't get the res here. Void's going to self-heal, put up the barrier wall as well. He wants that orb. He wants the res in this round. It would be needed. He wins the duel. Fall back. There's that resurrection. The kill will permit it. Fall on back. Wait it on through. See if you can get the res later. But now you might not need to, as Clutchy finds Lakers.
A little bit awkward there. Unable to go for it. Obviously has to wait 25 seconds for that heal to come off as well. Clutchy to find a great frag onto Lakers, though. And now look at this control starting to come out from Norson, actually making a bit of a play for himself. Obviously, there is still all the utility in the world down on the side for Lukey. He's going to be able to sit inside that city rotated position. Very, very smart, knowing he's nice and, close enough to the situation. He's still got the camera going on around. They have to try and find it here. It was one thing that was very, very much a round deciding factor was the position of that cam. They're looking for it now. I think he might have actually spotted it, Norson, though maybe that was just on our screen. There it is. He's destroyed it now. And he's going to be able to find that, but there's the res on the Koro, and now it's going to be a 5-on-3 retake here as the spike goes down on the B side.
And they need to find these opening engagements as well. You've got no, info on the side of Kanga, though maybe just that recon bolt that we'll wait to see if Greg does shoot on through. A couple of TPs starting to be heard. It's actually the fake TP I've just noticed up on that radar too. So that'll sell a little bit of false security over towards Mindfreak, and there might be two players up in amongst this hookah area, but maybe the Koro's revealed himself with a paranoia. They could think about it. It's all going to be contained in towards the fight. Clutchy finds Watt creeping in through the defender's side spawn, and now it's all down to Dawson on this huge flank. There's one. Can he get the second? He can, but he has to go into the reload. 3 bullets to go. Pushed up by Greg. And Kanga, they will gather this round. The worst outcome for Mindfreak, because they will have to take an eco most likely in the next one. Spike money coming on through. Waiting for the round to clock on over. You will be able to see it here. Probably going to be the light shields, a little bit of the pistol action. No, actually, they are deciding to go full balls to the walls, light shields, and everything of the sort. This is scary, Mitch. 4 in a row for Kanga on this offensive side, and I don't know if this is the right call.
Big think right now. That's all I'm sort of going towards right now. It looks like Watt has even gone, for the Guardian with the half shield just to make sure he's going to be able to get the paranoia. Obviously, it is a little bit more expensive in these later days, but Omen still Chad, much more Chad than Brimstone, in my opinion. Now, in this position, Mindfreak, yeah, I know, right? I was waiting for that. Well, Mindfreak, look, they've got to go big and they have to make it happen now. Kanga have certainly picked up on their position. Lakers, with that control, how do they go from here?
Yeah, well, he would have to updraft to get over that. Scroll's going to tag him up with the Hunter's Fury's teammate, that is, but Void has been dispatched from the side of Kanga as he heals down. This is maybe warranting in this force by now from Mindfreak. They get this round, and I mean, they get the top on the board. Oh, clutching blade as well, but he can't quite get it onto Pex. Right click at that distance, it just misses. Would have found the frag. Everything going swimmingly for Mindfreak right now. No sharks in the water until Lukey pops his head on through. What to be found, but there's a lot of damage still to be collected upon from Kanga. Just wait for the wall to be destroyed if you are Lakers right now. Wait out the time. You know that they can't mount their assault out from U-Hole. Finally, they're able to, but it's the time just ticking away too far from them. That shot needed to be hit, and so might this one freely. Lukey 1 versus 4. Norson to get the free haircut, and Mindfreak in that force up, Mitch. I said that it was a little bit, questionable, I guess, but hey, they found the round and setting themselves up for match point.
There we go. Very nicely done from Mindfreak. They certainly gave the hope to Kanga, and maybe they're just looking to sort of try and crush those dreams as of now as they pull it back. It is going to be obviously map point. We do still have the next couple. Of course, the next map is going to be Ascent, and then we will move on to Haven if it does luck over to that third map. But look, at the end of the day, by the way Mindfreak have been going, I'm just happy that Kanga have been able to bring it back in the way that they did. Obviously, once they moved over to the defending side, it certainly did take a little while, but there we go. Great opening shot from Clutchy to start to come out. Now they've got the wall up, and that's going to allow him a bit of a good angle around. He does end up falling off the top of the wall, but repositioning now, Lakers is going to start to creep his way up. Will he find the first bullet, or will it be Clutchy to get the shot?
Well, they're just going to wait patiently right now. Send the R drone in through towards Hookah. It forces Void to get off his line. He actually got tagged by it as well. No ultimate like a Hunter's Fury. It's already been used to be able to finish him off. So we just sit pretty in it. Kanga, they would like to use their ults in this round to make sure they gather it. It's do or die time for them. Any mistakes, and this is map going over to the likes of Mindfreak. That is a nice shot from Void on towards Scroll. Lakers to retaliate back, however. That's the heals now no longer available. You hear the TP come out from what as Norson clears in towards the A site. Oh, look at this. The camera, I think it's seen him too.
Oh, he's got it.
There you go, the tag and the trap, but he flucks his shot. Oh, kills there.
Very, very nicely done in the end from Luke. He certainly made it a little bit shaky and he has gone down rather low, but the amount of control that he's been able to establish now, because it's all onto just obviously Lakers and what are they going to be able to find this? They've still got the very much like a post-plant sort of retake scenario here for Kanga, which is actually the wise play. They're not trying to over-contest. They're not going to give away their advantages, and there's actually another tripwire as well. They fake the plant. No shots are going to come out. There is the Hunter's Fury now. If they can drop the spike, he's going to miss a couple of shots, but they actually do line up in the end, and there is the spike gone. That is the round found, and Kanga, they're one away from sending us to overtime.
That's a nice little lasting shock, or not really a shock dart, Hunter's Fury, arrow, whatever you want to call it, come on through. It eliminates the spike planter and gets the information on the player pushing up through towards screens or the vents that spawn, and is able to just find the frag. So very well placed out from Kanga. I said that they'd like to use their ultimates in that round to be able to push the issue in toward their favor. But look at the ult counter right now over on the side of Mindfreak, Mitch. You've got Pex one away from the rocket. You've got 3 ults available already for them as well. They could definitely rely upon those to open up some opportunities in this new round.
And this is not a criticism by any way, shape, or form, but remember how many frags that Watt had on the attacking side. I think he was sitting at around 19, the defending rather, sitting at around 19, and now he only has 21. Very, very quiet ever since we have swapped over the halves, and that is one of the things about Bind though, right? You know, when you've got the mojo on one side, it quickly can turn into the next. So Mindfreak, their final opportunity to try and get their way back up. There's a little bit of a staring contest between Koro and Watt. In the end, it's going to be Koro to win it out. Game of chicken, but look at this control coming in from Clutchy. He has got so much information. The full rotate and the pincer coming in. Mindfreak need to move, and they need to move now. Otherwise, they're going to have a cheeky little South African boy behind him to try and find the information.
Yep, Lakers is lost in the round. Time are ticking away. They could try to get through the TP if they want. Maybe rely on Pex's showstopper to be able to open up back in towards U-Haul. He could hot potato himself over the SWAT van as well just to get there. A lot of opportunities to be able to do so, but this time is on their mind, and it has to be, like you've already said it, there's that sort of gatekeeper in Clutchy holding off the fort down at the back of B. But as Lukey finds one kill, this is where all the action starts to come out. They overlook point. Oh dear, but they line up for him in the end. Norson has to get the frag here, has to use the new rule theft. It's the last round of regulation. I think we're going over towards overtime. No time to get a TP out. He's just struggling, changing weapons time and time again. Bring on OT.
Overtime, baby. We are back here. It was the last map of the night yesterday, obviously, where we did have God Squad and Mindfreak, sorry, go to this position. Was it last map or was that the first map? I can't remember. Anyway, I was watching it.
It was the last one, yep.
That's correct. Going to overtime. Now we're here again, of course. Mindfreak this time versing Kanga. It's actually Mindfreak that have, you know, lost out on the opportunity. So let's see if Kanga can punish them for it, you know, allowing them to get so much control back into it. Obviously, we've seen every single member of Kanga wake up. Lukey's been putting in work. Void has been doing great. Greg on that Sova as well. Excellent. Clutchy has also managed to stop, you know, giving the first pick away and really bringing himself back, making his way towards that controlling player and information player that we know him for.
Well, that's what I mentioned earlier as well, right? Lukey had... I would say maybe an uncharacteristical performance yesterday. It was just a pretty unimpactful one in the outcome of the game. Definitely stepping up in toward this one, which is what you want to see, right, from the team as a board. If you've got your Cypher on the top, getting out all those information, out all those kills, definitely is contributing to the fact that we saw in our head-to-head, you know, bringing out the Jets and everything, seeing what impacts they're going to be able to do. We've actually seen Lakers get out some rifle kills in this game, so he's gone back to the sort of aim pracky board on that one and not just relied on the operators. Speaking of which, this is strange, right? Overtime, you can buy the operator with nothing else, 5,000 credits that you are permitted, and Clutchy's brought it out on the offensive side.
Squirrel's going to get the information with the Owl drone. I don't actually know if he did manage to spot Clutchy, though. He is going to be able to get the recon bolt out. I do like this cheeky little lineup, wherever it's going to go, though. I will find out later. Not a Sova main, by the way. He's just going to be holding it out for the time being. Does hear the camera pop around the corner as well. So checking up on the other side of the map, it does have 3 members of Mindfreak all waiting patiently. But with 30 seconds, Dion, they are making a move. They are making a bit of a play. It's going to be Kanga hitting towards that B site with Lukey getting the opener.
Oof. That is actually a pretty nice dart. Lands on top of
Very
the
nice.
hookah area, but like he's been able to sleuth his way to back to the site. There's a kill off the rifle, and he escapes as well to live to tell another tale. Through the wall, score finds Toro. Greg finally able to do it, but look at that. That's spiked down right now. They need to get it down, and they need to do it now. 3 versus 3 situation. They're going to try and force themselves in. Greg manages to hold off for the frags. Void as well. So at least they are covering what they need to do, and Void will get the closure of the round. Look, if we see that Satchel work out a little bit better for Pex, and it shoots him over toward the tube, he could have technically denied the spike from being planted.
Man, oh man, the second that spike was denied, I was sure that they were going to be able to find their way back. But again, it was a very, very nice lockdown. They were able to sort of, bait the side of Mindfreak to push through that dark cover out of CT. And ultimately, that was where they did manage to bring it through. So very nicely done from Kanga to basically, ask the side of Mindfreak to walk straight into their crosshairs. And it took them to 13 rounds. Nicely done.
Well, are we going to go to OT again, or is it going to finish things off here and find Kanga the round on toward their defensive side? Lakers is creeping on through the dark cover that was thrown on out. The tailwind as well to go on through. Greg could bounce a dart off the wall, but Cora's actually just pushing the dark cover. There goes out the trade. Both of his Stovers are down too. Both of the Omens as well. And the Omens are getting everything done in this round. What? Absolutely opening up opportunities right now for Mindfreak from the shadows available. Just for some information to escape out from a sticky situation, you can already see that Lukey's down to very, very low HP as well. So Clutchy has to just run a marathon over towards A.
This is the play that we needed. We mentioned that Watt was a little bit quiet on that on the attacking side. Now he is into overtime. It is where he needs to go big, and there's the 4K. This could be the play to come out for the ages. We are not having a Kanga victory just yet, Dion. We are going to overtime. Number 2 with Watt. Incredible performance on the ace there on the Omen.
Just absolutely steamrolling over in towards the A site, taking those jewels and putting the names on Kanga's side into the grave. You absolutely do love these situations like that. But remember, at the end of the day, whilst that is a spectacular performance from Watt, you can't really be relying upon that again if they go back on toward that offensive side. So now as they're back on towards this defense, we'll see what they are going to be able to contribute on through. Lakers has brought out the operator as opposed to Clutchy this time. And look at that. Void's already lost his life right now. I think, there we go. We'll be able to get the view back in toward it. Void down.
Clutchy this time is going to be able to find it. Then there's a second as well. So despite the opening pick being found by Lakers, Clutchy, he's having none of it and getting aggressive. Already up on the site. The spike is going to be able to afford the plant up on that position just behind the car. Now with the Aldrone coming out, Clutchy's actually managed to walk past it as well. He's dropped onto the floor. Will he be able to find it? Yes, he will. There's the third found now. Just has to reposition, dropping back inside towards U-Haul. This is surely, by the way it's going to be a round, and maybe even a potential back-to-back aces as well. It might be.
Oh, no.
Speaking to the other side of the smoke will be Lakers, though. And now in this 1 versus 4, does find the opening pick with the operator. But look, this is a challenging one.
And there it is. Great performance from Clutchy in that round. 4 kills on the board. You know that when we have the X-ray, you can see that Lakers was just protruding over the smoke. Unfortunately for Clutchy, just not looking at the right area on his monitor, perhaps. But the round again is gone over towards Kanga here, Mitch. And we are back into a scenario where Mindfreak, they have to gather out this new round. It has to be onto them to be able to send it into another one. Quick on this scoreboard check, you can just see the big performance that Lukey is putting up. 26 frags, likewise of what, it's not those duelists getting the lots of multi-frags action, even though we've seen it just then. It's the whole team, the combination of everything flowing for them. Very, very nice Valorant.
So, the dust settles, the calm. Right before the storm, apparently, inside the hookah position will be Lakers trying to go for that early informational control. Clutchy, he is up on the other side of the wall. It is a very, very common location, and he will be able to get away with 1. Clutchy, he's already found 4, now 5, 6 in the last 2 rounds. It is where it is most important most crucial. And he's actually found a third here as well, Dion. Clutchy is going absolutely nuclear right now as he dashes around to the other side. He does have the Blade Storm and the Updraft available. And you know Clutchy, he is ready to make these plays.
Clutchy, do
There
it!
was the other. That is a famous night. Clutchy has gone absolutely massive to close out a huge victory for Kanga here. What was that, Theon?
Mate, you just look at those overtime rounds in its completeness. Disregard what number one. You've got an ace coming out from What. You've got a 4K from Clutchy, and then an ace from Clutchy. I am absolutely gobsmacked by that. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, hands down though, what an overtime performance.
No, absolutely. I feel like Clutchy was just toying with us the entire game. It's like, okay, I'm going to throw for the first 8 rounds, and then we're going to win in overtime with 9 kills immediately just because I want to mess around. And anyway, look, regardless, that's exactly what we wanted to see. But man, huge performance on Bind there. We knew that Kanga had what it takes to take it all the way to those 3 maps, maybe even a victory. Hey, look, at this rate, they could even 2-0. Let's find out. Who knows? But obviously, Ascent's going to be next, and we know that obviously Mindfreak took that from God Squad yesterday, but anyone's game right now, Dion, that's crazy.
No, you're indeed correct about that one. Big performances to come out from both of these sides in that map. They take a little breather right now. Likewise, we're going to be doing right now, Mitch. But Dallas, mate, we talked in the head-to-head about the Jets. We've just seen the Jet difference of Clutchy.
Wow, most definitely, Dion. I'm sitting here just giving it a big slow clap because what an absolutely amazing finish to our first matchup there on Bind. Oh my goodness, Kanga picking up a win there. We're going to take a bit of a cool down period just like you at home, so make sure you go get a drink, go to the bathroom, and we'll be back here in 5 minutes for map number 2.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Shit, we're coming back. Let's go.
Hello, and now my Hokie Mai. Back to the Valorant Oceanic Tour, brought to you by LPL. I'm Dallas Easy Fighter. Joining me, it's Conky and Komodo, our wonderful casters from across the ditch, and we've just seen Kanga Esports take down Mindfreak in a double overtime stunner. I mean, wow, I'm sitting here writing down some notes here going, oh, the writing's on the wall for Scrawl. We've got some real good ones coming up there. But, I mean, guys, at the end of that was just absolutely... What an insane finish, man. And Clutchy, he's just got to be the biggest headache to play against. Holy heck. I mean, Conky, talk to us a little bit about that, mate.
Man, I tell you what, it's exactly what I wanted to see from him, right? I've known the guy a very, very long time. He has been a very up and down kind of guy. When he's hot, he's hot. When he's cold, you don't want to even talk to him. But look, he's a great kid, and it's clearly that it's very exciting to see what he has in store for us. And by the time he actually finally warmed up, and to pull through that in not only, a pivotal round in overtime, the fact that he was able to find 9 of the 10 frags in that position is just insane. So very, take my hat off to him. Awesome round, and he was, the make or break, which took Kanga to that map 1 victory.
Yeah, and it's insane as well. You see Watt obviously come up with, some amazing stuff in the first half there, but right at the end, it looked like he was just trying to will his team through for that win there, and it just wasn't enough. Clutchy wasn't having a bar of it. So, I mean, it's just amazing to see him just lift to that level when he was required to, But, I mean, that was Kanga's pick, wasn't it? And we did say as well, if Mindfreak managed to pick up a win there, it was looking pretty dangerous for them. But now that they've solidified their win there on Bind, now we go over to Ascent. So, Dion, what do you reckon coming into Ascent here? What do Mindfreak need to change coming into this one?
See, the thing is, right, we saw Mindfreak take this map off of God Squad yesterday. We know that they're capable to put up the performance. We've even just seen it for those who might have missed yesterday's game in that map in Bind just there. I mean, you know, I said it, Lakers, we need to see things come out from the rifles today, which we're thoroughly impressed that he did. You know, he was able to do so. Carrying on over into it, though, I don't actually know if Mindfreak need to really do anything a little bit too different. They've been able to showcase that they've pushed it to the wire to overtime. I think it'll just come down to those last sort of rounds in the map that they'll need to, I guess, make sure that they can find. And I guess if they find the early ones in the beginning as well, it'll definitely set them on the right path to be able to claim it. It kind of just is at a sort of 50-50 standing point between these two teams at the moment.
Well, one thing we talked about as well was with Mindfreak, I believe it was. Oh, with Kanga, sorry. And their, you know, consistency was a big thing for them coming into today. And I mean, I think we saw in that first match there, I think 4 of the players were all above 20 frags, I think, in that game for Kanga just now. So, I mean, a lot of them were actually fragging quite high across the board, but comparatively, you know, to Mindfreak, who, you know, only had three of the players sort of over 20 kills in that. So there was a little bit more, I guess, even fragging across the board. For Kanga. So do you think that was sort of one of the big things which stood out, that there was, you know, the rest of the team were able to pick up a little bit of that slack and let Clutchy, you know, really come through at the end there?
Well, yeah, it was only really Clutchy that finally fired up towards the end. You know, he certainly had a good bit of control, but for the very first half, you know, the first sort of 7 rounds was, okay, Clutchy, go to U-Haul, and then that was it. There was nothing else to it. It was sort of, you know, but then it was very much, I felt like Lukey was a big standout for it. Void, also very, very good. And, you know, Lukey's on that IGL, so he's got a very big, you know, impact role as it is. So, and then, you know, Void had a great play on the stage. He was able to use the wall very effectively and everything like that. So, yeah, nicely done from those guys. So, yeah, I really, really hope that we see that continue into Ascent, because, yeah, again, I don't want it to completely go from a really, really close and hot game to Mindfreak just washing through in the second.
And something else to notice there as well, you know, Koro was pretty quiet, I think, you know, for the majority of the game there, but some really, really high impact frags in a few of those rounds, you know, was really able to sort of take them away. But let's not keep yarning. Let's get right into the thick of things here. Guys are getting ready to go. So Komodo and Conky, take us away into map number 2. Oh, we're going to be going to a quick little holding screen, and then we'll be back in 4 or 5 minutes for map number 2.
I do wonder which way this is going to go here, though, Mitch. Are we going to be able to see a Mindfreak victory sending us into the 3rd, or are we going to see Kanga be able to secure the 2-0 and get that 6th slot seed instead of the 7th slot seed? At the end of the day, this is just that seeding match, of course, and it's all about those performances that you can put up, gather out information, and I guess just kind of keep your practice in the official sense up, because, you know, you don't see too many officials you know, going out throughout the weeks as well. So definitely is making sure that their mindset is so ever focused.
Well, that's what I was about to say, Dion. Do you know one thing that I think, and, you know, maybe this is a hot take, maybe who knows, if you think it's just a seeding game, well, look, you deserve to be coming in at a low seeding. You need to be winning these games. It doesn't matter what is at stake. Sometimes it might just be, you know, a match to show for a battle of the egos. Who cares? It should be every single time. Whilst you might not be pulling out your 100% full playbook, you need to be putting in good performances, because if you're a team that only chooses to show up occasionally, then maybe you shouldn't be sitting at the top of the region. So I want to see both Kanga and Mindfreak show up here. You know, it's important to see who goes to that 3rd or 4th position, and then that will be exactly the same. You know, God Squad need to show that they're the best team in our region, and I think Fun Crew, regardless of the standings, they want to be doing the exact same thing. They're a relatively newer roster as well, obviously bringing in their different players. So, you know, showing up to the table at a night like this is exactly what we need to see. And I think now, as we move on into Ascent, Mindfreak have got a statement to make.
Most definitely, of course, bringing it up into the agent lineup. It is different from what we saw in the previous game, but it is same in terms of the mirrorness in this one. A right click on towards Clutchy. I think that he thought he would have found the frag in that one, but a 1-to-1 trade to come on through. Smokes are down for the side of Mindfreak. They still are kicking on the side of Kanga. No Sages in this map as well. It's kind of interesting. I always like the sort of wild card lineup when it comes to this map, bringing out that Sage as well. But for now, it is naught as the pistol goes over towards B.
There we go, Void finding another. I'm liking to see him on this Reyna right now, but there's Scroll to pick up 2 with the Ghost. Void's going to be able to trade, though, and now that's going to be the spike planted. So hard on this retake. Both the members inside the boat shed. The bot is going to be able to come out to give away that information. Void, though, with the 3rd. Looking good here. The Lear will come out into the floor, but it's not going to quite pay off just yet. Now Wildflower has to peek around and try and find the frag, but it's going to be Greg to solidify, and Void with 3 does go big for Kanga. And whilst it is the defensive side that they will start on, still nothing to laugh at. That's a great opening round here. And a smiley face from Void. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Now we love that. It was interesting to see him, you know, bring out the Reyna when it came onto this map yesterday. Of course, we touched upon it, Pilsk and I, with a little of the changes that have come through, not so much as a nerf and everything, but a sort of a little sidestep in terms of her utility. And it is interesting to see that the agent is picked up, you know, coming onto it. You could think about it, you know, change up the Reyna to the likes of a Sage, and you might have just that single duelist comp as well, but you got the added bonus of the resurrections, the slobs, and yada yada. It comes down to the end of the day what the teams are comfortable on, and for these guys it is Reyna. It gets out a little bit more aggression, gets out a little bit of the extra flashing ability, and Clutchy now bringing in the charge. It's not going to be as potent as what Lakers was the other week that we saw, but it gets the job done.
That is literally all I was thinking just then. I was like, Clutchy is using the same judge skin in the same character, in the same location, and the same offense is coming out. But look, this time it won't pay off. And the difference being here is that it was actually Mindfreak to fully invest into that round, Dion. So now they're going to have to sit back and only just buy the Sheriffs. So very nicely done from Clutchy to be able to find 3 with that big judge. And he's actually got the knives here as well. So he's not going to waste his money, not going to pick up a weapon just yet. He's going to use the Blade Storm and ultimately try and find as many as he can. So it's just going to be old mate Greg sitting towards that site with the big boy weapon as well. Going to be going for the dart through, maybe the wallbang as well. But Clutchy, mid-information. And the dart does come up. He does get away. Great shot onto Lakers to start.
Yeah, very nice start. Single dart. Single blade rather, gets the kill. Lots of damage already delivered over towards B main as well. Whether or not that was a shock dart or it was some airy spam to come through from Greg, I'm not 100% sure. Although Void has already pushed up to mid and found Scroll. I thought that was the kill coming through the wall. Doesn't really matter. Kills here, Conky. And it's looking like Kanga are setting themselves up to gather this third round on the board. Clutchy wanting to pad a bunch more stats with these blades, clear the right corner, the right clicks through, and now it's just kind of, where is what lurking about? Oh, here he is. And there he goes.
Very nicely done from Clutchy. So he's been able to farm up a fair bit as well, sitting pretty at 7 frags so early in the game. Very well done. Void also with 6 and 0. Coro yet to find anything as of yet, but it is only just the start. So again, with Mindfreak making that second round investment, it doesn't pay off for them, and ultimately that affords Kanga a third, relatively unscathed. You know, I feel like it's been pretty smooth moving on into now. Even the pistol round off the back of Void's 3K was nice and handsome. So as it stands, what do we see from Mindfreak here? They've got all the weapons that they could possibly ever want, but Clutchy does have the rifle and Void. And, oh, okay, 3 members are going to be swinging out short early. I like this aggression. Great to do some damage, but nothing found as of yet.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The early stages of the round, I would like to see some sort of ambitious peaks to maybe come out on this sort of stage and just keep things very, very guessing, you know? You got 3 rounds on the board for Kanga. They've got the rifles behind themselves as well. Likewise of Mindfreak. Clutchy is going to be situated up at short. You've also got 2 of his teammates up short. This is the sort of, you know, unexpected thing that I've been liking to see come out from Kanga right now. Just be questionable, you know, have that sort of unexpected character above them. And I mean, this play definitely is, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. They're certainly not going to be expecting 2. Lakers expects 1, but this is the play. Surely he will not clear it again. And now Void get the information. But I suppose that actually works okay for Mindfreak off the back of the fact that they've only, you know, lost 1 member after getting that first pick as well. So well done from Lakers to clear out the corner. And now they charge into that site. And the site has been left completely free. Free real estate on that B site. The spike will go down, looking to collect that Radianite. Now Greg has been pushed back, but playing the retake is the big brain opportunity. Kanga, they do have the chance to get back into this one as it's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, no shock darts for Greg as well. Can't shoot them down to the back of the boathouse to at least gather a kill or 2 maybe. He does have the recon bolt that he could try and do. Flip side, there's goes 2 shock darts off the side of Mindfreak. The recon bolt's actually already gone through. Likewise, Lukey pushing on. There's a couple of kills for the Killjoys. Make it Void as well. Going to get out the dismiss because he's on the Empress actually. I didn't realize that he popped the ultimate. Now it is just down to Pex to try and do something. From Raze to Reyna, and damage is the name of the game, but destruction is the play for Kanga as they find all the kills and now the defuse.
Very nicely done, as obviously did go very much down to the wire. 2.5 seconds left, but with Kanga living, 3 members on, Mindfreak are starting to, you know, find themselves in quite an awkward scenario. They could technically buy into it here if they did choose what. He's actually gone for it nice and early, but I think the communication will come out that maybe it's not the best choice. Lakers can go for the knives here, so there is still the chance. But no, here we go. Maybe they do. Maybe they do go in nice and... Okay, no. I get baited again. That's the thing. You know, I'm still getting used to the fact that you can obviously sell back in a game like this. So
Yeah.
they will go for just the sheriffs, the knives for Lakers. And that is the smart play I do feel here. It's still a winnable round. But of course, Kanga are in the pole position to try and find 5.
Bit of an interesting crosshair I'm actually noticing from Pex here. Like a little thick white one. It's a thing we were noticing yesterday. Pilsky mentioned it, right? Every single map, players were changing crosshairs. Some of them. It was funny. Pretty nice play to come out from Lakers, though.
Haven't changed my crosshair in God knows how long, and it should stay that way. Maybe I'm just bad. We'll see. But Void, he's not bad because he's actually going to be out. Finding only 1. And that's an imperative play there to come out. Look at this position as well. I suppose it's not really going to pay off too much. Yeah, Greg, he doesn't see it just yet. Maybe he will walk through. He's certainly aware of it. That's very lucky, I would say, from Greg. But now it's a 3 versus 3. And what I was going on about is the fact that Wildflower has actually been able to collect this Vandal as well. Lake is still up with the Bladestorm as well. Now Scroll a dart out, but he does miss a couple of shots, and no, not going to be able to find it onto Koro either. And now it's all on the Norsen. 1 versus 3 does have the 4 kills down, but if he kills him before, does he have the time? Of course he does. The detainee, if he was able to find Clutchy, it could have been a massive opportunity for him. But in the end, again, Kanga down to the absolute wire. They find another round, 5 for them.
Yeah, and the cost of a lockdown for Mindfreak and the Empress that they've popped in that round, 2 ultimates that could really have tipped the scale in their favor. But I guess the balance of the game is they've still got the Hunter's Fury, right? Looking at it, Clutchy leading the charge, 10 kills. What? No impact, actually, on that kill department here, Mitch. We saw him over on Bind, getting out that aggression in through showers and such to get all those kills. There's no bathrooms to toil in this map, so punishment.
Oh, interesting, yeah. Like, as you say, you know, it was super strange. I even commented on it saying Watt was never really like a high frag player. Like, he's always been an impact player, in my opinion. He's got a great brain for the game, and clearly he puts a lot of effort into it all, but he's never been that guy that you expect to, you know, put up the numbers that say, you know, maybe Lakers might. But regardless, it seems to be that he's gone a little bit quiet here, which is, I guess, disappointing because that's what you need. But look at this aggression from Clutchy. That is such a deep... Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's such a deep line, exactly as I thought he was. He was sitting just below the stairwell. Very, very much a one-and-done position. He's actually going to get away with it as well. Does have the dash to put himself away. I'm loving this aggression from Clutchy. Koro also on the board with 1 onto Lakers.
Yeah, and from the shadows, it's going to be deployed as well. Back to the boathouse right now. Clutchy's going to miss a shot on the operator. Lukey potentially locked down on a different line as well. The caliber of players, we know that they are very, very capable in this match, but Clutchy sticking in through a nano swarm. I don't know about that one, Chief. What now on the board, as we mentioned it, for 2, and we equalize 3-3. Looking for some more, a bit of an overstep, gives opportunity to Kanga. They've got some information from the Sova Dart to come on through now. There's a wall-bangable offensive starting to come on down. But again, a nano swarm. Koro sticking in at this time. Reposition out from Pex. Finds one, info on a Greg, and Norsen can lock it down too. Down to 30 HP though. I mean, it is another round that is very close.
Yeah, look, I've got to give big credits to Watt there. Maybe he heard us talking some smack because all of a sudden he gets 2 entries onto that site of B. A little bit of an overextension. I thought potentially he could have found one, but there was 2 members pushing in from the CT position. So very nicely done from Mindfreak to find their way back onto the board here. Remembering that, you know, Kanga on Ascent isn't exactly a team that you sort of think that that's their usual, and I think that's obviously why Mindfreak have gone down that path. So at least they do put themselves back into it, but still, again, it has been Lakers relatively quiet. The rest of them have all sort of gone for those big plays. Clutchy still going nice and aggressive. I wonder if Mindfreak will sort of change up the pace and go for something a little bit more aggressive, because Clutchy, again, is putting himself in really, really one-and-done situations and getting away with it.
Yeah, he's gathering a lot of space for Kanga. I think that's the big thing to be able to see. And in gathering that space, however, they kind of have relieved a lot of this pressure over into mid. No deep dark cover has gone down at the current point. That nano swarm over in B main, it forces Clutchy off the line. That Mindfreak know that the potential of this creep up is here. They have to be extremely careful. Send in the owl drone is what they're going to do to get Clutchy's information. Hunter's Fury too, but he can kind of get out of here. He can dodge away. There's a kill. Now he's also got his teammate in Void. This is perfection to come out from Kanga.
Mindfreak
are expecting this, but Kanga, they're just bullying them with weaponry.
How is Clutchy alive, man? That is such a ballsy play to come through from the man there. And I guess, you know, off the back of it, it was Void to sort of go in there and support him and make sure he was actually able to get out. Now it's Scrawl in a 1 versus 5 in a round where Mindfreak did sort of, you know, have to throw out a lot of utility to try and clear Clutchy, but he was still just keeping on kicking, and that is an absolutely clean round. Flawless indeed. Clutchy still with the operator, has the blade still available, and Kanga with 6, putting Mindfreak into a very, very awkward situation. They've got to go for Sheriffs, and they're not exactly saying yeehaw right now.
Clutchy,
You like that
mate.
one? Shut up.
Oh, I do like that one. I was going to make a reference on the back of it, but I look over to my clock and it's 2:30, which means that it's probably not high noon somewhere in the world.
It's
but
not
hey,
quite
we'll take
high
on it.
noon yet.
Well, I mean, look, Kanga are just trying to send it right now, right on through. 6 rounds to Mindfreak's 1. You've got a little bit of a purchase to come through for Mindfreak in this round, the Bucky. But look at Clutchy. He's just ready for the action again. He's at the right side of the map. There's a pick. He can't get punished from here. They would need to shock dart him out or even lob a nano swarm potentially, smoke him through. They are going to have a lot of smokes out. I do like the one on Tetris to at least mitigate the forces of the turret to come through. But there's only 1 kill to come out in the end from Norson.
All right. Okay. I don't even know how Mindfreak need to sort of change this up. Again, it has been, you know, a relatively slow approach for them here. They haven't gone super aggressive, and I'm wondering why. Just simply because, you know, they know it worked against God Squad yesterday, and they've basically been letting Clutchy do what Dizzy was trying to do yesterday. And obviously it's paying off for them. Clutchy's going absolutely huge, 14 and 3 rather. Void not too far behind him, 10 and 2. So Kanga are just having an excellent game right now, and they might be walking away with the you know, 3rd seed from this composition, 3rd place in this qualifier, which again, as we spoke about earlier, is imperative. It means that they're going to be able to really sort of push their way towards victory when we get to the closed qualifiers for the North American leg.
I want to see how many first bloods Clutchy has right now. He's just got another one in the round. I think that's 3 first blood rounds in a row. He's just not being punished. And it's the best thing about it that he's changing his positions, right? The A site, the B site. Now he's in mid. It's just ever so fluid, and his team is adapting around that, changing up their turret spots as well on the back of Killjoy. It means, you know, Kanga are working themselves in their strategies, potentially, you know, giving up a lot of them as well, but it's working for them, shutting down Mindfreak time and time again. This is where strategical VALORANT is showcased from a team like Kanga, and it looks flawless.
Very, very clean. You know, they're giving Clutchy so much space, and he's not making any huge risks. You know, right now he's allowing basically Mindfreak to slowly step in towards them, and it's quite a surprising position to be watching right now because, you know, again, Mindfreak are a team that are very equipped. They are very, you know, practiced, I guess you could say, and they're not really doing anything about it. They haven't done anything to try and force Clutchy away off this line. This time they double peek it, which means that he's looking at the wrong position. Now they should be able to afford themselves a little bit of a spot on the side, but with 10 seconds to go, they have to get the spike down. They will be allowed to, but now they've got 4 members they need to try and get away at. They're going to go straight onto it. Spike is planted. Now it's all on the score in a 1 versus 4. And man, as you say, very, very nice on that Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, Clutchy opening up with some massive operator kills. 1 over through mid, 2 over through B, unanswered until he does get clotheslined out from Pex. But at that point in time, the round was almost done and dusted. You got the Hunter's Fury that's brought out a little bit later onto where the spike is planted, gets out the tag. It is, when the Hunter's Fury is going on through as well, the team just flourishes on to mop up the rest of the frags. This is literally, for Kanga, opening picks from Clutchy and then acting on the back of them, everybody just needing to get the frags where they need to. And as you say a little bit earlier, Mitch, how do Mindfreak need to sort of retaliate back? I don't really know what the solid answer is here. They need to, of course, punish Clutchy. They almost need a little bit of luck to go where Clutchy is not. But if they go where he isn't, there's more players lurking around the seams, right? Because Clutchy's just been the sort of one-man army. He's pushing mid by himself right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's done this again. This is now the 2nd time he's gone to this position. I think it's called the, who's the player? Starts with an S. anyway on TSM and Sub Rosa, that's the one. I remember these things. Kev's probably laughing at me, calling me an idiot, but that's absolutely fine because now we've got another opening pick from Clutchy from that exact same situation, and he's even walked all the way up top mid. He's found another pick with the Bladestorm, and unfortunately Lukey can't get that lockdown down, but in the end there's going to be another information. Been spotted, but he can't quite find it. The updraft is good. Lakers is going to miss a second shot onto Greg though, and now it's all on the scroll inside this 1 versus 2. They're already up on the side. He's only got the Bulldog, and with that recon bolt coming out, they've got the information. Clutchy's going to find the wall bang, and this is just absolute brutality. Mindfreak are getting slapped around, and there's nobody stopping Anger.
Paper-thin walls in the game of Valorant, and if you are bringing a bullet to some paper, you surely know that it is going to penetrate it, and that's what Clutchy's operator has just done. Great reveal to come out from Greg, the single pin outlining where he's playing from, and I mean, very unfortunate for Scroll in the end there, and I guess a little bit of unfortunateness in more aspects than one there. You know, the lockdown attempt was to try and go down from Lukey, but Lakers pushing through with the Bulldog. Could have seen a way in which Mindfreak were able to retaliate in toward the round, but hey, they have to forget about that one and go into the new round with 5 ultimates available. There's definitely options now on this table for Mindfreak, but are the options going to come into fruition? That is the real question.
Exactly right. And there we go. They've done the deed. They've taken down Clutchy. This could be the opportunity that we need. Unfortunately, Lakers won't be able to get the Cloudburst down before the bot does fight in. And now he's going to be checking over towards the Archers inside mid. So this time, it looks like Mindfreak have got another opportunity. Lakers missing a couple of shots and he will be punished by Lukey. Very nice on the aggression. There's 3 members pushing up. Look at this location. And now from the shadows to come out in the back of Boat Shed. They get the information. Now they can move on towards this B site. The Killjoy ultimate is going to keep them at bay for a little while this side of Kanga. So it is a 4v4 retake once again, but they have been successful. They've been able to do this time and time again because, Dion, I remind you, the last time that Mindfreak were able to win a round was down to a 1-on-1 clutch. And a close one. So let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, the problem is if you wanted to see the lockdown to come through for Kanga, the Hunter's Fury would have looked to destroy it. It's actually coming out very, very early right now with another kill found out by Pex. It is all going to be down to Lukey. I'm very surprised he's actually deploying it in this scenario. Second last round in the half. May as well just hold it on for the next one, and he's actually going to choose to do so. Someone's yelled at him in his comms. We know he's the leader, but sometimes his subordinates, if you want to call them that, your comrades, won't have you are, you know, a little bit more in toward the round as well. Use it for the next one, Lukey. We'll welcome it. But Mitch, you mentioned it. Mindfreak. It's been a while since they gathered around. There's the next one.
There we go, finally back on the board, and it's off the back of finding the opening pick onto Clutchy. Exactly. It is not often that you see this when you say, maybe someone check him PC, maybe he cheats. Usually not this good. But look, at the end of the day, again, as we know, Clutchy is good, but he's a player that if you punish him, you can typically work around it. Unfortunately, in this instance here, Mindfreak haven't been able to, and they are playing around Clutchy so well, as in Kanga. You know, they're supporting him. They're not just sort of allowing him to go wherever the hell he wants. He's basically just saying, look, I'm feeling like I should take the operator towards here this round, and Kanga are doing a fantastic job of adapting that. If it was just Clutchy trying to take everything into his own hands and doing whatever the hell he wanted, this would not be the same result from Kanga. But look, he's pushed up short behind the smoke, and Lakers ain't going to be happy with that one. It is traded by Scroll, but it's also void to find another. But now it's getting back and forth, 3-on-3. Make that a 3-on-2.
Yeah. You know what that is, though? That's Kanga taking a page out of Mindfreak's book from yesterday against God Squad. You know, we've seen about the pushing through smoke little journey on the socials. But hey, if it works, it works, I guess. You can't counteract it for right now. Player advantage for Mindfreak. They might be able to situate themselves another round on the board. No lockdown available for Kanga. Would have liked to see Lukey still frolic about in the round, but some missed shots out from Koro. We've seen him have, I guess you'd say, a little bit of struggles in toward this game so far on the kill counter, pushing on through, and there we go. 10 HP for Pex, but a little bit sharper on the aim, the right flick on the face. 9-3 is the halftime closing scoreline here. Kanga definitely in the lead. I'm just looking, you know, at this kill disbursements. What do you even say to this? 21 kills for Clutchy, you got 12 for Void, and then they kind of trickle on down. And then you look at the other side for Mindfreak, it's like they've only just hit double digits on Peck getting that last kill there. Oof, oof.
Oh, look, I just think in the end it means that, you know, Kanga are going to have to do some heavy lifting, I think, on this attacking side. You know, this is the cool thing about a map like Ascent. Whilst it's maybe not as one-sided as Bind is, you know, we're still obviously going to have to see them do very, very well. The sites can be quite challenging to get into. If Norsen's going to be able to use that utility well over towards the B side, and then they lock down A quite well, you know, maybe obviously if they start getting contested, they can start to play a bit more retake. It's still anyone's game, I think. You know, whilst Kanga, quote-unquote, should win this, you know what? Anyone should win in Australia. They should, but they just don't because it's Australia, and that just doesn't happen. AUNZ, sorry, by the way.
Hey, Mitch.
Yo.
Shorty's back. I
Shorty
don't like it. Oh, this is actually that new skin from the Battle Pass. I haven't seen it be brought out through, and I guess it gets some bullets out. What to find the kill? Lakers as well. Good start to the pistol round. Great start to the pistol round with everything going swimmingly for Mind Freak.
Nice.
Only a single player losing their lives. That's the kick that they needed. And that's a pistol round that they were lacking yesterday.
Correct. That's exactly right, Leon. And now, this is what I mean. Mind Freak, they've been able to find this opening pistol round, and it was clean. I wonder, will Kanga flounder on this attacking side? They've done super well, based it off around the back of Clutchy. The main thing was they knew he was going huge, and they were able to support him in doing so. Voids also had a pretty good half, and Koro a fair few impact frags too. But everyone else sort of just did whatever they needed to. Now it's going to be a different story. We're going to need to see Clutchy obviously going in, and if he's a duelist and he's entering, that might not mean he's going to be in a position to obviously find, you know, those 1vx situations, because that's called baiting. We need him in first and finding those openings.
Alrighty. Well, we are back. We are all good. There was a little bit of a pause apparently, but we are fine. A bit of a bait out in through towards Tails. Lakers revealing an Ares on a jet. It's actually kind of interesting. Usually you'd see your Sova be bringing out the light machine gun, coupled in, you know, your B main, which is exactly where Mind Freak are going to push in for a little bit of information. The up through mid creep out, however. This is an explosion out into the B side. This actually could, with the sheer numbers advantage, get the better of Norsen and Scroll at the back of the boathouse.
Very good start, though, from both of them. They are able to find Coral and Void nice and quickly. Lakers, again, as you mentioned with that Ares, he is going to be able to find Greg too. So it's a flawless round, which is exactly what the Doctor ordered for Mind Freak. However, Kanga did forego any sort of purchase. They've gone for the eco, and now they will be able to afford the Vandals into this one here, whereas obviously on the side of Mind Freak, they're going to be playing that bonus, but it's a pretty good one. You know, they've all got above 3k, except for Norsen and Scroll, 2.6. Certainly not something to laugh at. They don't need to reinvest a whole lot. They can just sort of maybe pick up some extra bits of utility, but the coolest thing is here, we should see Lakers onto that operator, regardless of win or lose into the next round.
Right here.
Definitely a possibility for Mind Freak, Mitch, to start to tally up a couple more of these rounds and try to send us into that third map that we were kind of, I guess, hoping for and maybe even expecting to be brought on forward. But I digress. The guns are here for players in the server. There's already been a bit of a recon bolt, or a drone rather, that's gotten up some information, and as Clutchy's starting to creep up in through the tree room, is he going to get cut down to size? Spot on through from Glass. Hex hiding at the door switch. Clutchy has to be really careful. He's now being shouldered out and he's just starting to get out of there.
Information gathered and given. Now they do slowly start to make their way towards that B site. And I guess the whole thing is here again, Norsen. He has chosen to play a complete retake, does have the nano swarms available onto that site, but they are on the aggressive lines as well, sort of towards that boat shed. So whether or not they actually sort of clear in towards those lines, when does he choose to pop them? Maybe the go is now. They are going for the default plant, so unfortunately the nano swarms aren't really going to do a whole lot. And as that spike goes down, it's going to be one of the old faithfuls, the old classics, the 5 versus 5 retake. You absolutely adore to see it. There is a wild Lakers onto the head of Void. Apparently it's not quite going to work. Wildflower was able to find one more. But inside this 4v4, he's going to use the E just to find additional information. Does find another frag with Clutchy and Koro. They're both good for some more. Greg is very, very low. They're on the site now. Going to be able to get that recon bomb. But there it is. Wildflower almost going big. But Lukey on 9 does manage to survive. And Kanga, a very, very closely found 10 off the back of that bonus. And Freak, but Dion, the money. Lakers gets the op, as we spoke about. And 1 round for Kanga. 1 round for Mind Freak, sorry, will put Kanga in an awkward scenario.
Lukey was so low in HP at the back of the boathouse there as well that if Pex did manage to get one loose bullet onto him, it would have been brought into a 1v1 situation where he still had the heal, he still had the health on his body. He technically could have brought it into the ace clutch against Clutchy, who was on the flank coming on through that he had known the position of as well. It's one of those sort of what if scenarios. If that loose bullet came on through, could have come into fruition, but I guess we're put to rest in that vicinity of thinking because Kanga grabbed the round. They've grabbed double digits. The recon dart comes on through. Superb tagging of that dart as well. And the expectedness of where Lakers is pushing on through. He's been taken down to, I can't even see how much HP right now. It's low. That's all we need to know. But he's still got the operator in hand. So one and done, still plausible.
Exactly right, and obviously with the dash, oh no, he's already used it, so not available right now, and in this very, very awkward angle, he's going to have to try and find something, and with Clutchy very, very close on the side, he's going to actually be able to find the frag too, so unfortunately, that is the operator that they needed going down. Clutchy with the swing around, he is making so much space for his team. Once again, Clutchy go kill apparently is the strat. Norson able to trade, but that means Kanga is at the man advantage, and all we have is Scrawl going for that rotate over. But the main factor is what is still up short. There is still opportunity to deny here, but that's what taken down, and now it's all on the Scrawl. He's going to have to go nuclear to be able to stop this one. There's the recon bolt. He's going to be forced away by the dark cover as well.
And his dart is just trying to bait it out so he knows where the shock darts need to go when the spike needs to be planted. However, the spike is lurking down and through towards main. A couple of nice swift headshots, however, those get put to rest in the end by Void. 11 on the board for Kanga. I almost feel like we haven't really been saying too much of Void lately, but he's got the fragging action happening. And yeah, bit of a strange one there, actually, just thinking about it.
Yeah. He's always, been a high-impact player, I guess, over the time. We've known him for a very, very long time through both VALORANT and Counter-Strike. International experience under the belt as well for the young fella, but just a really, really nice and humble guy too. So,
and a Melbourne boy now.
Melbourne boy indeed. But I suppose in this situation, he's just done a very, very good job of getting some impact frags when needed, because again, it was very much on the first half. Support Clutchy in whatever his endeavors might be.
Oh. That was very close, Hunter's Fury, to come on through. The Shrouded Step for Koro was nice. But, yeah, that's what you say. We've got a lockdown going over at the B side for Kanga, and there's no spikes, so that's kind of just nullified right now. We'll see if Lukey can do something against Norton, which doesn't happen. This round is like Australia to NA, flipped upside down.
Unfortunately, though, apparently can't aim in this scenario. Greg's going to be able to punish him for it. Clutchy sitting in the sub roses.
Oh, no, Clutchy. Oh, no.
All of his blades. This is an absolute shambles of a round right now.
That's travesty.
Really uncharacteristic for the two. So now it's all onto Void and Greg to see what they're going to be able to find on these two remaining members. The Empress has obviously been popped, but Dion, it's almost out of time as well. He's not going to be able to find a frag with that ultimate. They're going to have to slowly make their way up. No Hunter's Fury available either. They do have the recon bolt, though. But look, at the end of the day, Mindfreak are ready for this. 30 seconds to go.
You know what they say? It's the hard ones you hit and the easy ones you miss. And that is a very, very clear example of that. Clutchy opponent wasn't even looking at you. That one was, though. Greg caught blinking potentially. Lakers sharp shot. 15 seconds. They know where the jig is going. They've got 3 players on the site. And Norton will find the close as well. So Mindfreak, they are still kicking. Are we going to see a comeback though, like we saw on Bind from them to push it into OT? Look, potentially could.
Yeah. Look, as I said, this game could go either way, right? And the fact is, now we see Kanga in a position where they're only going to go for a very, very gentle buy. They do actually have the money in the hands of Greg, but it would be wise. When you've got 5 rounds up, there is no point sort of trying to overextend and really contest, because at the end of the day, Mindfreak in their financial situation, because they won off the back of that, that I guess you would call it a save bonus, whatever it is, with the Blades of Lakers, they still got cash. So they win or lose this round, they've got another buy. The Kanga, they just need to try and save their economy enough so they can continue to contest for the rest of the map.
You're exactly right. And of course, the lockdown that was utilized in the previous round eventually will get a refresh on it from the shadows available right now. The creep up, the control of mid is here for Kanga. They're actually forcing Mindfreak all the way back as well. This is an overextension from Clutchy in towards Garden potentially, as he does miss out the shot. No teammate can get the trade on through. The Marshal for what will manage to dispatch Koro, and it is just down to the last 2 remaining players. At least the spike goes down here for Kanga. Greg's able to get Hunter's Fury and a couple of sharp shots. This is just some economical damage coming on to Mindfreak now.
He's actually done well to make it underneath as well. They are not aware. They are not aware. No way, Dion. If he's able to pull this out, he's only allowed to have one bullet, so he has to try and find a weapon here. He's reloaded. He's gone. No, he actually did almost manage to drop with the shock dart too, but if that was a play that was won, that might have overtaken the old swirl spray down for me.
I would have disappeared if he was able to win that 1 versus 5, not gonna lie. Shots out of the Sheriff. You think he's got one bullet. If he used it against Watt first, even though we know he was low HP, he potentially didn't. Probably got yelled at by his team that he's like 1 HP, but yeah, the shock dart just bouncing off the sort of wrong angle. Again, one of those what-if scenarios if it went the other way, but I digress. Mindfreak, they do gather the round. Everybody's got purchases here. Lakers back on the operator. He's looking to charge up through towards short to gather the information over towards tiles. You got the lurk from Lukey over towards the B site right now for Kanga as well. It's just going to be back to this sort of default proceedings, but Lakers, he's getting antsy for a pick down mid, and he's finding Clutchy. That is a great opener.
Here we go. The jet diff is now starting to come through. That would be ironic, wouldn't it, Dion? Imagine if Lakers was the man who was able to actually turn this one on its head. Mindfreak bring back for the W. They still have the opportunity. They don't have to yet pressure for the overtime. And with that opening pick, they've already taken away one of the most important and pivotal rifles. Now Wildflower sitting on the middle of the fountain, just sort of jumping over to see if he can spot over towards mid. Doesn't quite catch the information onto Greg, I don't believe, as of yet. The door is down. Where that operator is, waiting, pushing back up short, looking for that information again as the dark cover does fade. Still, 50 seconds remain. Spike heading its way towards B. Oh,
that should have been a free kill for Lakers. Lukey should be dead to rights right now, but Lakers just didn't pull on that trigger finger. Wildflower Pex manages to find Greg, the creep up in towards the B site. You still got this setup from Norson here. He now needs to do nothing for the remainder of this round, essentially. That kill makes things all the more tricky up for Kanga. They are both split in their offense as well. The door has to be destroyed. Norson has that info. Just hide at the back of the boat shed with Scroll. This round should be mind freeze, although a good usage of the paranoia that reveals out. The nanostorm gets done. This is what I'm meaning from Norson. The great impact, the usage, the positioning from him. That's what you want to see when they come to your site.
Very nicely done there from Norson. Love to see it. This time, it's actually Watt who's been relatively quiet here. Scroll, he's also in a sort of similar position, but right now it actually doesn't quite matter because the way that Mindfreak are going, they're able to lock down the positions as a unit. They're not overextending. They're not gifting any of these extra frags to Kanga. And it looks like Kanga have certainly started to have a little bit of an awkward scenario thrown at them. They're going, okay, boys, we've lost the momentum. How do we grab it back? They still do have 3 rounds to work it out. And obviously the opportunity of overtime if they do find that 11th. But man, by the way, Mindfreak are going, you know, if they keep up this consistency, they can bring this back 13 to 11 and maybe take us to Haven. But imagine if we had 2 overtimes in the first 2 maps of the day, Dion. That is the way you want to start your day casting Valorant.
Well, it definitely is a possibility right now. Kanga, however, trying to fight for round number 12 on that scoreboard in toward the site. We can see the lockdown come through from Mindfreak, though. Hunter's Fury you would expect to come out as well. It is early timing. Here it goes. I think the lockdown might be elevated, however, onto the tree, and there we go. You just need to make sure where it comes on through. I also know that Norson has the very, very smart lineup of the Nano Swarm from tree over towards Wine. He could potentially clear that on through, but the flank from Coro only manages to find 1. That is very unfortunate. Scroll getting a couple of great shots out, however. 3 versus 3, and Nano already popped onto the spike, and now it's Void's time to shine. There's one. Lukey as well. Now Greg, everybody needing frags, everybody wanting kills, and Kanga. They have found the map point that they require. They have found the 6th seed point, I guess you could say, that they were hunting for.
And that's that, I suppose, right? You know, the caster curse. I was just saying that Mindfreak was sort of in the boat to really drag through what they needed, but apparently a site hit was exactly what Kanga was looking for. They were able to find that success. Nicely done, locking it down. A great flank from Koa as well. And whilst he only found 1 frag, at least it was enough to sort of, you know, keep the side of Mindfreak at bay for a little while, allowing the rest of his team to reposition. Void obviously able to find that frag with the Lakers from short. So very well done. Kanga take it to series point.
Oh, good use of the early open and Nano Swarm as well. Just to make sure that there is no aggression. Lukey, look at this Mitch. He's got the Hunter's Fury and no one can destroy that unless we see Greg have some sort of shock dart lineup, average Jonas style, in towards this generic corner. which, I mean, potentially he could. No, potentially. It's going to be an A-side take, and look who's stuck in the corner. It is a couple players. Great opener from Clutchy. There's the From the Shadows to escape out of dodge from Watt, but he's going to also get seen. No. Missed shots. Oh, dearie me. He gets the kill in the end. It's there. But where's it going to be? What is happening in this round?
Yeah, this round's pretty chaotic right now. Tank is on B. They do manage to at least find that plant, and look where Lukey is. Oh my god, Poro has to go massive, otherwise they immediately lose.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, they have now lost the round. That is what happens when rounds like this do occur. But Kanga? Okay, nah, he's fine. That's all right. They've defused, I think. Yep, there we go. Dunsky. So still, this game lives on another round. Norson with 3 again, defending his B site as best as possible. Very well done, though, to at least find that plant somehow.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one, hey. Lockdown's utilized over at the A site. You've got Clutchy finding an entry. You hear the From the Shadows get taken on through, but then the rotate is kind of seen from Watt over at spawn. Manages to catch the frag on towards Greg. Just kind of a round that is confusing, I guess you could say, to try and navigate where everything is. It could have just gone in towards the A side on the back of the lockdown, and that could have been the round there and then. But it gives a little bit of a breath of fresh air to find Freak that they still are alive and kicking, though that is a great dart to come on towards Greg, down to 50 odd points of HP early.
Here.
Clutchy playing with fire once more. The man is ready to go in. But what is he waiting for? Waiting for a little bit more control to be established by the rest of his team. Lakers is sitting pretty over towards that A site. Watt also continuing to watch short, so they've given up mid control. They're trying to play it a little bit more passive now, and there's the dart to come in, the information given. Somehow, Clutchy does actually get into that spot, but I'm not really sure what he was trying to achieve there, as Wildflower will be able to trade it out. He's sitting inside that mid location. Lakers, great pick as well. Norson, let's see what occurs from here on. It certainly seems like it's going to be another round going the way of Mind Freak, and man, oh man. Imagine if we go, second overtime. What do you reckon?
Overtime for a Mind Freak victory to send us into third map. I'm kind of getting the vibe about that right now, especially with the force that's coming through from Kanga, and you're getting out the light shield on Greg. I don't know, man. It doesn't instill confidence in me right now. Clutchy's kind of quietened down as well in that frag department. He ended the first half in like, what, 20-something frags? Only on 25 now. That's just a very, very fast application of the brakes.
Slowly creeping in. Kanga need to take advantage of this opportunity. They are, again, only 1 round away from taking through the entirety of this series. Clutchy's already found his way through, but there is a little cheeky boombot to find him. The information is now given. The alarm bot, which obviously does make you vulnerable to extra damage, that has faded out now. One more has been put down on the other side. The door is going to be locking old mate Wildflower out, but they are ready to rock and roll and get through it. Exactly. There is so much happening right now. Norson is going to be able to find another onto Lukey, and now the Nano Swarm about to be thrown out. The Paranoia will put Void into an awkward situation. Same with Clutchy, forcing them onto the site, and now they do start to walk down the lane. That's another for Norson, being so impactful, especially around this side. Wildflower with one more. Scroll to get it again, and there is Norson. 3Ks galore for this guy right now, defending and retaking that B site. Mind Freak find one more, and we're going a full run of regulation right now.
Flawless for Mind Freak as well, and that's one of the tricky scenarios. What happens when you get into water site with all 5 players alive? You know, you can't really situate yourself in. You got so many angles that you yourself need to be looking after, as well as you know, where your opposition is going to be able to clear on through, because they themselves have the numbers play too. So it's just a sort of a flip of a coin event on how that's going to all turn out. The kills do go in the way of Mind Freak at the end. Really well placed from Lukey. You know, the Nano Swarm usage, getting a bit of slow pace action from Kanga, forcing them at bay, forcing out Clutchy as well. It's just very good use, and actually permits him the lockdown right now that they can utilize on a retake, on a hold, on a stoppage of what Kanga wants to do, which has all 5 players over at main. Lakers missed a shot, but they have put a player into blind right now. What has to escape on through?
Opening pick, that's going to be what going down. Lakers and Wildflower have to go huge. Lakers have done exactly that. He's done so well. Lakers might have just brought them to overtime here with a absolutely huge 3K. Now, Greg, walking onto the other side of the door. Gonna try sell the information. Try to sell the fake. He's down to this 1 versus 2. The bot is gonna get the information. Now, how does he move forward from here? Is that the alarm bot that is on the side? Yes, it is. That's from Norson. Now, Greg, what can he find in this situation?
Problem is, if he uses the if he gets the fight down and they go for the lockdown, he has to use the Hunter's Fury to destroy it, and that's when Mindfreak will charge at him. So it is all down to this plant and a probable peek over towards spawn again. They're splitting up. This is the best chance for Greg, actually. Look who's going towards market, but he's not expecting it. He's been seen surely clear the corner right now. Greg, no, you're looking the wrong way. Oh,
there it is.
It's always those what ifs. It's always those what ifs. I just feel like that position usually is a one and done.
Well, there you go. The man has made it. The boys have got it done at Norson. He was one of the pivotal members in taking this one to overtime. They've got it done. Apparently, playing with us right now is going to be Scroll. Defuse it, brother. Get it done. Take us to OT, because that is where we're going to be ending up. Is this going to be OT off the back of a third map, Dion? I don't know, man. What's going on?
Overtime.
Let me flip a coin and put Kanga on heads.
Go on, I'm waiting.
Alrighty.
Out of charges.
It's landed on tails, so this is Mindfreak. Okay.
Okay, cool.
The,
so we're going to 3 maps.
Googles have spoken. We're going to 3 maps.
Very cool. Do you know why? They were. I think what has just happened, and this is only an assumption, by the way. We don't actually know. We do know it is attack pause. But I was thinking off the back of them keeping to tap the defuse, I reckon someone's gone AFK thinking they've maybe lost, and now they come back. We've actually got overtime, guys. Hurry up.
Right. Yeah. Hey, yeah, you never really know, I guess. We'll have to wait and see. I think the point in play is, we said in this one that it would be looking like a 50-50 affair again. I called it a few rounds ago at the 11-7 mark or whatever it was that, is this where Mindfreak looked to come back and send it to OT? Caster Curse is definitely in play for this one. We're going to OT again, and I'm just wondering which way is it going to turn out. I said that they can't be relying on Clutchy in OT to get the 4K, to get the ace again. And I stick by that. They can't be relying on him. He has quietened down in this second half.
I just want to give a massive big prop to Norson, though, like how he was being able to play that B site. He knew when to play retake. He knew when had to play back towards boat shed and try and find the frags, and really just allow so much time for his team to rotate over and finding frags in the process as well. So he was a massive part of obviously that map for Mindfreak to come back to overtime where it is now. Clutchy went very, very quiet. Again, they were able to sort of work out and punish him, and that's sort of what I was expecting, right? Whilst they weren't able to do it on the offensive side, they were sort of allowing him to find those opening picks and also get away from it as well, which again, as we discussed, was Kanga supporting him in those positions. I felt like it was very much Clutchy going, I'm going to play here this round, and then the rest of the team just sort of fanned out from there. So clearly that's not going to work on the offensive side. There needs to be a bit more, synchronization. And I think if they don't turn that on, I think it should very well be going Mindfreak's way. But as we do know, it's going to be a one side of attacking and defending for each of these teams as we move in.
Yeah, it's also, I just don't know where to put my finger on this one at the moment. Hey, it's like we've just seen the fortitude of Mindfreak be able to bring it on back, and Kanga has just felt lacking of substance. You can see there on that scoreboard, 7 out of 8 rounds in a row for Mindfreak. Just does not give confidence for Kanga.
So how do they approach this here? It is going to be the offense all out brawling towards B, and they have made the right choice here. Void has to try and find something, and you know what? He indeed will, but Scroll, they're going to take down the Soul member sitting on that side, but Void, he struck again. Luckily, though, for Watt, who has had a little bit of a shaky game, he's found another. Norson apparently baiting, but that's okay because it's also informational at the exact same time. He's going to be able to get some info on towards that mid position. Now, as we wait, I was just making fun of the copy pass in the chat, by the way, everyone, for everyone wondering. Clutchy does find one more. Now in this 3 versus 3, what can they do to get back on that side?
3 versus 2. Skulls managed to dispatch of Lukey. Norton to come late in through main, and the traces with Smoke do get the better of him. Scroll brings out the Hunter's Fury. Hex finds the frag, and it's a leg up for Mindfreak, carrying on that momentum from the second half. 1 round away from securing this map victory, putting us into the third map, which is Haven. I actually can't quite remember. It's been a while.
indeed.
Yeah, I think it is Haven coming on through. So Kanga, this is definitely their round that they need to win to send us into another OT.
Man, it's so much easier to say it than to actually, it to be a real thing. But why didn't they just do that in the first half, bro? Mind freak? They rush, they win. And I mean, look, that's obviously not going to happen every single time for sure. But it's super interesting that the first time I feel like they actually gave it a solid crack. They're just like, look, this is the last opportunity. This is maybe the final time where we can actually go for something quick, go and try and catch them off guard. And they exactly did. They sent the team at a sort of a measured aggression, sent 3 in early. There were still 2 sort of waiting back. Now this time it looks like we're going to be seeing a very, very similar thing coming out from Kanga, but this time they're much more ready for it. Norse's actually going to be able to get back into the boat shed before anything does come out. Luki's going to be able to find the frag. Scroll does get one, but then Void with the trade. Now they get the sight. This is going to be a hard retake to come through from Mindfreak.
And look where Clutchy is as well. As soon as that Nano's, the bot, Alarma bot gets picked on through, Clutchy's going to get forced on through. It's actually his teammate's Nano Swarm that gets a little bit of ticking damage. It's a 1-to-1 trade to come on out. Void is in a very precarious position, so he's going to elect to fall on back as well. Just sit with the teammates on the site. Don't give up your headshot angle to the opponents, because they themselves have to be very wary of the late flank around. We've seen those lurks come into play time and time again. A dart into the mid of sight as Watt finds Void. Now you're looking at a scary position. Watt, he's able to find the info. 1-on-1. Luki cannot falter. It's Pex for the drive-by, Pex for the damage, Pex for the shot, Pex for the win!
I think he's got it. He does. There we go.
And we're going to
to
Haven.
be seeing the Haven map come through. Map number 3 in what has been an absolute saga here. That is going to be back-to-back overtimes in our series. This time it doesn't go to double overtime. It is just the individual overtime where we will see 15-13, the victory, go the way of Mindfreak. A well-earned, deserved round. Ever since that comeback after they made it, there was such a slow start and really, really unable to sort of find their way through. Clutchy was just being an absolute menace. And hey, the irony comes through, right? The individual plays that carried Kanga all the way through to a very, very solid first half didn't get them across the line when the map actually came through to fruition.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I think I'm taking away from that in the second half completely is the Clutchy performance was kind of nullified out from Mindfreak. He wasn't really able to do anything. And on the back of that as well, 9 out of 10 rounds gathered by Mindfreak in that sort of substance to push them into the victory here. And I did mention it, they couldn't be relying upon Clutchy to get them over the line in that OT. We now go over to Haven in a clean slate. Winner to get 6th seed, loser to take the 7th seed, and then we'll be going over into the next series for the day. So I guess on the back of that, Dallas, are we going to see overtime in the 3rd map?
Well, I mean, that is the story here in our first matchup for today. Kanga taking on Mindfreak. It's been overtime after overtime, 2 maps down. We still have Ascent on the way, so we're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll have all the action here for map number 3.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Kia ora and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania tour, brought to you here by LPL. And if you're just joining us, we are currently watching Kanga take on Mindfreak in the best of 3 series. We're currently at 1 apiece. Both of these matches going to overtime in both of them, and they are a nail-biter right now. We're about to get into match number 3 onto Ascent, but you might be asking, what are these guys playing for? Well, right now they are playing for their seeding position for our regional finals, the 6th and 7th spot respectively. Joining me here, of course, Komodo and Conky, and we're about to get into Ascent, guys. Into Haven, rather. What do we think we're going to see on Haven from these 2 teams? It seems that Kanga are coming with their A-game today.
Yeah, look, probably a 50-50 coin flip again to see where this is going to go, but I kind of am asking the tail end of that map there, where is Kanga, right? Mindfreak, they just got so many rounds in a row and pushed Kanga up against the wall, and they didn't have an out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting thing to note there as well. You know, Clutchy in that first half was just an absolute machine. But once you said it as well there, and just before the break there, Dion, you know, once they managed to lock him down and he wasn't able to put that impact into the game, they kind of just fell apart. So, I mean, you know, Conky, what do you think there? Do you think Mindfreak are just firing on all cylinders now?
I think they were even a little bit surprised that they won that, to be honest. It almost looked like they sort of sent it over. But the fact is, you know, Norson stepped up and said, look, we need to win this one and bring it through. And that's the most important thing to me. Again, you know, as I said, sort of at the start of this map, as some people might say, seeding matches aren't super important, but they absolutely are, because it really gets an idea of where everyone in the region sits, you know, how well they're going to perform at a higher level and everything like that. And all of them should be taken as seriously as I think they as possible. So it's cool to see that these teams are taking it to that full extent, are running to the overtimes in both of the first maps. And, you know, again, by the way it's been going, maybe Haven will do the exact same thing. We'll have to see. I have no idea where to place it. The only thing that I can say is that if Mindfreak take the momentum that they had off the tail end of that one, they should win it. But again, as I said, nothing ever that should happen seems to happen in AU and Z Valorant.
Most definitely. And I think there was something of note there as well, you know, at the end of that game, how, you know, there was a bit of a delay on the defuse there. You know, we got a double tack pause coming into that overtime. So, I mean, Komodo, do you think that that might have actually been the case, that Mindfreak were a little bit surprised at the end of the game to clutch up that round?
I think someone's just died in that last round and has said, see you later, I'm going for some sort of allotted break, whatever it be, and probably got a phone call from one of the teams saying, get back here because we're still going.
And it's still going. We are indeed. We are just about to get onto match number 3. Here we go, guys. It's right into Haven. Komodo and Conky, take us away. Match number 3. Here we go.
Haven, the pretty map, the triple site map, of course. This one will be the decider of who will be 7 and 6 on the seeding, who will be moving into that obviously last final qualifier for the North American leg of the Valorant Champions Tour. Now, this is the exciting stuff. This is what we play for. This is where we get on moving. Guys, the Konkmoto duo back on your Sunday. Kanga versus Mindfreak. Who will take Haven?
All right, I'm going to put a prediction on who I think is going to take this map in Haven, and I think I am going to say Kanga.
Okay, all right. See how it goes. I think, you know, at the end of the day, Kanga, the way that they started off, they should be winning this one. But also, you know, again, they can't just be relying on Clutchy. They need to have everyone step up. That's what happened on Bind. We didn't see that from Ascent, which is why I think Mindfreak won it out. So Kanga overall should be winning this series, but Mindfreak, I think they've got something to prove. I don't think Lakers wants to be losing to Clutchy just yet.
No, not by any means. I mean, hey, if you look at it, Kanga, this was the map that they opened up the series in yesterday against Fun Crew. They won 13-2, but then they kind of got slapped back for the following 2 maps, 13-6, 13-5. So, yeah, this one can definitely go either way. We've just had overtime galore in our first 2 maps. So for this one, definitely is anyone's game. Looking at it, again, it looks like a mirror match that we are going to be seeing. Likewise of the first map, I think we had the mirror match, or was it the second?
Second was mirror on
second,
characters, yeah. Very cool. I do like the Phoenix coming out, obviously, you know, using to take that control of Garage, getting very aggressive. This time it looks like it will be sitting firmly on the C site for the time being. A little bit of information sent with a cloud burst from Clutchy up long, but it does look like they are going to creep towards B, and that's going to be the first engagement. Lakers does get the information, the cloud burst, to force him back, and he's going to make the smart play. He's going to go for that retake, and they are going to lock this plant down. Is there going to be anyone rotating through mid, though? It doesn't look like it. Scroll, oh my word. He has done so much damage to the shotguns. Now, the engagement, before the spike even goes down, it starts to happen beyond. 1 versus 4 for Lukey, and walking on in, he might be able to do something. There's 1. Can he make it good? No, he cannot. Scroll will close it out, and I didn't even have a chance to catch a breath just then.
That's one of the problems when you go into the B site on Haven with Sovas available with shock darts in their possession too. Pretty much you know where the spike is going to be planted at the front of the site. It just takes a little bit of damage from those shockies to force them off it, and then the team can funnel in towards the site, and the flank from Lukey is all but nullified in just 1 frag, and then everybody kind of just swings at the same time and eliminates him. So for Kanga, it is going to be onto the pistols again with that no plant for Mindfreak. It definitely is a line for them to be able to get this second round here on the board. And I guess play more sort of your default approach, just try to look to contain Kanga's forces. You know they've got rifles in the next round. Just gather this one cleanly so you don't need to buy up too much for the bonus.
Fires out.
Norson, make quick work. Clutch and Void both go down. Koro, Scroll, there we go. This is exactly the kind of round you want to be seeing. Every single member with those Spectres will be able to get the job done. So Mindfreak with a nice and clean second round. Yeah, look, so far for Kanga, it was a relatively slow sort of attack. Definitely much less chaotic on that second side. Clutchy not finding anything with the Bucky. No, not the Bucky. What's that one again? The Shorty, that's the one. It's been a little while, Dion. So the bonus is what's going to be played out by Mindfreak. Scroll having the Marshal, the rest with the Spectres. How do they change this one up? Because what you want to see typically on a round like this is some sort of, aggression to make sure they can try and catch off the Vandals.
Yeah, we will wait and see what Kanga are going to be throwing. They were very aggressive when they played against Fun Crew. They really relied upon gathering a lot of the garage control, and it was one of their things that they really did be able to go on through with. And you're looking at this new round, they've gotten that garage control from Clutchy, though he whiffs out a bunch of shots on towards Watt, who's still kicking pretty with a lot of HP. Now comes into that bonus vicinity where you're going to grab Clutchy's weapon, a bit of a good upgrade for Lakers. Definitely on for Kanga to try and get some recontrol established in toward this round. You got the camera tagging that's just come through again. So Mindfreak are just crossing those T's, dotting those I's. Greg, though, finds Lakers. That is that rifle down, although the shoulder's being seen. Norson, great peppering of damage.
How frustrating day. I'm just trying to plant, bro. Just trying to get that spike down. Watt moving back into garage. Also in a good position here. Great shot there from Scroll. Norson going to be taken down, but another great shot from Scroll. Watt also moving through. All of a sudden, it's down to Greg in just the 1 versus 2 situation. The Dark Cover is going to be able to afford some additional time. The Shock Dart does do some damage. It will go up again as well, but now they have his exact location. They have the information, and Scroll, Marshall, man, apparently a salute to him, because he does find a third here for Mindfreak. But the one thing I do want to touch on, Dion, just very, very quickly is Clutchy. Again, right? I felt like now, thinking back onto it, on Ascent, he was so good because of how well Kanga were able to play around him, right? He was clearly very vocal about the aggressive plays he was going for, and Kanga were able to support him. On the offensive side, it just seems like he goes off on his own and he dies, and there's not really anything to sort of back him up there. I wonder if that's going to be something that they need to work on to change for Kanga. Because again, Clutchy can make big plays, but it's more than just an individual's game. It's a team game.
And that's where on this map as well, yesterday we saw Void's performance actually be able to shine on through as well on the Phoenix. He was able to get 20 odd kills in the matchup. So hopefully, he's going to sort of be the instigator in these duels to be able to win on that duelist role. They've got 2 duelists to play for on these teams right now instead of your sort of single duelist showstopper play to come on through. But as the plant goes down very, very early on, the deep trap wire from Norton reveals Greg. He's been punished down, and that's a hot hands elimination onto Clutchy. That molly only lasts 4 seconds, Mitch. Clutchy, what he's doing.
But apparently the rest of the team is doing work because Void's been able to find something. Now it's all on a Scroll. Had a big round in the previous, and now they can play this double up. The curveball's going to come out. The curveball's going to come out. And speaking of Void, he apparently wants to find 3. The man, the myth, the legend, and a first round for Kanga.
A well-needed one as well on the back of losing out their first rifle purchase. The Thrifty will get them across the board, and now we might even see them just go Hail Mary, bolster the ball in towards the C site, as they do have the run it back. It's something that they really did like to favor upon. Sending Void first on the run it back, go in with the shock dart, or the recon bolt, sorry, at the same time from Greg, and just push deep in towards C, force Mindfreak into that retake scenario, but then Kanga have to also be careful of where they are going to sit in the post plant, because they did struggle with that a little bit. Down to the wire, 1 versus 1 duels at the end of the round.
You're dead.
There we go. The run it back will come up, and Clutchy is going to take advantage of following that one in. Norson, though, he's able to find the trade. Koro, unfortunately, a couple of missed shots. They do get the information as to where these members of Mindfreak are, but now there's a shock dart over towards the plant. Should do some damage, and it will, but unfortunately, it's not quite enough to take him down. From the shadows, still available for Koro, and he's actually going to go for that teleport play. Where he sends it, though, is a different story. He's going to send it into spawn, and oh, baby, Pex is ready for this, and there's the information being given. does turn it off. It does pull some members away. But now Lakers does find one. However, there's still so much more that needs to be found here. Corey gets one more, but there's Norson again. 2 versus 2 here.
And that deep dart as well is going to spot out some information on towards where exactly Norton is playing from. Lukey, however, gets made an example of, and now it is just down on towards Pex, and the deep molly forces the play that Greg is able to lose his life, and Pex is able to get the defuse.
Oh, it's tight. 1.5 seconds as usual. Very nicely done there from Pex in the end. I'm sort of impressed actually by that teleport in from Koro. You know, the fact that he used it solely to just try and pull Wildflower away for the, you know, to get him away from the site for a little while longer. But that was all Norson. Again, you know, this time on the Cypher as opposed to the Killjoy. We do typically see the Cypher a little bit more on your maps like Haven and of course Bind, as opposed to, you know, your Split and your Ascent. So very, very nicely done from Norson once more to be able to pull it through like he did. Now, 4 rounds for Mind Freak. Kanga not able to ride off the back of their momentum. They will be buying in again, but how long will it last? What is going to be able to teleport back over to the site? And now he sits and waits for the Aldrone to come up. It's Kanga onto the site again.
And Norson completely blind as well. They're going to get overwhelmed. Great execution from Clutchy on towards Watt. Norson, however, waiting for the Cloudburst to potentially fade away. He is just going to be able to escape on through, as we do wait for the Recon Bolt to fade on out. Plant starting to get established. Hunter's Fury as well available for the defense. And the play is good for one, traded on out. Here's that Hunter's Fury that I mentioned. A little bit early for my liking, to be honest with you. As Lukey finds Scroll, the trades are all coming into play. It's Greg again to try to clutch it out against the same 2 players from the last round being alive. We saw Pex be able to clutch it out. The defuse is tapped. It's going to draw out that shock dart. A Recon Bolt available in 1, but he's only got a Spectre. Great tag on towards the face. There's the dart. It is going to force him into the open. He knows the defuse is being stuck. Has to get this shot on towards Norton first, who's toying with him, and Norton will manage to connect upon the face. Defuse will come through for Mind Freak, and this is a really good start for them that they weren't able to find on the first, I guess you would say, 2 maps, if memory serves me correct. Hangar, the mojo has not carried over from map number 1, and I don't really know how exactly they're going to look to bring this one back at the current time. So a little bit of the proceedings for the very beginning of this new round. Kanga, another purchase in the mix. Clutchy to lead the charge into B. There's actually no information gathering ability from Mind Freak here. Play retake over towards it, although Clutchy just absolutely rips Lakers' head off. Freak haircut around. Spike can start to get planted as well. No one here to kind of defend it. Clutchy needs to take this round into his own hands. And he is even looking to do so, though what's being expected of that is just going to find Clutchy. Now the flank starts to come out. Pex tries for elimination, misses the timing opportunity towards the player, and they look to double swing. Still manages to find Greg. These duels that Pex is winning against Greg are starting to really elevate, but this timer on the Spike is ticking away. Void through the blaze ball. Pex though, his head ripped off. The Spike, however, is being stuck. Mr. Cover is covering a lot right now. I don't even think they're going to be able to deny the defuse coming on through. This is a round that Mind Freak should not have been winning, but somehow they managed to. And for those wondering why we might not be hearing Mr. Conky in the words at the moment, he has just had to dip out for a very small millisecond, but he is coming on back. And I think we need to say the same thing for Kanga. They need to come on back into this game because that's a round they should not be losing.
Good day. Did I miss anything? Anything exciting? Looks like Mind Freak have been winning.
Ninja defuse from Mind Freak. Clutchy trying to do his due diligence but getting shut down, I guess is the way to kind of put it.
Very cool.
And
I like it.
Greg also missing another 1 versus 2, unfortunately, against Norson and Pex again.
Very nice. So making their way up long once more. Looks like Hango pretty happy to just sort of try and send that information up towards. There is 3 members of Mind Freak locking down the position as well. I like the aggression up towards short, obviously leaving Wildflower down there nice and early. They're definitely not going to be expecting a great curveball, but he's actually walked past it. A little bit unfortunate there for Wildflower. Now Lakers has to go in and try and find the frag. Scroll's going to be able to drop Void, but Lukey has done well here to find 2 big frags. Now to 3 versus 3. Scroll to find another, but Lukey's picked up 1 more. Lukey's found 4. This is an incredible round here for Lukey Beyond to be able to find the site and the control. Now, all he has to do is find the 1 more frag on 2. Here is what? Walking out now. Lukey, does he peek? Does he go for this information? The dark cover comes down. Just waiting for him to go for that one little sidestep, but he ticks down the clock nice and long.
He doesn't need to peek whatsoever. He doesn't have his camera currently available. Of course, that's still somewhere else, and I think he's going out. Yep, there it is. And for what? I mean, look, we know that Watt is a very, very, very capable player. We've seen it all day. But a 2 versus 1, if you can go, you really shouldn't be losing that.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But then again, it's just like the unfortunate, you know, gut feeling. Lukey's probably sitting there going, boys, I've got 4 kills. Please don't lose this. Please don't lose this. But at the end of the day, it was well clutched out by Watt, you know, to be able to find the shots, obviously getting the opening pick, being able to clear his way around the site, good use of the dark cover to isolate. But yeah, Mind Freak on 7. They're definitely rolling with it here, and I feel like maybe my statement on Ascent was actually set up for Haven, because I said, you know, it was either going to be really, really close, or it was going to go an absolute stomping way, and that looks like this is exactly that for Mind Freak's side so far. Kanga did have a good 1 round, but there hasn't really been too many other, you know, team play shines of life just yet.
The problem is as well, 3 sites to cover on the defensive side, and Mind Freak are doing it very, very well. Retake on 1 potentially, pushes out in the other extremities, and it is looking very good. It's very good Haven play. Now that Void has managed to find an opening pick, which we haven't really seen too many of from Mind Freak, he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place in where he's located himself. But you also kind of look at where Clutchy is. I think he's up in heaven. Yeah, he is.
Good bit of positioning, good bit of control. Clutchy does do very, very well of that, but apparently he can't aim this map, and Scrawl will be able to take him down. Very, very unfortunate for Clutchy there. Coro now needing to reposition. The curveball does come out to go up towards long. Lukey can't quite afford the spray, but Coro will be able to at least find a trade. A good bit of positioning. Brett gives his information away now. The dart does come out, but that is a great, great blind to come through. The paranoia from Coro, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered for Kanga. 2nd round secured, and the bag with that. Very well played from Coro. He's been kind of quiet this series, so nice to see him really pulling through with some impact there. Great trades, great utility usage.
That's 1 round on the board, and Mind Freak are broke. The impact that all the kills that Kanga are still managing to find is keeping Mind Freak honest, which is really good. Though, they are still a world ahead right now. 5 rounds the difference. This is where you need to see Kanga pretty much go in for a flawless run and gather the rest of the rounds in this half. They've got the ultimate to be able to assist them and not rely on them heavily. And as I say that, they're actually dropping on 3 very, very early. Lakers with the Bucky is able to mitigate the run it back, and Clutchy has somehow found Norton jumping on a bloody trampoline with the classic. But things are still going okay for Kanga. What though? He's lurking and dancing around the back of the site. Now breaks here. What's still alive? It's 1 versus 1. It's pistols. But Lukey does get it in the end. It still should not have gone that close.
These rounds have gotten super, super tight, but Kanga, at least they've been able to bring their way back into this one properly.
This goes here.
3 rounds, certainly not something to laugh at. They would love to find at least 2 more though, because 5 would give them a much better sort of grasp on this one. Lakers have been a little bit quiet so far on the defensive side. Might be able to switch it up on the offensive side. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, it's 1 step closer to a 7-5 half that they'll be chasing. Early Hunter's Fury in from Scroll. You've got the sort of default passive approach from Kanga. A tag up actually as well on towards Phoenix. So the heals will come out onto Void, but they have lost Norson. Sorry, Lukey. Clutchy's found what? Killed Central. It's just a little bit scrappy right now.
Cover going out.
Scrappy is definitely the way I would be putting this right now. It certainly looks like they've lost a little bit of momentum, but Scroll, great 2 frags.
Spike down.
And that should be a position where he can lock down the rest of the round for Kanga. Spike has been dropped just in the little cubby, little corner of the site. The information is given. Recon Bolt to come out, obviously, from that spy camp and the shock dart as well to do a little bit of further damage. So basically, they've just got him sort of pushed up against the wall right now. Trying to creep on up now. Has to try and find all the frags on the line. They know exactly where he stands.
It's really good to see that they're not over-peaking here in this 1v3. Lakers is quite low, so they know they're just relying upon Greg to force the issue. It's what you need, you know, you see... Oh my god! Oh my lord! I thought that was going to happen. Not going to lie. Squall will get it done in the end. That pre-fire, holy... At least they win the round for Mind Freak. 3 versus 1. Whew.
Pressure's on. Pressure's on. And look what that's done. Look at the money now for the side of Mind Freak. Don't have the full buy into it. At least Lakers has got that rifle to come through. So now, Spectres. But I guess, yeah, look, it's actually a pretty messy buy for both of the teams, to be quite honest with you. But all the pressure does amount to Kanga. They need this round. I mean, it's certainly not a done game if they're unsuccessful, but they need to at least try to find this one to give them some extra foot to stand on into the next half. It's going to be a tough one playing against Mind Freak. They want to end this series. They want to end this as fast as possible. So they're going to be pushing it hard and fast. Clutchy, though. Great pick, and he should potentially be able to find Wildflower here. Curveball does come out again. Great trade.
I know exactly where.
Yeah, player advantage for Kanga. The Norsen had been overlooked on the site. He's able to escape with a kill on a void. He falls 2, and now Koro for 1 in the trade. It evens things up 2-2. No from the shadows available for Koro, so he can't quickly go get the spike. Relocated over towards the C site. They're actually falling back and still hammering on towards A. This kind of flows in toward the realm for a favorable stance for Mind Freak. They've got the info on the back of, you know, this camera here. Norsen. Actually, no, that's the camera for, no, that is Norsen's camera. Yeah, so he had the information. Koro, though, managed to dispatch of him, and now it is on the scroll.
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
Almost. Almost. We've seen almost that exact round played out a short time ago where Watt was able to clutch it out. This time Scroll, though, cannot. And in the end, it will be Koro who's actually sitting at the top of the scoreboard. He has done a very, very, very good run in the last little while. Very nice to see. Good to see he's got his confidence back because that was basically what Kanga will need to be able to bring their way through. Void and Clutchy have had a relatively slow one. You know, surprising, especially given that I think Void had a 3K in his pistol round as well, wasn't it? Or he had a very good 3K to win one of the first rounds. Can't remember. It was earlier on.
Yeah. Can't quite remember too hard. But we're back into the pistols. And Mind Freak, I mean, they gathered the first pistol in this one, so they're starting to get the pistol game up and activated. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it here. This is the sort of redemption arc that we need to see from Kanga now. They need to start to be able to navigate themselves around, find the pathway to success, find the pathway through these pistol rounds. And Void's opened up for the first blood. Lakers to get the immediate trade, though. Spike is starting to go over towards the C site. Again, more trades going back and forwards in the kill feed. With the player advantage onto Kanga's side. You'd love to see Wildflower Pex be able to get some heals onto his body, but he's not going to be able to do so just yet.
How do they go from here? Obviously being nice and low. Pex does not have the hot hands available to be able to heal himself up. Lukey's in a very, very good position. I don't think they're going to clear this angle as they choose to run through, so it's going to be on Lukey to hit some shots, and ooh, it's a little bit tight, but he does in the end. Now Pex, Wildflower, 1 versus 3. Does have the frenzy available, gets the information. Be able to put a good flash down, but there's the final curveball to go out. It is Clutchy absolutely barreling up that position, but it's a good bit of timing. However, Koro's got one better. Will be able to find the frag. And oh, Kanga, they are coming straight back into this one. Haven, I guess, you know, is a bit more of an equal, maybe 50-50 sort of sided map, but man, you know, you're never gonna count them out here. So first round found by the Green Boys here.
Hang on. Kanga, yep, got it. Don't worry, we're good.
What?
Mentioning colors is very fun. It's good yesterday though, right? We had Pilsky on the color cast and me on the colorblind cast. Kind of leads it on
yes,
a bit of fun.
Very good. That's right. I forgot you're blind as hell.
It's all fun. It's all fun. But here we go. Kanga, it's not fun for them trailing currently. They do at least have that pistol round behind them that they've got an upgrade in the weaponry for this fresh round. Starting to path up towards the C site, however, is Mind Freak. Lots of damage already delivered, however, through that deep dark cover and the flank out from Clutchy as well. He would have heard the camera, so he needs to find the right timing to prod on through. And I think he might be able to. Nope, now it's been seen. Austin knows exactly what's happening, but he's going to overlook the next player in Void. Or maybe not.
Okay. Good little trade there from Norson. Lakers has actually managed to find another one as well, Lukey. At least gets the trade, but now they do start to march towards A, which is actually available for them. Information will be is how quickly they're able to rotate here. Clutchy again has gone for that informational mid play, and what's heard it, so he should be able to at least lock him down. Greg's already all the way back up in heaven. He's gone for the little dart off the side, so he knows where he's going to be. And that dart is actually able to do some damage too, but now Norson, he can go big here. He's the man in the position to try and find the frag. He's even going to try and drop a weapon over for his friend, but Greg is going to be able to find that one. So it's Norson in this 1 versus 2 clutch situation. He's going to be looking to find Clutchy. There's the first bit of information. He's offered, he knows, he shouldered it out to get the information. Swaps around, looking to even put the camera down as well. Now he can be a menace. It's going to be destroyed, but still, he tries to tap onto the spike again, and Norson with the 4K. There we go, Mal. Do you like that one in the chat, Chief?
4K. Maui is happy with that one, although he's just said that he is on par with Norson, so one day maybe we'll be able to see the big old 4K to come out from him. We'll wait and see. A little bit of banter can't go always in the good stead. But look at the impact that that round actually has on towards Kanga, right? That's the round that you would expect them to be able to gather up, and they really don't. So for the buy in this one, it is all over the shop. You got the Vandals being there. You've got Greg now switching over to an Ares on Haven, which is actually kind of interesting. He is going to be positioned over at the A sites, and it kind of just puts a little bit of a loom on this round. So Clutchy opens up on towards Norson, so he's now put to rest. Still, do you feel like we've got solidity in how this map is turning out? Because I still don't. It can still go either way.
I will never put a map like this in the bed because it's just, you never know what actually will end up coming through from it. Clutchy, see what I mean? A little bit shaky there. But at least he does find the frag onto Scroll. So it's a 3 versus 5. Still a bit of a challenge for Kanga to try and lock down. Lakers break the tripwire. The cage does go down. But look at this rotate that they've actually managed to pull. Sending Void all the way back through the spawn. I don't know why they've got so much sort of, happiness to sit towards A right now. At least they are sending Void back. Clutchy can rotate over shortly as well. He's actually going to move his way to the garage. Lakers will be able to receive that information. The paper-thin walls will be spammed through. Void, though, with a bit of timing, does find the site back, and he's got plenty of HP. Spike will be dropped in the corner. But this very well should be a round. No. Yes. It's definitely the round now for Kanga. A little bit unfortunate for Lakers there.
Yeah, he's whiffed that one. Could have found at least one kill in toward the round. It looks like a flawless turn of events here for Kanga. What they needed to be able to bounce back in toward this one. That scrappy buy, as I said, will lead into some upgrades for themselves. Get the Vandals. They got that Ares still. They'll post some shields, all the abilities that they did utilize at the tail end of that round. And for the flip side, Mind Freak, they don't really have such stellar buy that they can get rifles all in this. I kind of feel like on a round such as this, we might see Mind Freak call to group up for a little bit of a rush, send in Pex on the run it back to gather some info, and try to just overwhelm the forces in a numbers advantage at one of the sites. Because remember, it's Haven, there is 3 sites. You're a little bit more spread out on the defensive side, which gives a little bit of line in for the offensive side. If they are together with that numbers advantage, they can bully you out of the site.
So a little bit of a slower approach again here. Pretty happy to send the information over towards C. Try and burn as much as possible of that utility on the side of Kanga, but you know, they're not really budging. It's all going to be the eyes on Lake with that Blade Storm. Lukey, though, does have the information. Do like that cam position. All members, though, pretty much ready to rock and roll for it, but given the positioning of Kanga, although that they have left the site down, look at this, this is great there. Camera will be destroyed, but Lukey doesn't even need a peek right now. Does that actually send all the members out of garage as well? I think it's actually going to. One, there is the curveball, but it's a great shot. Get what? He's good on this Sheriff, but unfortunately, oh no, it's all going downhill. The weapon has come out. This is a very, very, very messy game.
This is a pear-shaped round. Everything's happening in Garage. There's missed blades. There's a missed full clip out of a Vandal. There's pistols being brought out. There's long-winded duels that somehow Kanga are narrowly coming on top of. And now it's on to Norson to try to clutch it out. The neural there for info. The dart's a little bit better. And it's a one-on-one trade in the end with Kanga only surviving on Koro. One step closer to tying things up. But that round is kind of just a ping-pong affair.
Sorry, I just had to take a quick break. Losing my mind a little bit there. But Kanga, maybe this is the brain game. Throwing Mind Freak into disarray. Trying to make their way back into it. Norson doing quite well. Koro's still sort of sitting at the top. But I guess most of the players have sort of woken up across the board. Kanga's scoreline seems to be much more equal than the side of Mind Freak. Again, you know, the members that you expect to be doing well. Of course, in Lakers and Watt. Not really doing a whole lot. Clutchy playing down that short position. This time with the shotgun. Once again, 3 members down towards this A short position. Clutchy does manage to find the frag. 4 members too. So if they get this information early on, Mind Freak might be able to afford themselves with a pretty tasty little rotate.
Clutchy a little bit elevated. Gonna be seen. Gonna be peppered down at 20 HP. Greg's able to steal the frag away. But Watt's able to fight back and bite back in for 1. Lukey is down. There goes all your traps that you had to place around the side as well. But Norson has sleuthed his way in through the B site. He'll be able to give Clutchy a bit of a decapitation. Though he did overlook the second player creeping on through. It might be a bit of a surprise for Greg to throw on through. But that's actually a nice little cage to buy some time and add a little bit of a question mark onto the remainder of this round. Norson can reposition himself. There's 1 ulti tick away from the Hunter's Fury for Greg as well. I kind of would like to see them maybe navigate in and focus for that just a little bit more. If Norson overlooks it, there is the Hunter's Fury now permitted for a bit of retake, but they might not even need to do so. As Void's found Watt, it's all on to Scroll. All the players funneling into the A site. They all line up, and oh my. It's another situation where bodies are being lined up for a 3 versus 1, but the 1 can't just get it done in the end.
Man, oh man. Kanga really starting to bring it back now. They do definitely want that 6th round seed. Of course, it's going to be important to see who has basically the more challenging run leading up to it. To remind everyone watching along at home, of course, we do have some teams that have already found their way into that qualifier, 4 to be exact, and you know the remaining 4 here have also done it. Unfortunately, we did lose Demon out of the pool, but that does give the opportunity to 1 more team, which means, you know what, we've got some more games next week too. Pretty spicy. Tell you that much. Now they start moving on up. Are they going to be able to find anything here? Great start from Koro. Void, here we go. Opening up onto 3. Scroll getting that trade back onto 2, but Clutchy to close it. 3 live along for Kanga, and I don't know, Mind Freak, maybe the maybe they've lost the air in their tires here.
Yeah, they've hit a pebble and it's just bleeding on through right now, and not just, you know, a rock or a boulder, just a small little pebble. You know, we've seen some individual plays to come through from Kanga, a bit of luck, but also some rounds where you kind of just meant like questioning what is this game we are watching right now. It's just kill central, left, right, and center. It's whiff central as well being thrown into the mix. It's like a bit of a tornado has just come in towards the game. It's just sent everyone everywhere that you don't know what is happening. But we clean slate it here, Mitch. It's 9-9. Kanga might look to take the lead here.
Take flight.
So how do they choose it here? Rotate start to come through for Kanga. Big little teleport under Heaven coming out from Watt. Did sort of send that one away with the dark cover up inside Heaven. Now they'll take the A site here for free. So they should be able to find the plants. A nice little attempt there from Wildflower, but nothing else will come through for the time being. Lakers, good position. There's one. Make it a second Lakers. Again, quiet game, but finally he warms up a little bit more. Paranoia to come out from the other side. Finally, Spike about to go down. It's 3 versus 5. It's going to be a very, very hard retake for Kanga. Do they just save this one?
I think I wouldn't put it past them to save this weaponry. The money will permit them another purchase to come in through. When you've got a run-it back coming out from Pex coupled with the from the shadows from Watt, they just gather so much information on the site. And if that's the site you're playing retake at, there's just no way you can get back into it, unfortunately. And for Kanga, they just have to concede this one. It's really well placed for Mind Freak to gather this at the cost of 2 of their ultimates, but they still have the reliability on these Blade Storm available and that Hunter's Fury a little bit later on the track. This is the situation where you're kind of going to start to see the combination of all the information that they've gathered in throughout this matchup and just alter things a little bit here and there to really elevate themselves and chase that win.
So the save and the flawless to come out from Mind Freak. All 5 members living on. Very, very important for them to go into the next. But look, at the end of the day, money's still looking pretty okay. Looks like Clutchy and Greg are going to be able to drop over for Koro and Lukey, which means that they will have enough to get the job done. I don't actually know what's the communications that are going on right now. Surely Clutchy can just drop over. There you go. Finally, the call is made. That will happen in a second. Now, 5 Vandals versus 4 Vandals and a Operator. Let's see what Clutchy has in store for us. And again, just looking at the kills, it is actually sort of relatively evenly spread. I don't know. Could be better, but it looks like, oh no. That's the thing with the Operator. One small step, and the shots can go array. Now moving on up. Battle of the Owl Drones. Not really a whole lot to speak about right now. It's basically Mind Freak trying to establish as much mid control as possible, but given the fact that they've taken the lead back, try and get into the heads a little bit more here for Kanga. Still a minute 10 left on the clock.
Dark cover towards Garage, dash on through, but Void ready for that as well. Now Lukey just drops on through. A little bit ambitious, but manages for one. Koro as well, lining up on that scoreboard, and things are crumbling for Mind Freak. It's all on to Scroll to try and bring it back, but the last thought in the chamber gets it done for Koro. The 3K on the board, and we get tied up again. Just a sort of slow-paced round where all the action is contained, but you're able to follow it. I like those rounds.
Was that subtle Komodo BM? Incredible.
No.
I'm joking.
No, that's well placed out methodical rounds where you can just track it all. It's good.
Yeah, it's easy to keep up instead of going, okay, there's 5 members hitting each other with pool noodles.
Exactly.
Let's see what happens as a result. Yep. Not fair. Agree. Oh, look, at the end of the day, it's 10 to 10. Mind Freak was so far ahead. Kanga's been able to sort of feel it back. I kind of have a feeling that both of these teams have switched off a little bit, but regardless, winning will be imperative. Koro sitting up at that top position, doesn't find anything. Void down the bottom with the curveball. It's a good one. And that might be able to find the damage. Yes, he will. And you know what that is, Theon? Oh, not quite. Never mind. I'll...
Now it is.
Okay, there it is. Yeah.
I just see the shot that coming through.
Yeah.
I see the shock that coming through and I'm like, yeah, there's no escaping that one. You've already hit your S key. You're going backwards. You're stuck now. Valorant ain't going to let you out of that one. And I mean, just look at the rounds in a row that we've kind of seen Kanga get now. That's 6 out of 7. They've only faltered 2 rounds in this half so far. Attacker's side seems to be weak for today. I think that's what we're gathering. The defensive side has been all right. Or was it the flip side on Ascent? We already had 2 maps in, lots of OT. I'm misremembering things now.
So how do they approach this one? Already taking it down to very much the wire as we edge close to full regulation. Spike still dropped, waiting to see if there's going to be any aggression to come out from the side of Mind Freak or Kanga. They are just sort of still leaving it very heavily stacked over towards that C side, just leaving the one member in Greg to sort of sit waiting outside A, playing full retake. But Mind Freak really haven't cleaned up sort of enough positioning to find out what the stack sort of position looks like. Yet to go into garage, yet to sort of make any play towards B. If they actually do head up mid like they're looking to, they might afford themselves a pretty good situation. Great shot there from Lakers. Catching Clutchy off guard. And now they can probably march towards B because there's nobody home and there's Lakers with another. Finally, we see him wake up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's another case of yesterday's Bind game where he just needs an operator in his hand and he can get things happening. The rifle seemingly getting me a little bit off guard. Speaking about off guard, oh my god, Koro! He just came in for 3. Now the paranoia comes out. He does get decapitated in return, but that's a lot of information and it's all back onto the pressure now for Greg. Again, look who's alive though. It's Pex and it's Norson. These 3 players have been alive for 4 rounds or something now, where it still goes just Mind Freak's way. is not. It's his Achilles heel, Greg. Those two players.
Norson and Koro. They've been the absolute standouts in this one. Scroll also. Very, very strange to see sort of, you know, what this has sort of been going on. I just don't know, like, what, to me, what has been happening with Mindfreak? That's what I'm trying to work out, you know? Like, when you are on a map like Haven, obviously it's very, very challenging to really lock down the sites. You know, it's like, do we sort of play very spread out and have, you know, 1 or 2 members on each site? Do we play full retake on one of them? Do we, you know, try and aggress? Do we try and take control? It can always be a very, very confusing situation. And now Lakers, he's actually made a confusing decision, which is put him into the position where he's taken down by Clutchy. Great trade, though, by Scroll. Both members overextending and out of position there. That's a 4 versus 4. Boyd's going to be able to get the hot hands down. Should put very, very awkward scenario there. But in the end, he is taken down. Another great pickup by Scroll. Scroll with 3. The Sova has been going massive in this one. Mindfreak at the advantage, but Koro, he's inside garage. They don't want to be toying that one just yet. He does go for the push. Does miss the shot, though. A little bit challenging, a little bit scary, back and forth.
50 seconds. One team here gathers series point or overtime point, whichever way you look at it. Because we've had 2 of those already. And if this one doesn't go to OT, it's already gone all the way regulation. So just one step over the fact that in toward Void's clutches. He finds the spike, and that's information now over towards his teammate in Koro. The dark cover is going to be utilized. He can heal himself up a little bit in his blaze wall as well. So he's going to be doing that. But did the reload get hurt from Koro? It didn't. There's a spike again. Kanga finding loose bullets, finding opportunities into the loose members of Mindfreak. And now Pex. Even if Koro loses this duel, it doesn't matter because there's no time to get the spike to the site. This round is Kanga's.
10 seconds left.
Going up.
Oh, man.
Oh, wait.
Are we going to go to overtime again?
Yeah, there we go.
I can feel overtime for a 3rd map in a row. That's
well, that was
maybe they're doing this to mess with us, Dion.
That was a force up from Mindfreak though. So this like round isn't the best weaponry at all.
No, not at all. Not at all. Sheriff for Norson. What's Pex going to be picking up? The Sheriff as well. Lakers only with the Spectre. But this is the thing, right? The fact is Mindfreak have worse weapons, so maybe they'll play the round a bit smarter.
Yeah, we've seen so many thrifties and clutches with this lesser weaponry that it might just work out for them. I still don't know how to put this in my hands. We're going to have a tactical pause come out from Kanga right now.
Just a little discussion, cheeky one to see. Maybe they're just trying to sort of work themselves out, going, how are we going to have this sort of final run, see what the go is. They've got that final sort of opportunity to close this one. They don't want to allow it to go overtime again. Kanga has had this chance. They had it in the previous map to close out Ascent in its entirety. And unfortunately, they didn't get it through. So that's why now we're sitting on Haven. Are they going to be able to find it? So getting that cheeky little Al drone up again.
Nowhere to run.
The ultimate's also going to be coming out, so just trying to get that early information. Nothing going to be spotted by the Hunter's Fury either, so it is going to be the A site that's still playing relatively sort of retake at this point in time. But again, despite the early utility usage, there's no movement yet from Mindfreak.
Yeah. You've still got these ultimates available on the side of Kanga as well. From the Shadows for info, Neural Theft for info, 50 seconds to creep up on towards A. I think we might even see a bit of retake shock darts to be thrown out from Mindfreak just to buy a little bit of time. But here we go, Mitch. Are we going into OT or are we going into victory for Kanga? The GG to be thrown on through. Spike starting to go on down. The shock dart's already used out from Greg. Now it's hard to plant 5 versus 5. This is gonna be sticky.
Clutchy does find the opening with the Blade Storm there. The shock darts are coming through, but nothing is connecting as of yet. Still, there is time. It's going to be Lakers to get on up, and he's going to be punished by Greg. Now Clutchy trying to find this information. It's going to be Wildflower to find another, but Norson and Scroll, they've been so good all game, and now they are again. And there it is. Scroll to take us to
Out of
overtime.
charges.
Kanga's pause apparently meant nothing,
Switching
and so
sides.
did our Cast the
Overtime.
Curses, because we are seeing overtime again. And I think the Kanga staff are going to be ripping their hair out in the chat right now. Second lost opportunity for Kanga.
Who are we asking more for dollary dues here? Because this best of 3 series is certainly going the damnedest, deepest game that I've ever casted. 3 maps, lots of overtime. Oof.
The only thing that I can think of that potentially challenges that is that, what, like 70 round Mirage game? That,
Oh, that I
Brewster
did
and
like
Chiefs.
way back when.
Yeah.
I remember that
Yeah.
one. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh. That was a long series, yeah.
I don't remember the last time I've personally had 3 overtimes in a best of 3. It's like, you know, there's typically maybe like one really long one that happens, but not to this level, which means that, look, it's a close game, and I can't really overly criticize either of the parties in this one. The spike will go down now. Void is going to be looking to take that control, does find Watt. Now it's going to be a very challenging retake for Mindfreak.
Be down.
Yeah, a bit of a challenging one right now. You got the flank coming out from Norson, but you've got the extra flank coming out that he's just heard as well. The footsteps of Greg getting the better of him. The blade on through the tap of the defuse. Blaze ball to at least get a little bits of information obscured, but Clutchy catches the right frag at the opportune timing, but Lukey's even on for the flank, and Kanga will win out the round to get 1 step ahead in this OT.
Switching sides.
There it
Match
is.
point.
Kanga take it to match point again. Not just series, like competition point for themselves, basically. They're not going to be playing anymore. They've played maybe, you know, what, 40 rounds, 50 rounds more than they've needed to right now. No, I won't go that far. Definitely
like
at least
10.
20 plus. Nah, because even in the last map, you know, they got to series points so early. And then in this one, they've certainly, you know, let it run to the absolute wire again. Mindfreak have done well to really bring it through. But again, it's Norson. Obviously one of the newer additions to this Mindfreak roster. You know, we typically saw it as Avant. And after a few little changes, we see Norson come into the fray, and he has been doing swimmingly. He's going to be doing some damage into Clutchy as well. Scroll's going to find that plant, and Lakers, he's going to catch off Greg. This could be another overtime unless we see something big from the remaining members of Kanga.
Lukey's going to be lurking in toward Garage right now. All they need to make sure is they're watching the extremities around the site. You can see that Kanga are just navigating themselves around to try and catch a couple of frags. Clutchy will manage to find Norson, and on through. Pex manages to get a trade out onto Lukey. Little by little, the members are falling on the side of Kanga, and we might be going over to another overtime unless Clutchy and Void can get something situated right now. Scroll to remove Clutchy, and Void to fall, and we just bring it back full circle, and we go again.
Switching sides.
I feel like I'm in love
Overtime.
with Scroll and
Broken
Norson
record?
at this point in time. The amount of time I've been saying their names. It's pretty crazy how well they've been doing. Scroll's, you know, now touching on 30. Koro's not far away himself either at 28. Really, it's a good performance across the board. Like, the only people that I'm a little bit surprised of on the Mindfreak side is Lakers and Watt. But with that being said, they're not playing horribly. You know, Watt still obviously had that really pivotal 1v2. Lakers has had some very nice entries, you know, playing a duelist, how a duelist should be played. However, certainly is out of character for Lakers. He is not having the performance that I would be expecting, waiting for that recon bolt to come up, but nothing is there. And now it's going to be a seaside hit, Wild Cloud open. That's going to be a cheeky little curveball to come out. The Blaze Ball to keep him there as well, Dion.
Oh, that's a perfect reveal. That could be shock darts going over there. That could be Molotovs, or rather the hot hands from Phoenix, but it is going to be afforded the escape for Kanga. Still, they are a player down and an impactful one at that Void. That's opportunities. That's the Blaze Wall. That's the curveballs to get in as well, you know. You can't be dropping players really early on. Mindfreak defenses, it does work out for them at Seaside, and just throw Kanga back at a wall, and they have to just bounce back off it. They have to reassess their situation, and their position here, Mitch, is back towards A.
Who's going to go big? The man himself, the myth. It's Norson. Sitting inside the very, very deep line of heaven. Does have the cage to give himself some extra space as well. The camera has yet to be spotted. Now he has the information. Now he can start to call for the rotates. He wants to do something, but he has to just lay patient. He finds the first frag. What a pick
so
here from
dirty.
Norson. He's done so much work, and now Lakers pushing on up
enemy
here, trying to find something.
Spike
Norson will
down
go
A.
down as Greg does find him at Scroll with the trade, and now it's all on the Clutchy. 1 versus 4, and this should be a 14th round pick up for Mind Freak in overtime number 2. Clutchy dashes up, does a little bit of a 360 because he's given up the GOAT, and now that will be Mind Freak putting themselves
Switching
on
sides.
series
Match
points.
point.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Clutchy that he did purchase up the operator into it, you know, on that offensive side. A 1 versus 4 situation, 15 seconds. There's no way he's getting that done. If he had the Blade Storm, maybe a little bit of a miracle, or maybe even a rifle, but for all the troubles, it's Mind Freak to gather a leg up, an advantage right now. Kanga need to gather this one to be able to continue on in this overtime scenario. Otherwise, we are getting Mind Freak victory at that 6th spot and Kanga at that 7th spot.
Looking to take control. Clutchy, he spotted out the gun barrel, which means he will be able to find a frag on a Norson. This time Clutchy had a friend, and it appears to have paid off. Greg, very well done to join him there. They're still yet to pick up that spike as well. Watt's going to be heading over towards to collect it. One member going down short. This time again, it's going to be Clutchy going for those risky plays. Once more, though, he does have the information. This is what you want to see coming out from someone like Clutchy, not going for those solo plays, having the team support him in doing so. He can find the space, he can find the picks, but he needs his team to be backing him, and that's exactly what's happening in this round. They've got all the information, all the control, and now that's Lakers to dash through, destroying the tripwires, but Lukey's going to find him, and now it's a 5-on-3. This is, again, Kanga looking to take it to overtime number 3.
Well, that's a good flash as well. Pex is getting penetrated on down to 36 points of HP. Now down to 0. The Tombstone. Pex was here, and so was Mind Freak, because not a single player is surviving. Kanga gathered the round flawlessly. And like a broken record, we go again. Next OT. And this is only the first series of the day, Mitch.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Indeed it is. First series of the day. 2 members up on 30 being Scrawl and Koro. Very, very good results here to come out from these guys. Again, just feel like we need to see a little bit of extra lifting from some certain members of these teams. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just very, very odd, you know? It's such a game of tug of war, tit for tat. Like, I feel like both of these teams are just in a really sort of awkward mental scenario and not really knowing how they want to approach each one. Certainly being thrown by the length of this series.
Well, we've seen Void lose his life at the top of C before. Not going to be happening for the current time as Clutchy manages to find Wildflower. Watt falling, Scroll back to 1. The C site's opening opportunity for Scroll. Keep Mind Freak alive around it. 3 versus 3, still a very recoverable scenario. Taking out the duel. Void only gathers a little bit of information that Lakers has utilized the dash and also used a bunch of his hit points in the duel. Our drone's going to miss its mark as they do look to escape. This retake can go any way, any team's way. Void finds Lakers down to low HP. Great sacrifice to destroy his body. Still here to destroy that dart. Now Scroll has Hunter's Fury to get this information. They need to get on the defuse first. And he only tags up for 80. That's really unfortunate from a Hunter's Fury.
Thought he did the additional information there, or the damage, but no, there we go. They tap onto the defuse, and now it's Scroll that has to go in, has to try and make a play. They're going to go for the dual peek. There's no, it's actually Greg to find it. Now that should surely be the round. I think it very much is. All he needs to do is peek. He does find 4. He's not going to get the ace in this round, but it doesn't matter anyway. Apparently only non-impact frags for Scroll in this round, as he will go down, and that is going to be Kanga finding series point again. With 15 rounds, please collect this next one, good sirs. I don't think I can take it much anymore.
I'm just trying to think in my head, have we only seen these rounds in OT gathered by the offense? We haven't, right? We've mainly seen it on the defense, and that's like one of the first offense ones?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Too much overtime today, man.
Indeed. Certainly been a long run. But look, we know how good God Squad are, and it's going to have to be the other boys at Fun Crew doing some work. But now I've said that, they're going to just punish us by making us go to 3-map OT as well. We'll see. Lukey receiving that information now. Getting the cam off, going to be able to get the bolt down at 2. So now, the full side is being taken by Mindfreak. Lakers does find one as well. 5 versus 4. Does Kanga have it in them, or will Mindfreak take it to OT3?
Well, that Our drone is going to be destroyed from Scroll. At least makes him dodge the second shock dart. Another blaze wall out. They're both utilized. Pex is in a very unfortunate situation now, getting tagged, but it does expire in the end. Kanga, they're getting held at bay by all the utility usage of Mindfreak. Lukey starting to get some shots out. Wildflower Pex has been taken on through. Void as well, starting to situate ourselves for a Kanga victory here. Mid only onto what? And there it is. There's the victory. Koro for the 3K in the end. This series has gone the distance. And finally, we're done in a Counter-Strike-esque map scoreline, 16-14 for Kanga.
There it is. The man who was having a relatively quiet series in Koro during the rest of the course of this competition has fired up. He has shown up and he's put in the numbers under that omen to really get what the side of Kanga needed. And they are going to be your victors here for this 6th seed. Ultimately, that means Mindfreak will be going for the 7th seed. And now we get to go to the Thunderdome shortly, not too far away. Of course, it will be Fun Crew versus the side of God Squad. So again, well done, of course, to the boys in both Mindfreak and Kanga. There was some very exciting plays, and whilst the game itself certainly had some questionable moments, at least there was plenty of high octane to keep us entertained, and I'm sure that you guys in the chat as well to take it to 3 OTs.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that one. Of course, 84 rounds in total played across all of those best of 3s. We're finding positions of these players where, you know, they're whiffing things, they're hitting phenomenal things. There's multi-frags galore time and time again, but now the only thing we're missing is potentially our voices, because that's only series 1 done for the day. Dallas, I told you, OT.
Exactly that, Komodo. And I mean, what an amazing series we've just seen there. Double overtime, single overtime on map number 2, then triple overtime there on map number 3. Kanga will be getting the win here in this series over Mindfreak. So they will be solidifying themselves that 6th seed position for the regional finals. Obviously, Mindfreak will be taking the 7th seed position. So they're both still very much in the tournament. So both do have some very positive things to look forward to moving towards the regional finals there. Obviously, up after the break, we will have God's God taking on Fun Crew. Let's see how that one's going to go. We're obviously going to go to a quick break and give our casters some time to, you know, have some water, replenish their wonderful voices. And when we get back, we'll be on to our grand final match here for our qualifiers. Don't go anywhere.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya. Oh, it's still in the garage. Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
Kia ora and welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania tour brought to you by LPL. I'm, of course, old Dallas Fight City. Joining me here, Dion and Mitch, my amazing casters from across the ditch. And, I mean, if you're just joining us now, guys, we've just seen Kanga and Mindfreak duke it out in an absolute endurance battle of a best of 3 here, just looking to qualify who was getting 6th and 7th seed for our regional finals. And Kanga did manage to pick up that win over Mindfreak 2-1. Let's not forget about the 5 overtimes we've just seen there, but let's look forward as to what we've got coming up now. We're going to see God Squad taking on Fun Crew in a best of 3 series as well. And, you know, I mean, this is going to, hopefully, we see just as many overtimes. I know you two probably aren't looking forward to any more of those, but let's have a look today. Let's have a look forward at a couple of these teams. You know, first up, we're going to be taking a look at Fun Crew. And, you know, you guys talked about them in their last one, Dion. So talk us through Fun Crew here. You know, what do they need to bring to the table to take down the boys of God Squad today?
We've just had so much of Kanga and Mind Freak that's still in my head, so let's try and get it over in toward this next game, shall we? Romski's going to be picking up that Jet, of course. Mage is going to be looking to get out, you know, your sort of duelists on your Phoenix, as well as your Sage. You know, he brings it on in through that, so it'll be interesting to see what maps we are going to get that have forced out the different agents. Of course, Jungle, where, you know, your sort of standard smoker. I like that Jungle still brings out the Brimstone when we get over to different maps. Weshes, he's going to be bringing out, you know, your sort of Sentinels as well, bringing out your Cypher. But we've got Fang Map actually stepping in today in for Easy. So it should honestly, you know, be still a pretty strong team. At the end of the day, they are going up against God Squad. They may have their work cut out for them, but they are definitely capable of pushing it to the third map. That is, without a doubt, in my mind, possible.
Interesting. Have you ever seen me and Easy in the same place at the same time?
It's all a conspiracy.
just a little bit of food for thought there. But anyway, moving on to God Squad. We've all got the pictures here. Mitch, talk us through God Squad.
The boys, the men, the, you know, undisputed champions almost of our region. Basically, we've obviously got Iron on the Cypher, Dizzy, one of the best Jets around, and you know, he's been around for a very long time across multiple FPS titles. Crunchy, you know, basically seeding himself effectively as the best smoker in the region, mainly picking out those Omens and Brimstones. Flick's probably the best player in the region. You know, the guy is absolutely incredible. Going to be, you know, flexing between maybe sometime picking up the Sage and then the Duelist. And then old mate Bob, who is also an incredible player. Sometimes picks up the IGL here and there as well, but an incredible Sova player and also can take out those breaches and stuff like that as well. But look, God Squad, incredible team. And they want to prove themselves as the best team in the region again today, as they will have a lower seed in the competition due to not competing in the first qualifying run.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's, you know, just taking a look at our key matchup here. You know, Dizzy up against Ronski. Dion, you want to talk us through why this is sort of standing out to us today?
Yeah, so again, we're going to be bringing in the duelist on the Jets and everything, looking toward our operators, looking toward our rifles. I think one of the biggest things over on Fun Crew, again, I mentioned it yesterday, is Ronski needs to just be very consistent and coherent with the team to make sure that they are a tight-knit unit and that they're all functioning how they need to. For Queshist on that roster as well, one thing that I'll point out, and I mentioned it on Haven yesterday when we were seeing Queshist try to just get his trap wires on through. A little niche. I want to see his actually nail his trap wires today, please. But for this sort of lineup, you know, looking for our big entries, Dizzy has been, I don't know, a little bit quiet throughout the series. I kind of feel the rest of his team has really just been putting up the performances. So I'm excited to see how God Squad are going to tackle it up today. I think a little bit of a redemption arc for them as well because of how much they dropped against Mind Freak yesterday. It definitely is, you know, a case of the strats being revealed again that Fun Crew might want to try and reveal. And yeah, if we get Icebox, I'm going to be very excited. I'm sorry, Mitch. Which cat, Cloud or Miller?
This is Cloud. He's a small, happy boy.
Oh my
very
goodness.
comfy fella.
I didn't
He
know
was
it was
coming in looking for some attention.
I didn't know it was bring your pet to the office day. You know, I wish I could have done that. Would have been
What do you
out
have,
of lockdown. Oh, mate, I've got nothing, but that's why I would have pretended to get something just for the day. Oh, this is my dog that I'm borrowing for the day, just to look cutie pie on the stream for everybody. But let's have a look at the map veto, shall we, guys? What are we going to be seeing? It is indeed God Squad taking us back to Icebox. Fun Crew will be taking us to Bind, and if we need it, we will be going to Split. And I mean, with the current way the day's been going, it's going to be a fair few overtimes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And so, you know, just before we went live here as well. You know, Dion, you were mentioning to me around, you know, the difference between, you know, how they play Icebox, you know, in NA versus, you know, down here, down under.
Yeah.
So what do you expect to see? Do you think that Icebox has played maybe a little bit better down under?
I don't know if it's better because we haven't had the opportunity to travel overseas, given the world affairs, to be able to challenge that through. Like, I was watching the 100 Thieves games, you know, earlier this morning and everything. I was just watching how the Icebox was sort of played in that locale. They were getting at, you know, your Killjoys, your Sovas, your Omens, and your Jet and your Rays, I think it was. As the sort of 5 lineup. It was a mirror match being brought on through. You rarely see, you know, you could see the niche little pick of the Viper come on through, but I think there's just different metas being established in all of the regions. You look at the metas across all of the maps as we go to look to get in towards the map in a short segment, you know. It is your Viper sort of being brought in here. You look over towards Split and everything. You've got your breaches in your sort of Korean meta and everything. It's the regions establishing their own little metas. And for when we get the land scenario, the circuits around the world that we're all playing against each other, that's where the meta fumblings will start to come through. And I'm so excited for when we see those.
Yeah, and I mean, like you mentioned as well, I think earlier in this, we had about we've been onto Icebox twice, you know, God Squad taking us there, you know, twice now, just from them alone. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they're bringing to the table. So without further ado, let's get into match number 1 of our grand final. It's going to be, I'll let the boys take it over. Konkmoto, take us away.
It is going to be Icebox, the man, the myth, the legend. Thank you, Dallas, for sending us over to another map. This will be our 4th today, but it feels like the 12th. But we are going to be moving into seeing the 2 teams that have made it to the top of this qualifier, and that is going to be, of course, the guys at God Squad, formerly known as EXO, and the Fun Crew. Now, Fang Map is going to be coming into the fray on that Sage, which is a commonality from him. If anyone is unaware, Fang Map used to be a part of that core roster before they brought on Jungle Wow and, of course, Major and Ronsky, I do believe. That was a part of the original squad, whereas the God Squad, they've actually been very similar pretty much all the way leading into where we are now in competition. Very minimal changes. There was at the very start of the game, but, you know, they have been the staple team in our region for a very, very long time. Let's see how it will come out. Jungle Wow on that Viper Dion, as you mentioned, and we'll be seeing the same from Iron.
Yeah, this is a mirror match to be brought on through. You know, of course, I am going to welcome that one to come on down. And as I did kind of mention, you know, just completely different in how we play Icebox here as opposed to the other regions. But I love this aggression coming through from Fun Crew. God Squad have their work cut out for them in this pistol round.
I was just forgetting that I remember that Iron always played Killjoy on this map. But anyway, so there we go. It's going to be, of course, Bob on the Viper, which you'd love to see. He always plays those niche roles and the ones that are very impactful. So I'm very keen to see how he's going to play that one through. So walking back through, Fun Crew have already gone for that aggression, trying to make their way through and catch off guard early. Ronsky looking to find it. Doesn't. Interesting, he's picked up the pistol round Sheriff. Not exactly something super common, but Crunchy's got to find that trade with the Classic and pick up the Sheriff accordingly. Still a winnable round for Fun Crew, for God Squad rather, given that Fun Crew have got 2 low members right now from the early aggression.
Yeah, we sort of slow it on down right now. Fun Crew, that works out favorable for them because the heals can start to come through. You're already seeing up on that tally that Sage is self-healing at the current time. Playing in all the way through, though, toward bottom nest. Fang Map is overlooking Crunchy. That's an opportunity to get back into the round for God Squad, as they do have this wall still available as well. It's going to go on up potentially, but they need to clear all the corners because it's only 10 seconds to go. It's going to be a little bit of a deeper wall, but maybe they use it a little bit later to last a little bit longer, especially with these pistols. Heals can come on through, but they overlook Flank and Major. He manages to find Flicks, pushes dispatches of Crunchy, and Pistol is Fun Crew.
I was about to say that was a little bit of a scary scenario for Fun Crew to find the first 2 opening picks and then going up against 2 of the best players in the region in Crunchy and Flicks, but it does not come out for them, unfortunately. It will be Fun Crew finding that first, 3 members living on. Let's see how God Squad choose to play into this next one. Again, of course, it is going to be Fun Crew starting on the defensive side, and that is off the back of God Squad picking up this Icebox. Crunchy, the only member with the frag so far in the server, and they are just going to go for the gentle sort of purchase in it. Just a cheeky Sheriff, maybe a Ghost for Dizzy as well, but they will be respecting the position of Fun Crew, not wanting to let them get those 3 early rounds, not contesting it early on. Just going to let them have this round potentially here. And it looks like they've actually sort of gambled into this one as well with the 2 Sheriffs for Fun Crew, so that could get a little bit dicey. We know how some of these second rounds can, you know, still go very, very closely. And look how much green is on your screen right now. Oh my god. Toxin screen will fall away. Now they're just sort of playing around for this position. I do like the location from Major up on this box. Jungle giving us away the information as to what he has in hand, obviously only being that Sheriff. And Major, that's actually a bit of a rough contest for him. He's actually going to be taken down to 30 and have to fly away from there. Is he also rather low, but he will be healed up by Crunchy on the way through. Now Bob to get towards this position, clearing up. The Acid Cloud will force them away, though. Pretty much all they looked for was just that orb. Now they're going to settle and still wait. So they've played plenty of time so far, God Squad.
Yeah, Jungle Wow's just going to be poised around the cargo container of yellow. Wait and see where God Squad are looking to take this with these pistols. The orb is back on through, funneling them down into Jungle Wow's crosshair. If you can call it a crosshair, it's a dot hair. A couple of good shots. Flicks will be able to bounce back for one. Still left. Player advantage for Fun Crew. God Squad can't really rotate over towards the A site. They are locked in towards B main. And he's going to get destroyed over here at long. Flesh is to find Plix, and I don't really know if we're going to see any more kills come out from the God Squad. There goes Iron, and now Crunchy to probably fall in quick pursuit too.
They played that very, very slow and patient, God Squad. They let it run down to exactly the wire in that situation, and I guess off the back of it, Fun Crew did quite well. They didn't really lose out on much, and now they are going to actually avoid playing bonus and go for that big boy buy. A couple of members will be sort of keeping the money gentle around them. It looks like, there we go, there's going to be the purchase in. Fang Map is going to use the Marshall, and it's only Ronski who's gone for the big purchase in, and that means that he's pretty confident that even if they are unsuccessful into the next round, he's going to be able to buy up into his knives, because they are obviously only 3 out of 6 before he's able to get that ultimate up. So, God Squad, are they able to pull it back here? All Fun Crew continued their streak after winning that pistol round.
You still got these marshals to be thrown in the mix for Fun Crew. Of course, first rifle round for God Squad. They'll be able to see what they can contain on through. One of the things that we might look to see later on the defensive side, especially from God Squad, is the aggression at the A site when they run up towards the pipes. They haven't really seen it too hard just yet from Fun Crew, of course. The operator now has been revealed. Hands of Ronski. As he falls back, Major finds Bob. Let's just focus all down now on the side of God Squad. Resurrection is actually available to come out from Crunchy as paint shells do miss. Dizzy can still sit up on top of this site and kind of dance with it. There is that res actually. It turns into favor for God Squad now. Really starting to get these kills attributed to themselves.
Oh. Dizzy's done really, really well here. I was just pointing out that wallbang on the Ronski as well, which has completely sent them on the back foot now. Just 2 members remaining as Dizzy's found the 3K. He wants to try and collect some more, but he actually spins around on a little pivot there. Plix is going to be able to trade it out, and Ronski pretty much just has to run away and save. Now, Dion, I have not really had a chance to watch much of Fun Crew. So, were you saying that Ronski was still like a little bit disconnected from the team? Because I'm seeing that early on.
He needs to be a player that is very cohesive with the team. He needs to be making sure he's marrying up angles with the rest of them. At times, you'll see him kind of take the mantle of himself, reminiscent of a Clutchy, you know, go in for those duels, see what he can find by himself, and then fall back to marry up with the team. But for right now, yeah, on missing that first operator shot, he kind of just head for the hills. I guess it's the talk of the crew to just make sure that they are keeping that operator in, right? Because in what they do in the remainder of that round, in him saving it, they've got it again that they can rely upon.
Funny. Let's see if they can turn that around, because as we mentioned, you know, they do have that full buy coming in here now. Major getting aggressive, but he might actually be punished by Plix here. Plix has done well to find Fang Map, and now he's clearing his way around. He's not having any bar of this, you know, sort of early advantage from Fun Crew right now. Again, we know Plix to be one of the best players in the region, relatively uncontested. Dizzy going to find some shots with those knives. Nothing will connect as of yet. Of course, still has the Bucky in hand. Fletcher's just seeing if he can fire a couple of warning shots over, but in this 5v2, it's definitely going to be God Squad trying to bring this next round through. The main thing is, how many rifles are they going to let Fun Crew run away with? Because their money's going to be reset regardless. They don't really want to give them an opportunity to be able to do any damage into it. But there's Iron on the flank. He's done well. 1 versus 4 in Fleshest. He should certainly be going down here unless he can find the right timing in the kitchen, which he has so far.
Everybody needs to be very remembering in the fact that Iron does not play traditional Valorant. He is always going to be lurking, and you have to make sure you don't get caught off guard by it. The authentic lurk experience is Iron, and I mean, he's just found a kill on the back of it. Flesh just is trying to hold on to this rifle, make sure it doesn't get sacrificed, and see what they can do into the next round, which Dizzy does get him in the back of the head. That's very unfortunate as well, seeming as the spike did explode. But yeah, for Fun Crew, they are back to the eco in this round. The Bucky's been brought on through for him. Dizzy, of course, has the Bucky saved over because the Blade Storm was utilized. So I think this here might be a round where you see God Squad maybe hold W.
Potentially. Why wouldn't you? I guess the problem would be, you know, if they do manage to fall into some sort of a stack from Fun Crew, that would be definitely not what they want. But you know what? At the end of the day, EXO, or God Squad, former EXO, they're a bunch of aimers as well. They can all hit their shots. None of them are exactly, you know, lacking in the shoot ability. So they definitely can be going up against these Angels with no real pressure on it. It's just they don't clear their lines when they run up against this one. And it does look like it's a stack towards that B position. Only having Fleshest inside mid with his Sheriff, waiting to see if anything will come through. But they've played it nice and passive, which I actually do like to see from God Squad. They haven't overextended. They're clearly giving the side of Fun Crew some respect. Dizzy just waiting to see if there'll be any aggression towards his position, which for ThangMap still there is not so far.
Yeah, we just kind of simmer in the fact that this is a slow-paced round, no holding W's. God Squad don't want to lose themselves to a potential stack. They'll just clear out all their angles. Bob is really pushed far forward here on the site with Iron as well, so no work happening right now from them. It's Dizzy actually going to be the last little soldier to marry his way over towards the A site, just on that Marshall. Spike will go down. You'd expect that Fun Crew are just going to throw what they can at this round. It is just those half-fires that have the rifles in the next one.
30
Now Iron
seconds
can
left.
situate his alarm bot pretty deep, can get some nano swarms onto the Spike as well. If, you know, push comes to shove, Flix has a rocket, a showstopper available. So we'll see how now this post plan turns out.
The 5 versus 5. It's funny how often we see that kind of retake in a game like Valorant, you know, allowing the team to sort of, you know, take that control. You're not wanting to extend or over-aggress into any of those disadvantaged positions. But now Dizzy does miss a shot, and he's actually not going to go down just yet either. He is caught in a bit of a predicament, but he actually manages to get up to the ramp as well, which is very, very well done from him. Now Iron looking to try and farm up as much as possible, but ThangMap with that bucket. Flix does find another. It's going to be 4! Oh my word! I mean, it's only an eco. I shouldn't be hyped about that one, but Flix's aim is just unmatched. Crunchy to close it. The God Squad, they take the lead back, 3-2.
Yeah, this is the sort of scenario where you don't really want to see a back and forth nature game, I guess, just for the economy balancing, but it definitely could be a situation if Fun Crew do manage to gather this round. Take the weapons into the next one. They've got the Blade Storm that's going to be coming out from Ronsky right now. But also for God Squad, you know, they've been able to pad their credits. They've got a helpful handing in the back pocket where they lose this. They've got enough money. I just noticed that Bob hasn't gotten a kill to his name just yet. But of course, he's been lining up all of those toxic screens and getting out those poison cloud smokes to just make sure the team is getting in toward the site, clearing out all those angles as well. So with the aggression that Fun Crew are throwing over towards the A site, it's going to be no real information from Ronsky except for the player deep in spawn, and Iron will catch the right timing on towards Ronsky. Resurrection, though, available, Mitch. Are they going to push for it? Because that is in a vulnerable position to do so.
Interesting times. Seeing how, obviously, we've got the side of Fun Crew playing very, very passive towards this B line now. I'm happy to sit back towards Snowman, not really wanting to over-contest this position. Very similar to what we saw in the previous round, I suppose, you know, giving the free reign to the A site and letting him, you know, walk on over. But now that they received no information, Iron, again, playing that passive lurk sort of route. Keeping the information, making sure that no one does push through that A position. Now the turret will be able to find something. But now that should be the plan in just a second. So a very slow and methodic round come through from God Squad, but Jungle is actually going to be able to find one. That's the spike drop, Dion.
No charges left.
Yeah, and now Bob doesn't really have the charges to put back up this toxic screen as well. So it's very unfortunate for God Squad. You can see just exactly why. Flix is caught up on top of Yellow, and Jungle, well, just from sitting at the back of Snowman, manages to find 4 kills through walls, through the snake bites, off position in God Squad. That's actually a pretty well defended round around the B site, kind of just off of Jungle Wow.
Yeah, very well done. That's exactly what you want to see as well, because, you know, Jungle Wow, at least from what I've seen, hasn't had too many crazy high-impact matches. And I guess, you know, that typically does fall onto the fact that he does move on to that sort of controller character. Quite often flexes with the Omen here. You know, you don't need to smoke so much on a map like Icebox. I mean, it can work, but, you know, it's not exactly required. And as it sort of stands, you know, this current meta inside the AUNZ region with the Viper. I also like the Sage, you know, that's still become almost a necessity, I guess, where you can put the walls down, you know, isolating so many positions early on in the round and using them to your advantage. As we see, you know, even here in this situation, it wasn't used to wall down that pipe. It was actually used to take a little bit of further informational control towards the A position, because that's exactly where God Squad are going right now, Dion. Iron still holding the lurk, still waiting to see if there's anything on the flank. But Plix is already up, and they're ready to contest. It's going to come down to the crunch very, very soon here on this A side.
And the first pick is going to be found by Fang Map on the Sage right now. God Squad, they have to try and get into it. If we see the lockdown pop, we're probably going to see the counter lockdown as well. But then might even see the Raze Rocket be brought on through from Fun Crew. Again, another good shot coming out from Fun Crew. They're just landing all of their shots right now. Finally, a couple in return from God Squad. They actually could yeet themselves over onto the B site, but you do have Jungle Wow still lurking around on that area. Dizzy still does have 2 cloud bursts available, but 30 seconds, man.
left.
He has to hot potato himself onto a Vandal to really just assist in getting in towards this site right now, clearing some corners with him.
You should run.
Iron can't be affording to use these nano swarms onto the site. A very, very late lockdown that now is going to try and force them back. Dizzy Life here manages to find Major, but dang, he manages to find the spray down in the off angle. That round is Fun Crew's, and a very costly one for God Squad.
Very nicely done from Fun Crew there. I love that from Fang Map. Just again, it seems like Fun Crew are doing very, very well of not overextending, right? You know, God Squad are giving them a lot of respect, waiting for the time, waiting for the peaks to come towards them. But how long was that stalemate on the A side? I felt like it was about like a minute 20 before anything really sort of happened. And in the end, you know, it was Fun Crew to find the picks and for Fang Map to be able to lock it down, coming through from that substitute position, clearly slotting in well to the rest of the team. But it is still Jungle Wow sitting atop that scoreboard. Despite the extra efforts put in by Dizzy, nothing did come through for God Squad there. So Fun Crew take the lead, and that is exactly what you want to be seeing on a map like Icebox. We do know Fun Crew can put up some numbers here.
Yeah, Fun Crew not pushing through smokes at the current time, but still taking out the lead. God Squad really need to get themselves back in towards some action right now. Boombot is going to tickle Ronski's fancy. Jungle Wow getting a warning shot off, but they're going to choose to fall on back and just wait out the length of the screens.
Blocking sight.
Once again, playing that passive route though, right? You know, they've yet to find the opening pick. Walking up behind Dizzy. Got the weapons that they sort of need to get the job done. Jungle, I love this angle. Watching for that boost line. Very, very tight one to hit, but with the small crosshair, you know, gives himself that opportunity. Now with the wall going up, that should allow Dizzy to maybe go for this cross, and there's Ronski found. Unfortunately, Ronski overextending. Finding himself, not particularly, but unfortunately getting picked on his lonesome. Now they actually head towards A, because Iron, again, doing Iron things, but Major's actually going to be able to find him. That's completely going to throw this push to shambles. Fun Crew actually back in charge here.
Now the footsteps are going to be heard over at this A site from Major as well. Here's that the Sage Wall does go up from Crunchy. The paint shells could completely deny the plant and the rocket as well. It actually gets himself decapitated. That's a great little shot to come out from Flix. They can go for it now, and a resurrection available still from Crunchy in case things do start to go awry. Although that one's not going to be resible on to Dizzy Life. Now the player advantage Fun Crew. There's lockdown that they can't really get on through as the rocket makes work of 2. Flix is starting to find his footing in toward this new round, but they can't destroy the lockdown, so they have to escape out of here. Crunchy's actually gone to mid to resurrect Dizzy Life, and as Fleshes falls, it's all in a Jungle Wow. A little bit too late for the Viper Pit to go through, as Crunchy does find the final frag, and once again, we are tied up.
But how much space Plix can create for his team, though, right? You know, the ability to be able to create that out of it, like Iron, the fact that he was able to take the A site, then drop by Major, it was like, oh, geez, can, you know, God Squad even find their way back into this round? But Plix does exactly that, now topping the server, 10-6. You know, I feel like I've gassed this guy up too much at times, but it always just sort of feels justified. He is such an incredible player and one of the least inconsistent in the region as well. You know, sometimes you have those players that are incredibly sharp that really put up numbers, but sometimes they can have those maps where they completely shy away. Flix is just not that person. So great to see him doing super well. And yeah, I just love the fact that this game is super close right now.
I love the respect that these teams are giving themselves, though, and each other, right? They're just being very patient. They're just making sure they're clearing all of their angles, making sure that everything is just measured with a little bit of prowess as well. You know, there's no big overextensions, and when they are, they kind of do feel justified as you feel it out. So back over towards the B site once again. A little bit of the setup to come out from Fleshes. You've still got Jungle Wow working at the back of Snowman. And we're actually getting big rotations. You want to know why? Because look who's pushed up all the way through the tube right now in mid. They've gotten so much information, Fun Crew.
Exactly right. And if he plays his cards correct, he should be able to spot out Iron on this cross. But Maybe not. Looks like the wall is up for the time being, so they are going to cruise their way over towards this location. Once again, Jungle Well does play it patient. Ronski is going to be holding that line, and there we go, Jungle. This is what I love. These guys, they know how to play Icebox, and they are absolutely taking the God Squad to task right now. Fleshes is able to pick up 3 on that Killjoy. What a beautifully played round. That was clean, crisp, and of course, flawless from Fun Crew.
That's one of the problems when you don't destroy the Nano Swarm going in toward the site, right? Usually you would see the Killjoy kind of place it behind the green boxes, so you'd have to push deep into the site to be able to destroy it. When it's there and Crunchy puts up his Sage wall, he sits in the Nano Swarm, and you can't completely play it in through that. He gets taken down, he gets eliminated with some extra damage, and I mean, yeah, everything crumbles for God Squad. Again, a perfection play to come through from Fun Crew. They don't lose anybody. They just check all those boxes that they need to in the round, and there's no answer from God Squad. Now, they change things up. Fun Crew, they're getting a little bit of haste to be seen throughout A.
Just sort of feels like they've worked out what God Squad are throwing at them, right? You know, look at this. There we go. There's that information. They know Iron is going to be lurking. So immediately Major goes for that push, but he doesn't do it alone, Dion. He goes with a friend. He makes sure he can find that position to clear. So it has very much been the teamwork of Fun Crew, the passive routes, just to sort of, you know, lay weight and allow God Squad to make the mistakes. Fun Crew are just not developing. And I have a feeling that, you know, it might actually be a bit more of a one-sided scoreline if it wasn't for a couple of big individual performances so far from God Squad. So Fun Crew, they're doing very, very well here. And look, you know, it's always been for me, I don't like seeing God Squad lose for any other reason than it means other good teams are challenging them, right? Because at the end of the day, they have been so uncontested in this region. For credit to them, because they keep their team together, they keep working hard, and they're incredible. But as I say that, Ronski, again, what we're speaking about is punishing. They're waiting patiently. They're not overextending. And now Dizzy and Plix have to try and bring this round back.
20 seconds as well. The paint shells are a little bit early to deny the spike, but buys time for the team to start to get in towards the locale that they can get the plants on through and try to deny it. Now it actually does be succeeded, and at least there is a flank coming through from jungle. Wow, I wonder if God Squad are going to be expecting of it. He is up on top of the belt in the headshot line. It's not going to be seen just yet. Bob up and down. Dizzy Life now is found out. It's all onto Plix, playing from the front site, a one and done angle, but it's not just going to be done from the get-go. That is, once again, just Fun Crew. Man, they're catching everything that they need to. This is great icebox plays from the defensive side.
Again, it's a 3v3 situation and not a single member of Fun Crew goes down. They trade efficiently, they get to the site correctly, and they just know exactly what each other is doing, right? You know, the only little slip up I've seen is potentially that one overextension that Ronski made. Ever since that position, he hasn't done anything like it since, and the team is looking so connected and so sharp, and I think they can do some serious damage if they keep this up. They have obviously earned their way into the top spot here to be able to find themselves in that grand final for qualifier number 2. Man, oh man, if they continue up this, Jungle Wow's been going insane. Everyone has been putting in the work, and I'm actually surprised to say that Bob hasn't really shown up just yet. He is usually one of the shining lights of God Squad in a bit more of a quieter sense. So he's not as flashy, but he's goddamn consistent.
It's not as flashy until he gets on the breach, I think, is another thing there. But whether or not we'll see that coming in a little bit later on, I can't actually remember the map pool for the life of me right now. A lot of VALORANT action to be done today, that's for sure. But here we go. On the A site, we are getting out the Viper's Pit. And you know what I'm also witnessing, Image? There's just nobody from Fun Crew here. They went for the gamble stack.
They did indeed. They've taken the risk, and will it pay off? This time we do have the pit down from Viper. And Major's going to be able to find that lurk from Dizzy Iron, also in that situation, trying to rotate around, and Major's done it again. Now it's going to be on to these 3 remaining members. Again, Bob's been quiet. Crunchy hasn't exactly had the hugest game either, and Ronski's moving in. There's going to be Fleshes finding it, bang map, and now it's all on the Plix. This is ridiculous, Theon. Not a single member of Fun Crew go down. God Squad have been decimated.
Yeah, I don't know know what the feeling is for God Squad right now, man. They're just not, I mean, they're connecting on their shots and stuff, but Fun Crew are just getting the shots done a little bit quicker. You can see there, the Dizzy Life blades don't have any impact when Major just finds the decapitation in the mid. The Viper's Pit does nothing as well. The lockdown goes down for Fun Crew to kind of force the hand of God Squad. Fun Crew, admittedly, could have waited out for the lockdown and then played, you know, a little bit of a slower retake, but they've just held W and taken the fights within God Squad's territory.
Whew, just catching my breath, really, at the moment. But look, with that being said, I'm not going to get too excited, right? I just love seeing other teams do really, really well because they are not just getting away with, you know, bad stuff. It is team play that is carrying them to this position they're in right now. But this time, it's actually going to be Plix and Bob to find the opening picks. Exactly what they need. Thangmap's going to go for the rotate out. But that's what I wanted to get to the point of, right? It's still anyone's game. We're in the last round of the half now. Thangmap might be able to find a pick here onto Bob. He will. Put a wallbang from underneath him. Fleshes is going to go in and try and find some space here. But again, there's still another half deal.
Player standing.
And now it is just down to Thangmap, 1 versus 3. Knows exactly where the lurk in Iron's coming from, but didn't see where Plix is. Now he has a little bit of the information. Can't get the kill out for his own body, however, and missing out the remainder of those shots. It's God Squad to claim out the round. 7-5, Fun Crew lead on the switch up. Very interesting. Bob's still having a slow one, so is Crunchy. Yeah.
Defensive side though now. That's what I was going for, right? You know, I know how good God Squad are going to be on this position. If they don't overextend and allow Fun Crew to find those early picks, I think it's going to be just as hard as Fun Crew made it for God Squad into the next one, you know? That's what we saw in the yesterday's matches. It was still, despite the fact that, you know, Mind Freak is the, you know, quote unquote, worse team than God Squad, and I say that with all respect because Mind Freak are fantastic. It was just the fact that God Squad were making mistakes and they weren't correcting them, and that was where Mind Freak were able to come in and punish. Fun Crew, they're not making mistakes and allowing God Squad to sort of really try and test their mettle to find it back. And for the time being, they're at the lead. Will God Squad give Fun Crew a taste of their own medicine? That's still an opportunity here on Icebox.
Let's see what the immediate changes are, shall we, for the flip up. Got the same sort of wall going down for the defenders as we saw all first half. That line over from B. No wall to be deployed yet from the side of Fun Crew. Kind of gives a little bit of mystery in where they want to take out with this pistol round, which is actually really good. They're starting to get... oh, okay. The Poison Cloud into the Toilet and the boost over. This is strange, but Crunchy finally starting to hit some shots in this game. 1/3 of his kills he'll be able to build back on up. Jungle Wow to this patch of Iron, however, so starting to bring something back in toward the round. Fun Crew are over towards A for the plant to go down.
A good wall to come through to at least keep them at bay for the time being, but with Fresh just finding that plant. Plix, a great shot. Where was that even from? Incredible stuff, but now it's all in a Major, 45 points of HP, and this is what I mean. God Squad, a very, very, very clean round so far. Obviously, it is going to be Plix, and all right, Plix is making the Sheriff on the pistol round look bloody handsome. But 4 members live on for the God Squad. Fun Crew, they do get the spike plant, meaning that they can buy in if they want to. It'll be a bit of an ugly looking buy, but maybe it's what they need to catch God Squad off. But this is what I talked about, right? Despite Fun Crew having such a fantastic start, we still do have the defensive side for God Squad, and we know how good they are. Plix on top of the scoreboard, 15-9. Jungle Wow and Freshest, not too far behind.
I'm waiting to see how many of the God Squad players stay on with these ghosts right now. I know that once upon a time you saw, you know, the ghosts just be carried on time and time again into the second round. And I mean, you know, not as recent, but you can kind of call it recently. You're always going to be seeing the upgrades on towards your Spectres, your Stingers as well, but they got a little bit of a change up happening. Sometimes you see Bulldogs and even your Rifles, but for God Squad, they're keeping 2 players in with these ghosts, right now. I remember you used to call them the Ego Ghosts, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do for God Squad. They are funneling in towards the tube right now from Fun Crew. They managed to find 1 kill off it.
Ryan, he's able to sort of atone for Crunchy's falling over there. 3 big frags to be found. Plix also getting some damage across, but look, you know, this is a clean round from God Squad. Clean-ish. It's exactly what they sort of need. If Weshes does do no more damage, then at least, you know, God Squad, they're not licking too many wounds on the way out. They will have to reinvest 2 different weapons, but they should have a pretty handsome-looking bonus. And Fun Crew, without the spike planted off that previous one, I'm actually pretty happy with that choice that they've made, right? They're going to have the full buy-in now. It's going to be nice and comfortable. They've got what they need, all their utility, the full Vandal and shield buys. Now, side of God Squad, as we mentioned, it is that bonus, but
Here.
Fun Crew still are going to have it out for them. It is a hard attacking map to play unless you're really, really fluid. Let's see some of that team play that Fun Crew have come out on this offensive side.
Yeah, they just need to be really switched on moving forward in this right now. Flex is on the Marshall, overlooking the line. Bulldog for Dizzy Life now. See what they're going to be able to do. Actually, I didn't actually catch if it was the Marshall or the Operator. I think it might have even been the Operator for Dizzy, right?
Is it? I think it was the Marshall, but anyway, regardless.
Maybe.
Maybe. Ronski. Getting up on that site nice and early. We do love a good A-site hit, and this is what we speak about, right? You know, God Squad, they're an awesome team at playing retake here, and not a single member has gone down just yet. So it's back to that 5 versus 5. Major on the top of the box. Nothing else yet to come out. So it's going to be a tough retake, though, off the back of it. Crunchy, only with that Ghost here, does have the Bucky, but he needs to get in close range, and they're playing it passive to a degree, at least. Great shot from Major to open up. There's Bob with the Bulldog to find it back. Ronski with one more, but there's Iron finding the trade. This is great so far from God Squad. Getting their way back in. Flick's missing the shot with the Marshall. Nothing else is going to hit just yet. Time is ticking. Iron's found another. So is Thang Map, though, and Jungle Wow to equalize. Now it's all on the Plix. Has to get over. Only has the Marshall, but he's diving in, trying to go for the no-scopes. Theon, it's just hectic everywhere, but it's going to be Thang Map to take it down. Very nicely done from Fun Crew again. God Squad with at least a bit of a valiant effort to try and bring it back, though, despite the bonus round.
Okay, so no Operator. It was the Marshall in the end, and we're not going to see the Operator still come forward in toward it right now for God Squad on this defensive side. For right now, Fun Crew once again to take the lead to win it out in the bonus. A little bit of damage just to be seen from God Squad for sure, but, you know, in a retake scenario on the A site when it's 5 versus 5, Fun Crew's retakes in that scenario have been better. They've looked cleaner as well. They've felt cleaner. The outcome shows that. So for God Squad, I really feel like Fun Crew are starting to really test their merit on this map. And now in this new round, we've got rifles across the board. We've got lockdowns available for both sides. Bob's pushed up toward the green boxes in long. But usually you would see, you know, this be cleared by a snake bite potentially. They look to clear it dry with the rifles potentially either. So it's going to be the boombot going in. He's actually going to overlook Bob. Kind of what he needs at this point, but no!
Oh, what a clear! And that's what I love about this team, though, Dion, right? You know, Fun Crew, they're a team, to me, who are unknowns. Like, I obviously know them from Valorant and being able to cast them, but, you know, I think I know Jungle Wow from a little bit a while ago, you know, obviously from his history, but the rest of the teams, the rest of the players on the teams, barely know anything about their background, and it's so versatile. It's just a bunch of mates that, you know, enjoyed playing this game, and they are clearly doing well off the back of it. So if they're being able to take the task to the best team in the region and doing it super well on an, I guess, you know, unexpected map like Icebox, it is a huge performance from them so far. But anyway, Spike goes down, 5 versus 4. Does God Squad have what it takes to retake this one?
Yeah, the double lockdowns through. Major is getting stuck behind yellow right now, getting taken down at 18 HP. Going to get traded on through as Ronski did manage to find Crunchy. That means no heals available for God Squad.
Oh,
and with the lockdown being destroyed, it actually does mean that one of the defenders, one of the God Squad boys, did get detained from it. So now it's all up in the air on whether or not they're going to be able to go in for the retake. Kills bound for it. And Dizzy Life, he has an absolute task ahead of him. 1 versus 2, the swing now. They know he's not on the spike. The tap again on it. There's no time for him to get the defuse right now. Fun Crew again. Another round, another rifle round that they have taken off of God Squad.
Just again, another really, really clean and consistent play. The teams are trading. They're getting into those positions together. And just the fact is, like, Bang Map making that clean, so nice to be able to find the frag on the Bob, who, again, is having a really, really rough one. I never like pointing it out because it's not like a criticism.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that it's like, Bob is good. What's happening? You know, is he just getting punished time and time again? Maybe. So this time, it looks like God Squad have gone for a little bit of a light investment, trying to pick up those shotguns, which we know are good on a map like Icebox. There is many a close quarter engagement area. But yeah, they're just going to try this again. Fun Crew. I don't think they're going to be making many mistakes pushing into it, but we'll have to see how this round plays out.
Major lurking around the B long area. You do have Bob there with the Bucky, the judge rather. This spot is not going to see him.
Oh,
timing on the wall. It's about to fade. Are they going to clear it? Yeah, they're just going to
What?
through.
Love it. I guess you
Bob
know
is a
Cleveland
magnet
regardless,
for
right?
bullets right now.
Yeah.
Bob
Yeah.
is a magnet for bullets. And his plant, that's actually a pretty good plant from Crunchy.
There's that Kovacs, baby. 4 versus 4, Dion. Making their way back into it. Crunchy. If there's any man that can do it, it is certainly him with a sheriff, but ultimately there is a lot of angles that need to be cleared and not many distance rifles to take it down with him. Jungle finding 1, 2, 3. Surely a 4th in for here, Chief. There we go. No, it's not quite. It is going to be major, as unfortunately Jungle does run out of bullets, but on this Viper, he is sitting again, still at the firm top of the scoreboard. 17-9, only challenged by Flix, but again, it's not the individual performances getting it done for Fun Crew. It is the team, it is their positioning, and this is an exciting stage for a team like Fun Crew. If they take God Squad's opening map pick, damn. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Full house of frags between Jungle, WoW, and Major in that round. The opener and the closer from Major. Jungle in the middle. And for right now, if you're God Squad, you know, you kind of just need to top deck a brilliant card in this one. You've laid your hand out on the field, and Fun Crew have seen it. But that's what I said, you know. I brought it back to earlier on that I said God Squad like to get aggressive in towards A on pipes. Flix has just done that, opened up with a frag, and guess who it's onto? It's onto the Sage. Resurrection, no longer available. No heals available. It's just all down to delivered damage from Fun Crew from here. And I guess likewise from God Squad. Rocket out from Major. Very, very elevated, but he does manage to trade it on out. Blob's able to find a couple of picks over in the distance too. And now it is just going to be down to Fleshist. 150 points of Harry Potter's. So we'll see what magic he can deliver in the round.
Turrets destroyed.
Well, there we go. The round where Fun Crew is a little bit disconnected is the round potentially that they do lose out. I don't want to call it just yet, as Fleshist is still alive, and it looks like Crunchy is actually not going to overextend. He's going to head back and join his teammate. He has turned his back for a little bit, but Dizzy did have that line. Crunchy's going to go for the peak and, you know, justify it. The guy's got aim. He will be able to find that great shot to take down Fleshist. So now, Fun Crew do start to have the test put against them a little bit there. Oh, that's going to be a little bit rough for Ronsky here. He's actually just going to have to invest the Phantom with only a half shield, the light shield. Phantom is put into his hands still. But yeah, look, again, it's not really been Ronsky who... That was one of the matchups we talked about, though, right? We expected it to be very much a Ronsky versus Dizzy, but because Jet is still very, very fluid on a map like Icebox. Typically, you do see the operator pick it up, lock it down towards that A side, as we're seeing now. The Flix, oh, he's going to get moving, a bit of a wriggle on, and he's up top nice and early, and that is what you love to see. The man is just taking charge, and he is a person that you, like, that you trust to take those risky plays. Dizzy also on the Fleshist.
Yeah, and they're going to back it up as well with the operator, right? It's not like he's going in by himself. He's got teammates to be able to catch up the ditch if they do miss the shot. So it's starting to feel the substance here from God Squad, I guess you could say, the opening 2 picks. But, you know, this is a situation where you may even see them start to lose grasp of this round. You've got the Viper's pick coming on through from Jungle WoW. Dizzy's operator is pretty much nullified in this engagement. It's going to be a little bit strugglesome for him to get situated in this affair. But as the toxic screen goes down, Major find kills. See what I mean? They start to bring it back, and God Squad start to not really falter for themselves. Fun Crew are really bringing up the opportunity for their own. Major still in front of the hut, and he's able to find one and the second. Holy moly, what a hold, what a retake, what a grasp, a firm grasp on the round from Fun Crew after losing the first 2 picks.
That round had everything. You know, again, the opening picks from Dizzy and Plix, as you mentioned, but then for the trades to come back, you know how big Ronsky went to find those double sprays. Dizzy able to equalize by finding it again to find it, bring it back to a 2-on-2, and then to have the stability to actually win out the round as well, barely even taking advantage of the Viper's pit. That was just crazy good stuff from Fun Crew. And God Squad, they're being overwhelmed. I don't think it's them playing bad. You know, sure, Bob has had a quiet one. Sure, you know, I suppose we could say the same for Iron, but they're not playing horribly. It's just Fun Crew are keeping them guessing constantly.
Yeah, so we'll see what they're going to be able to deliver on back right now. God Squad, a single mistake, and that's Fun Crew map point on your own pick, and then you're really starting to feel like, I guess things are out of your control. I know, of course, at the end of the day, a couple of these guys, you know, and it's always an unfortunate thing going into an official, right? They know that the caliber of this is a seeding match, and it doesn't tickle their fancy, it doesn't excite them as much. But they still have to, you know, give it their all, because at the end of the day, if they are losing this out, it might make their journey a little bit more difficult going into the later stages of this tournament.
Well, that's exactly right, Dion, isn't it? It's the difference between 3rd and 5th seed right now. That's nothing to laugh at. That's something that is seriously important for these teams to try and find. Very, very high stakes here, because if you're at the bottom of that sort of 8 of the seeding, it can be much more challenging. But once again, Jungle Wow with the 4K. This guy has been such a pivotal player, and I don't feel like it's anything crazily flashy. It's nothing where he's taken any huge risks. He's just there in the pole position to continue to find these frags. And once again, he's taken over Plix. He sits at the top of the scoreboard, 21-10. The man is on fire right now, and it's just pretty much the rest of the Fun Crew team supporting him into those positions. God Squad, they are 1 round away from losing their map pick of Icebox. But with that being said, right, there's still the rest of the series. We know God Squad as not being a team with weak maps. They can win on anything, but Fun Crew certainly get a good bit of movement.
Troublesome times. You know, we've already seen God Squad lose Ascent before against Mind Freak the other day. We'll see how the second map will be able to go between these guys. Of course, next we do go on to Bind, though, one of the strong maps for them. But again, picked out by Fun Crew. Anything can happen, Mitch. Anything can happen. We're over towards the A site. Fun Crew do have that res available. Same for God Squad. And look at the stack. Yeah, I was about to say it. There's only one player over at B for the side of God Squad. The remainder here at A. Flicks on the Bucky. Managed to find 2 big kills. 3 big kills. This is on for the big old play. But there's Sang Map to eliminate him on the trade. Iron's turn now with the same weapon. Is this crumbling though for God Squad? They need that res out, Mitch. They need it.
The trades, dude. The trades. And yeah, sure, Crunty can probably get this res. And they've actually played a little bit patient. They're waiting for these overextensions. They know that Crunchy has to try and go for this one. Bang Nap is going to be able to get the plant down, but still in this 2 versus 2. If Crunchy's not given an opportunity where he can res, which the players are all so far away, he has to try go for such a big position, and he could get done with the timing. Jungle has actually found it, despite the big play from Plix. It's not going to matter, because Fun Crew are your map #1 victors here on Icebox. I feel like I'm just so hyped for no reason, but that was #1. Like seeding, you know, Valorant team play coming out from the side of Fun Crew. That was one of the most enjoyable, you know, from a technical standpoint, matches that I've casted in this game so far.
100%, and on Icebox as well, right? Where it's uncharacteristically just a different map in its entirety. You don't have your traditional smoke agents that we've seen just then be brought on through. No Omen, right? No Brimstone, no Astra. That's later down the track. You got your Viper coming on through. And for the substance that we are seeing from God Squad just there, it didn't feel like the God Squad that we are accustomed to. You know, they had their struggles. Yes, there was some shining lights of those openers that we started to see. But at the end of the day, a 50-50 mirror match in terms of the agents. Fun Crew just played better.
Fun Crew were better here, but man, again, it was deserved, right? Like, again, I don't like this sort of thing where it happens where it's like, oh, that team was just playing bad today. You know, maybe that's why they lost or something like that. That's always going to happen. Of course, that's always going to happen. But the coolest thing about, you know, Valorant still being relatively new in the region, let alone the world, means that there's always going to be these continual shifts. And as I said, I don't know anything about Fun Crew, really. I've seen them play. I know how they play. But this is my first time seeing this new roster. And obviously, you know, the players coming from all these different elements, they're going to throw in different styles of gameplay. And again, there was just no overextension. No one was inting. No one was trying to go for these crazy one-person like picks or anything like that. They're all just moving as a unit, and it was beautiful to watch. But Dallas, give us your opinion, my friend.
Well, I mean, we are not going to go on about it too much. We've just seen Fun Crew obviously get their first map win on Icebox there over God Squad, and I mean, wow. What an amazing play coming up from them. Some very cohesive play. I mean, Viper being the top fragger in the form of Jungle Wow on that one. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll be getting right into map #2.
I just time traveled. Today's a big day for past me. He just got the latest Vodafone broadband with super Wi-Fi. Wow. Which finally means Wi-Fi in all 4 corners of the house. What? Even there? I've got Wi-Fi in the garage. Yeah, we do. See ya.
Oh, it's still in the garage.
Yeah. Super Wi-Fi. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi guaranteed.
welcome back to the Valorant Oceania tour brought to you by LPL. It's a pleasure to have you back here with us. And if you're just joining us, we're in our grand final best of 3 of our second closed qualifier. We are currently seeing the legends, the lads, the team who are having a bunch of fun, Fun Crew, taking on the God Squad, who, you know, ironically enough, are the gods of the region. They've just picked themselves up their first win over the God Squad on Icebox, and now we're going to be heading into Bind. I mean, you know, Komodo, Conky, got the lads here. What do you guys think about obviously going into Bind here? Do you think God Squad are going to come back swinging? What do you reckon, Dion?
So, once upon a time, as mentioned previously, God Squad, Bind, untouchable. Lately, they've been slipping. We've just seen it in that map as well. Like, you look at yesterday, right? They dropped a map to Mind Freak on Ascent, and on Bind, it went to OT, where God Squad won 14-12. This series, we expected a 2-0. It could go to Fun Crew, though, instead of God Squad.
Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be something to behold? So just as well for everyone at home here, these two teams are playing off for our 3rd and 5th seed spots for our regional grand finals, qualifying to the NA tournament there. So they'll be playing for $10,000. Just taking a look at the pathway to how we got here. Obviously, Mind Freak taking out God Squad yesterday. Losing to God Squad yesterday made them fall down into that bronze bracket, and Fun Crew getting that win over Kanga meant Kanga and Mind Freak duked it out for 6th and 7th seed spots respectively. In our first match of the day, now we've got obviously Fun Crew taking on God Squad for that 3rd and 5th seeded spot. And you know, Mitch, you mentioned in the in that last match there as well something along the lines of you know, some teams don't really sometimes they don't show up on the day, sometimes they do have a bit of an off day. And, you know, there is a conversation to be had around that with God Squad, but also, you know, how phased are they about where they actually end up as a seed, you know, going into that regional final? Do you think that they have the confidence to take out anybody?
I definitely think they should be because, you know, for a team like God Squad, obviously, they don't, you know, no one's ever going to sit back and go, oh, you need this high seed because otherwise there's no chance you're going to make it. It's like, it's just going to make it a bit of a harder run for them. God Squad can beat anyone. They can beat anyone on any day. But I think they still look a little bit shaken from yesterday, which is a bit surprising. So, yeah, look, as much as I want them to win this through, it is very, very important for whoever goes to the 3rd or the 5th bracket. You know, it's a very, very crazy spot to be put into. I couldn't imagine God Squad going in as 5th, but with them not obviously playing in the previous qualifier and, you know, the certainty of how long they stay in Australia and New Zealand is up in the air still. Yeah, it's a super interesting one, but it means that we've got very open and exciting Valorant being played.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, saying that as well, you know, there was a bit of spice on Twitter after that matchup last night as well. So you would have, so you would have actually expected God Squad to come.
One could say that.
Oh, you're like the moderator, you know, of the Oceania scene there on Twitter, you know.
Dad.
Oh, Dad.
Dad of esports
Oh,
in
we're calling him. All right, guys, let's get right into the action. Komodo and Conky, take us away into Bind.
Papa Conk.
I'll let you run.
Old
let you
man
run with that one,
Conk.
Dion. Dad needs to stop talking.
Oh, well, we've had the certain memes about that before, of course. It's like, you know, what is it? I'm the child and you're the father in the cast.
It's just like whenever we start talking about, you know, like old movie references or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
look, anyway, to clarify for everyone, look, banter good, just let it be known. Banter good.
Alrighty. And towards the B site nice and early. Fun Crew don't see anybody here for God Squad. You've got Iron lurking up in amongst Hookah right now. This is like the perfect counter, actually. Fun Crew, they've done their research. Their pistol on Icebox, it was amazing. Their pistol here is looking to be amazing. But God Squad, of course, is the soldiers that they're trying to beat. Straight up towards the defuse, Dizzy. Imagine a 5 versus 5 defuse. Hang on. No, come on. Please don't start like this, dude.
No way.
All right, it's happened. I'm out. See you later.
Dang, Matt was so close as well. He almost got it, and like, Fun Crew have taken down everyone, but Dizzy apparently has very large cojones to be able to go for that one early on. But look, I guess it's a good start for Fun Crew regardless. They still look pretty hot in that round.
Excuse me. Why? Why have we started off a pistol like this, man?
Oh, it's cool, man. I mean,
hang on.
Clearly,
I just want to point out,
yeah,
right?
Go.
Walking through smokes, God Squad. You yourselves said no, and you've done it yourself.
Dude, toxic. What the hell?
I don't even. Let's just move on. Anti-eco round. Funker got the plant. God Squad got the round. They're going back over with hasten towards A. This time, the stack is actually here to contain.
So Flix finding the opener there. He's going to be able to find the second as well. Make it a third. He does love a farm. Flix's raise on this map is scary. Very scary. And it's just the confidence to be able to move around with those satchels and, you know, obviously take the early aggression down towards short and everything like that. Flix will never shy away from anything of that nature. And I think Fun Crew know that, and they'll be able to play around that quite well. But look, given the start that God Squad have had, I'm not going to sort of, you know, start to call anything just yet, because I still do think that Fun Crew have got what it takes to win out this map of Bind, especially given the fact that now they've got the full buy to come through. It'll just depend on what God Squad choose to do in this bonus round.
Yeah, Bob's going to be lining up the dart to go to the back of showers right now, just to clear a little bit of this information as Fun Crew do start to get jiggy with it outside of B long, clearing out the angles. It's a great use of paranoia, but an even better use of the cloud burst. $100 to a $400 exchange. You would expect that goes better over for Fun Crew right now, because it means that Crunchy doesn't have another use of the paranoia. And remember, that's the only blind in the whole round, in the whole game. Nobody has vision obscuration in the blinding department. Like,
it's an interesting one. They're going to have to play their cards absolutely perfectly, and Dizzy's going to start off by doing that now. Moving out through the smoke there, the dark cover will not keep them at bay for too long. There has been some further damage expended, but that's going to be Flix taken down. Dizzy does well to find another one, but now they're going to try and push out from the CT side position. Crunchy, he's found two. Surely a third by going this way, but no, Fleshes, he's alive. He's going to be tagged up. The recon bolt gives the information, and Bob will be able to capitalize. That was a scary round, but excellently played by Crunchy, getting into the pipe and taking down the two members with health, and almost Freshest to get some extra work with a great one tap, but it was still Bob to get the job done. God Squad with 3, and now I'm starting to feel much more comfort with this team. They've started off excellently. It is the defending side of Bind though. Fun Crew, they've got plenty in the bank to be able to start to find this later on, but the buy for now will just be gentle.
yeah, very nicely done for God Squad to push through the CT smoke the Jungle Wow did put down. Getting all the kills on out, the reveal as well to find that final frag. There's Bob's dart. That's going to secure a bit of information outside the showers, and Crunchy's going to be punished too. But Bob is able to at least get one in the trade. Fun Crew unable to get things situated. I feel like it's just the aggression that Fun Crew have been laying down early on has been returned with aggression from God Squad. And, you know, it is just getting a little bit of the better of them. When we start to get deeper into the rifle rounds, hopefully then we sort of see a change of events.
So thank Matt to extend the Hunter's Fury. Bob's going to be sending his owl drone over. Nothing spotted as of yet. Plix playing up nice and close and personal. Still in this 4 versus 4. Plix is actually going to have his information Govan though. Fleshes does find one onto Dizzy, but now a very, very awkward spot. There we go. Jungle's actually found one more, but here's Bob. He had a really quiet game, but he's actually been trained. What? Oh my god! Bang Map! How's he done that with 10 HP then?
It's just one of those rounds where everybody doesn't know what's going on, and somehow, some way, one player's just cleaned up at the end, and it's just missed by kind of, you know, all the action, all the excitement that's going in. At the end of the day, that's kind of your bonus rounds. Kind of throw out the window, I guess. You've got Fun Crew now with all the rifles that they're able to toy with, the neural theft as well. Dizzy Life has finally been able to bring out the operator. This is there's a stark difference between this map already as opposed to the whole of Icebox.
Blocking sight.
Ow, that sucks. Plix trying to go for the early play. Whenever you hear, here comes the party, it's just like that, you know, the Monsters Inc. meme. Fleshest also going to be punishing Dizzy. And this is what Fun Crew are good at doing. When God Squad goes for those overextensions, they try to make the isolated picks. That's 2. Both the duelists, they try to make the play and they go down. I mean, look, it's obviously not the best financial situation for sure, but Fleshest has just gone so big in this round already to find those 2 picks. So off the back of this round win, that is going to give them this sort of, you know, extension to be allowed to find a few more, I think. Especially since it was a full buy-in from full buy from God Squad, sorry.
Exactly, a full buy. Iron's just caught on his phone, or rather his camera, that Precious, in the opening kills, uses the neural theft, the ultimate that we touched upon, gets all the information that's needed, and Fun Crew, they're looking to claim this rifle round with all 5 alive. They've nullified the operator, the attempted plays that God Squad have tried to shoot on through with, and now that they've got that orbital strike as well, they've got a little bit of that after plant lockdown available, or the clearing of U-Haul and stuff if they want to go in towards A quite quickly. This is, the first sort of 3 rounds you give away over towards God Squad here with the lesser weaponry and the bonus and what have you. But now that Fun Crew do have these rifles in their possession, this is where they start to become a scary force. Also, Ronsky has stolen the operator off of Dizzy's corpse, so they've got that now to play with on the offensive side. And you look at the purchase that God Squad are going to be able to come through with here, Conky. Bob, yeah, he's one away from the Hunter's Fury, but it's only going to be pistols to back up this rifle.
Main thing is, though, that Dizzy's obviously got the Blade Storm available, so he still should be able to make some good work with this one. Bob picking up the Vandal. So again, as you mentioned, 1 kill gives him the Hunter's Fury. So it's still, a winnable round. Crunchy, we know how sharp he is, obviously, with that Guardian. So he's going to be able to create some extra space for his team as well. But yeah, regardless of the situation, Dizzy, he's up nice and close. The old watch this call has been coming out. Bang Map going to be sending a couple of, an individual shock dart towards the Showers position. Nothing spotted. But it is going to be that A take 1 more, and that's a great opening pick from Monsky. That's a Vandal down.
Yeah, this is a little bit of chaos where Dizzy's only able to find a single thing with the blade there before being taken on down. Plix to try and get something now with Iron, who is flanking all the way back from the B site. He's still got that orbital strike that Jungle Wow's able to put on down. Remember, though, this is kind of just your sort of save rounds to come out from God Squad. You'd expect now for us to be tied on through. We'll see what damage that the Buckies are going to be able to shoot on through. Unfortunately for Iron, as I said, he's going to flank. Expect the flank, and you're pretty much guaranteed out that frag, especially on a round with the lesser weaponry. Now it's only going to be down to Plix before they shut his lights out in Lamps. We'll see what he can gather out here. Just hold on to his abilities. Could throw out the paint shells. They're going to get reimbursed in the next round. Definitely. I
was about to say, Plix from U-Haul. Certainly someone that could get some work done, but it doesn't look like he wants to overextend or, actually challenge this. He maybe just wants to try and find an exit or two, but it looks like he's actually sort of lost his opportunity because there it is. He's going to jump up now, but Fleshes is ready for it. So Fun Crew, they tie it up. Obviously, God Squad is going to have that full buy to come through now, likely to see the operator come in from Dizzy. Should have enough money. Yes, he does. Ronsky is going to have that one sent back over to him, but look at the money that Fun Crew have been able to establish now. That's 2 more rounds in the bank that they're going to be able to invest, at least maybe even 3, if they aren't successful the next couple. And on the offensive side of Bind, we know how challenging that one is. The fact is they've got the confidence, they're moving as a unit. And yeah, Iron has been pretty quiet during the course of this series. Maybe he's been a little bit thrown. And look, at the end of the day, yeah, sure, it's still seeding. All of these teams are going to be qualifying through. But again, it would be very, very odd to see God Squad seeding only as 5th, given their prowess in the region.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what sort of pathways this opens up for Fun Crew leading down the track. Hey, like going in toward it in the third seed, if they do get that, that'd be pretty large. And see, of course, in 2 weeks' time, what they're going to be able to do with the last chance qualifier next week for the 4 eliminated teams on Thursday and Friday. But for right now, Mitch, we got 3 ults on the side of Fun Crew, 1 on the side of God Squad, a very passive approach round. You got 4 players now stacked over to the A site for God Squad, a retake play over for B with Iron pushed up in toward Hookah. Again, on his phone, looking over long at camera.
Will he get any info, though? Not currently on the cam, and they're going to start to move up. The tripwire will give the information, though, and Iron. He's heard all of the footsteps, so it actually doesn't matter what he's looking at right now because he has heard it. Bob to find Ronsky, and that's what you want to see. But now Major, he's going to get in nice and close and personal, but Dizzy, he's going to be able to punish it. This is what you love to see to come out, but then he misses the shot. Doesn't matter. Has the dash. He's going to be able to get away from there. Bang Map now needs to try and find this controlled position. Iron's going to peek out at the right time, though. This is a much better round so far from the God Squad, but still, they have to try and lock this one down. They should be able to find the spike plant in the middle of this situation. He's going to get it down. He's not going to be wallbang, though. And now Fleshes has created so much more space so far, Dion. 2 on 2. What do they do?
Oh, that's a perfect cage for Thang as well. Flesh has just given him an escape route. Look at this, Mitch. There's the camera. There's the info on where Crunchy is. Yeah, there's a paranoia, but it's a 2 versus 1. Great first shot. Crossfire's there. Fun Crew, they bring it back from the brink of despair in a round where that cage is 500 IQ from Fleshes. That's amazing.
Was that a 2v5? That was
Yeah,
some of the
that was-
best
oh.
synergized team play that I've seen
2v5,
in this
3v5?
game. I think it was
Either
a
way.
2v5. I
think it
feel
might
like
have been,
Flesh
yeah.
got that first pick, yeah. And then the safe
Onto-
plant, you know, he was able to peek out at the right
Yes.
time.
No,
My
yes,
God.
you're right. You're right. Wow. I mean, you got to give hats off to Fun Crew there. Just, you know, Precious in getting in towards Hookah, in finding Iron, in getting out that cage, and then the camera. He literally gives an escape route for his teammate, who was very vulnerable getting the spike down. And they literally just played that lockdown hold to absolute perfection. I am amazed by that. And I tip my hat to them, man. Honestly, that was
Yeah,
amazing.
absolutely. Iron was playing that round so well. You know, he had so much control inside Hookah. To be able to turn that on their head. I won't harp on it too long, but it is very, very clear that Fun Crew are a well-equipped team that have confidence in each other's ability and their positions to be able to get this job done. They take the lead on the offensive side of Bind. You know, a map that, as you said, God Squad were once untouchable on.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be untouchable in this round. The deep on dart, Aronski chosen to fall back behind it. Could have used, could have tried to bait it out with that operator. Could have tried to get an opening pick in the round, but he doesn't want to. You know, he's not in a tradable scenario from his team. Once they are creeping up over towards this B site, you do have Dizzy poised in towards Hookah. You've got Iron at the back lanes of the site as well, with the camera overlooking the archway of Garden.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds to go, though. That's the scary thing in this round, right? You've got your Blade Storm available. You've got your Orbital Strike for Fun Crew. Now you're starting to get in towards the site. Iron's forced to go at the back side. There's that Orbital actually to clear up through Elbow. Shots out from Iron. Does manage to get the frag on towards Major. Dizzy now on the Bucky. I thought he had an operator potentially to be locking down Hookah earlier, but it is just that little Bucky to come through. And now Iron going above and beyond again when needed here. Mitch, it's just down to Ronski. Already blades out, but he's going to save the operator into the next one.
Don't blame him. That was a colossal play from there. Iron, you know, again, has had a relatively sort of quiet series so far. He didn't do incredibly on Icebox on that Killjoy. He still did make a lot of sort of positional play, but then once Fun Crew sort of, sniffed onto it, they didn't let him have any more space that he was, establishing early on. Whereas in this one, they know he's doing a lot of work inside Hookah. Maybe they'll feel that out. Maybe they won't. But whatever it is, right now, Iron has definitely stepped up to the plate in the last two rounds, especially the round where it was only Fleshes that was able to bring it back. Iron has done so much work already. The Crunchy now does have the From the Shadows, and it is going to be an equal buy coming through. Fun Crew still with plenty of cash in the back pocket, but God Squad are back into this.
Most certainly back into this one, and that is for sure. 4-4, clearing out in amongst Hookah. Major's bot, will it go the right way? Only time will tell. The operator, though, the thing that was saved, and there you go. Dizzy's found the first pick in the round on toward Major. So a leg up for God Squad. Plix, though, tempting fate, giving an opportunity to Ronski, but at least they know where the operator is, right? You got smokes for Jungle Wow that can go down over towards B. Iron's just trying to look down through the tube, a one-way smoke up on towards short. Again, just you kind of feeling out the round, feeling at the pressure. Where a God Squad is the question for Fun Crew.
Bomb buddy out.
Just as that round from Fleshes and Fang Map come on the screen again, my God, on the stream. It's just crazy to think about, hey? Like,
2 versus 5, man.
Yeah, just
Here.
like the amount of space that Fleshes was able to create for Fang to go big. But anyway, who's gone big now? God Squad.
Enemy remaining.
Flix
30
not able to find his third in the round, but at least he's done well so far. Dizzy is able to get some further damage. Ooh, Jungle. He's actually found his way in here, but on the other side of the smoke, should be able to spot him out shortly. It's a 1 versus 5. We don't see many of them come through at all, no matter who you are. Crunchy does give him an opportunity to find the frag, but in the end, it will be himself to find it. God Squad take the lead back. Fun Crew certainly continuing to push on the pressure points, but that's the thing about God Squad though, right? They don't have to have these crazy, flashy rounds sometimes to bring it through. At the end of the day, it's just relying on each other as a team, and they can still keep on kicking. So they take the lead back, still on the defensive side, so Fun Crew still have an opportunity. But now the money for the rest of the half is going to be good for God Squad, whereas if the side of Fun Crew, they lose this one, they might actually send themselves out of the half.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, of course. They're going to be expecting Bob's dart to be thrown out the back of Showers. They're going to throw their own in toward it. Crunchy to destroy, potentially get out some dart covers right now, just to hold off any aggression that we might look to see early on from Fun Crew. They are going to reveal themselves in toward the showers at the moment. You do have, again, 3 players over at this A site for God Squad in the very beginning. Iron will send Dizzy Life over towards the A site now just to assist. A lot of utility already used early on from Bob as well. Only has this drone now available. Good usage of the paint shells. Crunchy is going to be tethered on down to rest. There's a lot of kills coming up in that feed. And also does favor Fun Crew. Very well situated in for this. Planning in the open now as well. Away back in though. You've got Bob and you've got Iron. Neural Theft, however, reveals their locations. Iron dispatches of Vronsky, making the second on the jungle wow as well. It's all onto Fweshist. 1 versus 2. Spike is planted in the open. Remember, he can defend it, but you'd expect them to be looking at him. That camera gives away his location as well. They now know exactly where he's playing from. And Spike is being held, and he's missing shots. Oh, dear.
Jesus. All right, Iron's had enough, apparently. Doesn't want anything to be happening here. Doesn't want to allow the BM to come in from any Fun Crew lovers here. They want God Squad to proceed on and make their way through into this 3rd seed position, which, you know, like, that's exactly what you'd be expecting here. We were calling it straight away. 2-0, surely, going the way of God Squad. And that's not even to discredit Fun Crew. That's just knowing how good this team is, how good they are when they go up against the other giants in the region. But Fun Crew apparently are making themselves towards one of those teams, one of those giants. You know, they've taken down a couple of pretty good teams as they make their way up here. But obviously it is going to all come down to those finals when we have them in a few weeks' time. Not long now, is it, Dion? It's only a couple of weeks away, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks until the top 8 go in that little rumbling. So pretty close. Iron's camera to be destroyed for now with the progression to go up from Fun Crew. Ronsky's in a bit of a hard-fought area if he does get double-teamed up on, but, you know, God Squad aren't going to be giving up the opportunities in this sort of locale because they've been feeling the pressure in this series. They're a map down. They need to be really careful in how they are playing everything right now. Fang Map is sending in the drone. He's only going to be spotting out 1, but the blades do go through. Dizzy has to dash away. He doesn't have it. Oh, dear.
He's hurt, but Plix isn't. Iron's going to be able to defend his teammate. Ninja does get the ultimate out, but not off. And Iron, he's done more work again. He's even swinging around. Iron? Where was this man? Hello? Someone's picked him up. Apparently, his younger brother's not playing anymore. By the way, Arvind is very sharp, so you all know. However, Iron is here. Showing up to the plate, 11 for 6. They have denied almost entirely solo. That was what, a complete... That's back-to-back-to-back 3Ks now. A defense on the B site with a Spectre, a retake onto the A site with the Vandal, and now another defense with his utility. And the fact is, he was able to keep Dizzy alive for so long.
Last round of the half here, Mitch. God Squad in the lead. Remember, Bayern, a very, very strong suited map for themselves. We'll see if they're going to be able to do this one. Iron, as you say, beautiful performances to be shining on through. That's for certain. See how Fun Crew are going to tackle this, however. Orbital Strike can clear out U-Hole. I'm kind of expecting them to throw it in towards Lamp to get those smokes down as well. Bladestorm's going to be brought out. It's actually going to be the Hunter's Fury. Nice and early. Plix gets tagged, has to get out of dodge. We'll actually see the Orbital Strike come down now that catches Plix from through. This is a chaotic opening for the round, but they overlook Crunchy. There's one. We get the 3rd. No, not quite. But a player advantage still for God Squad, looking to get this plant on down. You already do see Bang Map is down. Now for the count. Oh, jungle wow, 150 HP, but he's been seen. Right click of the Blaze will pick him for 100. I think this is going to be an 8-4 half. Yep, there you go.
God Squad have brought this back so fantastically. I don't feel like they really had to change up anything. They were, you know, it's not even Iron's individual performances that's brought them back because, you know, he was supported off the back of his team. It was his utility that allowed him to sort of dance around those positions. And the rest of his team is also doing very good. Crunchy to be able to find 2 frags there as they run out of the showers. You know, he allowed the first member, obviously, of Vronsky to actually head his way out. The difference will be here. Can Fun Crew win the pistol? Because after losing that first one, imagine if Fun Crew won that opening pistol, where we'd be sitting right now.
Yeah, it's always one of those questions of, you know, what would have happened if. I think that's one of the things that we've kind of had a lot of today, and I guess yesterday as well with all these matches. A lot of things that you'd think would go one way that go the other way, and it's just, it makes really cool Valorant and really interesting Valorant to pick apart in a sort of demo-esque area. Really hopeful for demos for Valorant soon so we can really start to break down things, but for right now the radar is really all we can do about that, and whoever is in front of our screens. For now, Jungle is going to be dropping out that Sky Smoke depending on where he wants to put it. However, the pistol starts to exclaim in towards the A site for God as Crunchy will manage to find 2 in the openings. Does make things all the more difficult for Fun Crew.
be hard.
Planted.
Crunchy's found
One
3.
enemy
Jungle, though, has
remaining.
found 2. Crunchy looking to make it as many as he can. It's all onto Ronsky now, and he's a long, long way from home. Might be able to find something as he does head on in. Both Crunchy and Plix are low, but Bob very, very healthy. Going to be heading his way in only with that classic. Slowly creeping up now through CT. Will get his way into U-Haul, but again, Crunchy holding that close line. 4K for Crunchy. Pivotal round, impactful. And the big man on the Omen has been able to collect a 9th round for God Squad. And this is where I start to think, okay, maybe we're going to go to map 3. I always... Well, actually, sorry. Scratch that back. I never thought we'll go on to map 3. But then as Fun Crew won the first map, I was like, yeah, we're probably going to map 3. So let's see what God Squad have in it and what Fun Crew can do. They're going to go for the eco here. They didn't, they weren't able to obviously get their way back into that round. So taking this one on the chin, going into the 3rd round of the half with that full buy.
Yeah, and Dizzy's going to get straight over in toward the fountain. The deep camera to be destroyed. They're just trying to get the ultimate orb, which is going to be gathered. But the bullet before the dart does get the death onto Ronsky. Just a bit of a quick round in towards the B site. Now, the paint shells through. Unfortunate, although Dizzy is going to be saved by Bob. They're really not expecting too much, I guess, from Fun Crew in this round. We'll see if they can get any picks. It is just going to be down to Thang map now.
Spike planted.
Going through the teleporter. Nobody's going to be in here, but now they know exactly where he's located, and there you go. Round done and dusted, but it means, Mitch, it's another rifle round to come through for Fun Crew. They'll have to gather it because they do trail by 6 rounds, and, you know, that is kind of a tall task to ask for facing God Squad.
Very, very challenging. And that's the thing, right? You know, even on this bonus round, if you use your utility correctly, God Squad should be able to find another here. They've definitely got what it takes to push that through. And that's just the craziest thing to me. The ultimate shift in this match, you know, we saw it so close. And off the back of that big 2v5 to bring it to 4-4, it's just been a God Squad show since then, which is just kind of crazy to think about. How quickly it's just like a flick of a switch, you know? Ronsky's going to be able to damage the camera, taking that one down. We'll head back to the site, meaning Fleshes has to get off that line. They're going to be playing a little bit more of a passive route, but, you know, Plix's paint shells will be able to clear them away from the back of the site. So once again, as we saw Iron do, Fleshes is going to have to do something similar. Sitting in the middle of the pipe right now. Let's have the cam up on top. Playing it a little bit slower, though, God Squad, as they do head back towards the A site, where we do have 2 more members waiting. Jungle Wow still on that brim. Waiting nice and patiently on the A side. Not overextending, which is something the Fun Crew doesn't seem to want to do.
Yeah, that minute mark go through. God Squad just clearing out all of the angles with their reapproach towards the A site. You have Iron lurking over towards the showers, of course. Fang is going to be dodging out the recon bolt for now. Here comes from the shadows from Crunchy, getting in towards Heaven. Actually going to be sticking it as well. Paint shells are going to tickle Thang's fancy. Actually not. They miss him out in the end, but Flicks to find Jungle Wow. Caught looking the wrong way is Thang map. That's great timing to come on through. And this is looking like a potential bonus round for God Squad though for Ronsky. They do start to line up. A little bit of the CT side activation. Crunchy to escape with the shrouded step, but now we go to post plant.
Dude, that was unlucky. I can't believe he actually got off the plant just then. It was maybe a little bit of a miscomm as Dizzy did reposition to get off the line that was being sprayed over towards by Ronsky. They have put it in a very, very open situation. This is going to be very, very tough for them to defuse unless they do actually manage to find all these frags. Major moving up. Iron, though. Once again, Iron has been activated recently. Holding towards that line. Flesh is making his way up now. They're playing this very, very slow. Not overextending will be the side of God Squad. And I think just off the back of that, that may very well be this round 1. They don't want to go for this. Fun Crew, they're going to try and get out. Dizzy definitely peaked there, but look, they just don't have the time and they have to go. They have to get out.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate scenario for Fun Crew because this was the first rifle round going in toward the half here. You know, you have to see them gather that to be able to hold the force of God Squad at bay. It's the 11th round for them now, and that was their quote bonus round where they're going to be able to get some good upgrades. They know in the elimination of 3 players over on the side of Fun Crew that their buy is going to be scrappy at best, and they know that they have to go in for it, try and win in regulation. That is now 8 rounds in a row that we've seen from God Squad. A little bit of a tickling over on the side of Fun Crew, but no real substance in towards this game. You know, it just feels like God Squad are more hungry for it, and they are deeping a little bit deeper diving a little bit deeper, into their sort of tactical strat book in this game as well. We've seen a lot of different strategies come out from them, mitigated in with the smokes, of course, as well, but that is not a way you want to be starting off a round. A missed cloudburst, and then getting decapitated straight away. Ronsky, that is yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Opening pick from Dizzy. Fleshes is able to trade though. A little bit of a predicament though, but Dizzy has been taken off the shield as well. Trying to get around. He's done well to get to this position, but Iron again, the Cypher diff this game appears to be crazy. Both of the Cyphers actually doing incredibly well. 4 versus 2. God Squad really looking nice right now.
Enemy remaining.
Great shot there from Crunchy. Able to drop down Major. Is he going to be ready for this final member? Of course he is. Crunchy, nice and sharp as ever. And that's going to be God Squad going to a 12th round. That is map point, Dion. So it's been a little bit lackluster of excitement after the first map in its entirety as Crunchy actually takes the top of the scoreboard. So clearly, after having a slow one on Icebox, the guy wants revenge.
Yeah, a bit of a quick one on this map as well. You know, it definitely does feel like God Squad are a little bit angry at maybe their own performance on the first map, but of course you've got to give credit where credit's due. Fun Crew, they played a phenomenal map of Icebox, and I think that'll be one of the best maps of the day, potentially, that we've even seen. And I say that, I mean, look, we had the first series go for overtime every single map, so we'll forget about that one, I guess, for now. God Squad leading in the charge towards this A site. They've got a little bit of extra information on the reveal of those dance. Dizzy Life is going to cop a big one, though, down to 60 HP. And forcing Fun Crew back as well. They have at least overlooked the Showers position where maybe we see Jungle Wow actually sneaky head up and get something activated. Dizzy, however, to find 2. Now the blades are missing from Ronski. What you really don't want to see, Jungle Wow finally picking on his head. He does have Orbital Strike now. Where do you choose to deploy that?
Yeah, where do you isolate the position? Do you send it down towards short to keep this member at bay of Iron, or do you actually get it into U-Haul? U-Haul looks like it's for play, and Bob will go down. So this map is still not done just yet. And Dion, I was just thinking to myself just there as I was sort of fading off to La La Land. I was just thinking that we've basically cast 6-7 maps now, given the overtime. And I'm still not burnt. I'm still doing okay.
Well, that makes one of us. My muscles are starting to get really sore right now. My throat as well. 4 days of casting lots of VO3s will get that to you, I guess. But it's all good.
That's why we do it. We love it.
Mate, just give us an opportunity for LAN where we can really shine on through. Because, you know, there's always going to be the sort of disconnection on an online thing for the players as well as the casters and talent, you know?
Ping disadvantage, dude. Can't believe it. Your boy's got 90 ping to New Zealand. Maybe even more. It's probably like 100 ping. I try my best, okay?
Well, that's exactly what Fun Crew are doing right now. Bob is going to get the Hunter's Fury up on toward Major. It's a little bit early. This spike hasn't been able to get planted on the floor just yet. You got that neural theft still to be toyed with and tickled with from Fleshes. Now it's going to be the retaliation Hunter's Fury to come on through. A minute on the clock to go with, and you look at the radar. Iron is just lurking out in towards Showers. He has a lot to do, but in dropping the spike in the site, this kind of puts everything up in the air right now for God Squad. Dizzy Life is going to get revealed down towards 1 HP, finished on through.
They're creeping back here, Dion. They're getting some stuff done now. Somewhat starting to happen. Look, again, I'm not going to say I'm a believer, but the script does say it needed to go to overtime, all right? We'll see how we go. 2 versus 4. Production doesn't want it to.
Left.
It really doesn't need to go to overtime.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
1 enemy remaining.
Okay, Iron's got some nice escape damage though.
Not bad. Any damage to the economy at the moment is good. Because looking at the money now on the situation, we got Crash. Bring it up for us. Let's have a little cheeky peeky. So the money, yeah, it's busted. I mean, regardless, doesn't matter because if Fun Crew lose, they don't have another round. But what they need to try and get towards is if they can continue to scratch what God Squad have, because God Squad have got another bye in after this if they still are unsuccessful. So we need to see, obviously, Fun Crew just continue to pressure. Just if they find maybe the next 2 though, that it does start to become doable. But till then, God Squad in the pole position.
Good reveal to force Jungle back. Incendiary dropping down to buy 8 seconds of time. A little extra damage if God Squad want to push on through. Like, a reimbursement of a Sky Smoke as well is very expensive, actually. He's only got 1 more to buy 20 seconds, and God Squad are going to be knowing him that Crunchy hasn't even needed to use any. And there's the last smoke as well to go down from Jungle. Wow, they've got now no more, of those smokes to be able to throw on through. And that's kind of deadly, actually. That's going to be a big capitalization point for God Squad in this round.
Is Fun Crew going to be able to adjust? So they're still sending it over. Iron, once again.
Camera taken out.
Looking to sort of try take control into Hookah. Fleshes, he's had his camera taken. He's playing this line. He will be fully blinded up by that paranoia, but Bronski saved him, finding the opening shot. Now Fleshes might be able to find something back. He actually does. Dropping down Crunchy. Plix also good for one, but unfortunately his Olin is lonesome. I would never put it past Plix to lose a round. To not win a round like this though. There's always the opportunity there. However, it is the Fun Crew who get the job done again. This is starting to get a little bit dicey. Regardless though, as I spoke about in the previous round, this is another buy for God Squad unless they do choose to go for this eco, which actually might be wise. They don't need to throw anything away. They can afford to lose another round, and it looks like that is going to be the call. Flix is going to sell away, and they're just going to go for these sheriffs. And look, given the way that the AUNZ region can go, they might even win this round. Who knows?
To blow something up.
Definitely is a possibility right now. Again, I was a little bit surprised, all three smokes to go down from Fun Crew. God Squad to try and overwhelm the forces at B. Just doesn't work out. Flesh just to count a couple of good frags out. Dizzy Life now lead the charge with his plays. Great shot on towards Bronski. The jet diff is certainly seen just there, but the player powerhouse of Major is able to get one, make it a second one. Plix now going to try and chime into the equation. However, Major, he's just going to peek his head on through. And now it's all down to Plix. 1 versus 3 again. To be seen, 68 HP on the body. He's kind of just locked in towards this angle, tagged on through, TP on out. Then try and get the plant down. Flesh just pop his cages here, and then just probably use his camera to get the ping. Oh, the trap wire will do it for him.
Knows exactly where the camera is, but Flesh just knows where his head is. So there's an 8th round picked up for Fun Crew. The good thing is, right, what I'm even thinking right now, look, God Squad, I still think they're going to win out this map. What round they do it on is another story. We are going to have the operator back up for Dizzy Life. But it's the momentum that Fun Crew are actually bringing up. God Squad are probably getting a little bit frustrated that they're not winning this game out just yet. They were 12-4. Fun Crew have won 4 consecutive now. The closer and closer they get this, especially if it goes to overtime, even if God Squad win this, they might get thrown because their momentum has completely been taken away from them. So regardless, this is a good result for Fun Crew so far. God Squad need to close this quick.
If Fun Crew get to overtime, they deserve this victory. Hands down.
Absolutely.
I kind of would have liked to see Fang actually outlast that and then catch him when he has to pull his rifle out.
Deploying drone.
Alrighty. So how do they play this one, God Squad? They've not had some success in the last few. The B side has been quite hard to lock down. The defense is there. 3 members towards A. They are actually sending one to rotate over though now. Let me Fang. Dizzy still holding that line. 50 seconds remain. They've got plenty of time to work with still the God Squad. But with no information really being sent over towards B, they can actually start to move. Okay, here we go. Plix straight in. Absolutely in. And that's a great shot from Dizzy. This could be the game right here, unless Fun Crew have got something amazing. And Jungle, does he have the angle? He doesn't. He knows the TP's there.
Spike planted.
Yeah, this is going to go down to the wire in this retake. The blades are through. Dizzy's found Jungle. Wow, Crunchy does have to fall on through, but the recon bolt does get a little bit of the tagging action to come on out. Bronski misses with the operator. I think this is it, Mitch. I think
That should be it.
West just to do his due diligence to dispatch of Bob. Through the smoke, Bang lurks on through. Now the rocket's through. West he is revealing himself, and there's the rocket to solidify out the victory. It's 13-8 over to God Squad, and it's been 13-8 for both of the maps now.
Exactly right. And it's just nice to think to me, it's like, okay, I say God Squad, they need to win this and they need to win it now. They do. And it was a very, very clean round as well. They played nice and patiently, waiting towards the A aggression, and then Dizzy for that opening pick. They didn't let anyone. Jungle Wow might have even needed to sort of spray through that through the cages to try and find something because he waited a little bit too long. Dizzy punished him, and then the retake just became too difficult. Very, very well done from the side of God Squad to keep their composure and win it through, even though the comeback started to amount from Fun Crew.
Yeah, so I guess at the end of the day here, we still saw some good things come through from Fun Crew. It was just the rampage that came out from EXO God Squad in that one that really, brought them along, finding all the rounds that they needed to in very quick succession. There was no back and forth nature in that game. It was, 4 rounds, and then kind of like all of the string in a row for God Squad. They got to that last one, and then it was a couple in a row that was starting to creep again from Fun Crew, but then that one round just seals the deal, and it means we go over into split.
Ready to rock and roll. Dallas, what do you think, buddy?
Away to split we go, boys. We've just seen it there. God Squad managing to get themselves on to the table there. One apiece now. God Squad taking on their opponents there in the form of Fun Crew. And it's just, I can't even believe it, really, man. They come out swinging there in that second map. They need that. It's for obviously a lot more than just seeding. At this point, it's now along the lines of them needing to solidify the fact that they are one of the better teams in the region, and they can't go out 2-0 like that. So we'll be back here for map number 3 right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Kia ora and welcome back once more to the VALORANT Oceania tour brought to you by LPL. I'm, of course, Dallas Fighter. Joining me, of course, Dion and Mitch across the ditch here, bringing you all the action live from our finals here in our second closed qualifier. Looking to see who's going to be getting the 3rd and 5th seeds here for our regional grand finals, which will be happening in 2 weeks. We've just seen the 2 teams who got 6th and 7th, so right now it's between God Squad taking on Fun Crew for that 3rd and 5th position. We're currently 1 map apiece, and we're about to go into split. Conky, talk to us about split here. God Squad really need to solidify their position as the best team right now, I'm sure, and need to pick themselves up this win. What do you think?
I like Split because it is one of those maps that can be a little bit more challenging from a technical standpoint. Same with Icebox. It's going to be likely seeing, the Viper come out again, as we have sort of seen in the recent times. But it shows that the teams that end up playing into these maps are usually a little bit more measured. I feel like they've got, some more strategy behind them in order that kind of thing. And the fact is their champion pools will be much more wider as well. So I'm really excited to get into this one. It's a perfect map to finish the series on, especially one that has been so close. And it's either going to go one or 2 ways again. It's either going to be really, really close and Fun Crew are going to pull it, or God Squad are just going to run away with it and completely send us home. So we'll see.
And, that's also extremely interesting as well, just to sort of come off the back of that. On Icebox, I did feel like it was quite a slow-paced game, frag for frag, very methodical and thought out as we went there. But, on Bind, it was a lot quicker pace, and I think God Squad were able to, I guess, thrive in that sort of situation. Dion, do you think that when they slow down God Squad, their play isn't as, I guess, fluid at the moment?
Look, I think the tacticality behind it for Iron and trying to break down all those plays and everything is definitely going to be a point of talking about. And of course, we know that Bob can be bringing in the IGL in that game as well. We don't really have an idea of when Bob was IGLing and when Iron was IGLing, because that is ever so fluid between them. I think one of the biggest things to take away in that one, and I mean, I've been saying it all series, chat's been saying it all series as well, is the fact that in that map, the aggression that God Squad were pulling on through, you quote Pug style, pushing through smokes that they have made work of hating. They were doing that themselves. So I want to see humbleness on socials after this game from them. We deserve it. Fun Crew deserves it. Everybody deserves it. And if we don't see it, there's going to be a riot.
All right, well, to take you into your final map of the day, it's going to be father and son duo, Konkmodo. Take us away into split, boys. Let's see what they've got.
Oh, you love to see it. I tell you what, Dad's having to ease off a little bit because the sun's apparently pulling up the banter on the screen. You love to see it, but no, guys. All jokes aside, it is an incredible privilege to be a part of all of this. We've had so many amazing teams run through the qualifiers so far, and it is my honor to be joining the Komodo for the Konkmodo duo as we move into what will be the final map of these qualifiers. We do have another short stint, obviously, next weekend to get that 8th position for the last chance. But overall, it has been an amazing experience so far. We are moving in the VALORANT Oceania Tour 2021, brought to you by Let's Play Live. Big shouts to Vodafone as well. This is map number 3 for Fun Crew versus God Squad. Run in split, Theon. Let's go.
Where was that camera? I don't think I've ever seen that location on this map before. There you go. Little kitchen area. Okay, bringing it on through. You know what I'm seeing? The first thing I'm seeing that we have not seen in a year of Valorant in an official here, I have to think. Sky. It's out.
Yes, it's out. Thank that. We do know that his character pool is pretty cool. He goes for that Sage. There's the Sky now as well. Also the Soba, so the S's he loves to run it with. But Jungle Whale's going to be forced away. Plix is apparently hopping in, and he will be punished for doing so. The right click still does connect at times, but the main thing is they've got control of this B position, but the spike is a while away, Theo.
Yeah, one of the things that we touched upon with Pilsky yesterday, actually, is he hates seeing a Sova on split, essentially. It's always like, where do you put your darts? Where do you put all your arrows and everything? But Bob to be bringing it out. I kind of would have liked to see Breach be instilled in toward this map. We see it a lot in Korea, see it a lot overseas as well. I personally like the Breach being brought on through. And for God Squad, they're going to have to try and breach themselves back in towards the B site, because now that they have the spike in possession, Crunchy's already pushed through towards the spawn alleyway. He can't really assist Bob, who has been seen. The dart cover does fade on through. This is on Crunchy to get something back into the round. A pretty quick shot on towards jungle wow. For 20 seconds, finally Bob can get the spike down.
I was about to say, look, that was a very, very risky play from the side of God Squad. They had to disconnect each other and, you know, really sort of go for the isolated 1v1s, and now Crunchy's left all alone. So definitely showing a little bit of disconnection here, but that is going to be the paranoia to come out. Now he's 5 points of HP. This is still a winnable round though, Dion. He is in for a very, very large 4K with the Frenzy. If he's able to close it out, he's just tapping the time. Fleshes might be able to get it to half. He actually is going to continue to stick it. And in the end, it's going to be Crunchy. Yes, sticking it. Not exactly the wisest, my friend. He gets it. If he got it to half there, Fleshes would have won, but nope, in the end, it's Crunchy to go very, very big, and I feel like that was a very unorthodox kind of misplay from God Squad, and it was all onto Crunchy to bring it back into the court of God Squad.
Yeah, it's the misplay to come through from Fun Crew, I think. You know, it's a 2 versus 4 situation. Thank you very much to be bringing it in. So there you go. Okay. Yeah. Little niche little area for the map. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much, Crash.
Eyes up.
As I was saying, yeah, 2 versus 4 situation. Crunchy very disconnected from Bob there. Bob is able to sneak in towards the side, at least get the spike down, and then it is just onto Crunchy to hold it on through. The Frenzy, again, the pistol that was nerfed down is still being brought on through, as Fleshes manages to find Dizzy Life to start off this new one. Flex is going to get taken on out after one. These pistols are spicy. Crunchy through the smoke, however, will push through. No, going to find Ronsky, though. But yeah, just a pistol round that Fun Crew do manage to gather. It's a 3 versus 3 situation. There's some submachine guns though that can get picked up here from Fun Crew as well, going into the post lane.
Yeah, they've left that open. This is a little bit of an awkward one. They don't have the shield on most of these players, but that is going to be the turret destroyed. Now they move down. Crunchy again has to go big, but we know he will. He's very, very sharp, and that's going to be potentially even a back-to-back 4K. No, in the end it'll be 7. The Crunchy yet to go down. A very, very good start here to split. It is the attacking side as well. And I do know that out of all the maps, this is not exactly God Squad's best. We know they're good at it. We know they can play it well, but this might be an in for Fun Crew. I feel like they did very, very well inside the veto to sort of bait them into picking Icebox. And yeah, play it out from there. So regardless of the situation, God Squad have started off very, very well. They're going to be playing that bonus. They've got plenty of money to buy into the next one, but I think the damage that Fun Crew did might actually throw them a little bit.
For you,
yeah, I'm just trying to remember for Split, right? We've never actually seen God Squad or Exocan bring out the Sova. It's essentially always been the Breach on Bob. So I'm kind of wondering what's happening. I mean, their map or their agent pool has been, you know, your Breach, Raze, Omen, Viper, and your Jet, and a little bit of changes up to bring in the Killjoy and the Cypher at times, but we've never seen the Sova. So this is a little bit strange for me.
Ooh. Yeah, no, it is odd, but look, it seems to be working on so far. Flex and Dizzy are going to be able to do really, really well there. So maybe it's actually not going to be the agents that matter too much. If God Squad are going to play with the confidence that they are right now, that is going to be a shock dart to make it a little bit awkward, a little bit uncomfortable. Fleshes, though, he's already found 2. Can he find a third here onto Bob? No, he cannot. But he's done a little bit of damage. However, it's not going to be the damage that is needed, because that is going to be all the members of EXO, I'm sure, picking up those Vandals. Yes, it will. They will have full weaponry now. Very, very comfortable, not needing any sort of shake-ups here. Whereas on the side of Fun Crew, might just be a couple of gentle buys here. They're starting off a little bit slow. I'm getting a little bit concerned for Fun Crew right now, because if God Squad continue this momentum on the offensive side, it's going to be very, very hard to contest.
That's interesting, the agent pool in this matchup. You know, it's Split. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but it's like usually when you think of Split, you kind of get out your Sages and everything. Of course, Fun Crew, they're going to be going on to the different healer in towards the Sky, which we haven't really seen too much. The information ability from Sky, of course, getting out that Trailblazer, you can go on through, try to get you stunned. Of course, you've got those flashes in those birds that can really just be a pain to play against and destroy them. But I guess we're just waiting to sort of see what substance Fun Crew are going to be able to throw into the mix. They are getting in towards some mid control. You got Iron lurking over towards B right now. So all the information is being gathered by Fun Crew right now. It kind of is just onto God Squad to clear all these angles to get in towards the safe side.
Whew. Ow. Great shot from Fleshes. This guy, incredibly sharp. Sorry, Crunchy. Going to be taking some damage there. Ultimately, Major will be able to capitalize on that one. Iron, though, on his fabled Killjoy lurk, will be able to pick up something. He's made a lot of sound, though. They do actually start to rotate off. Can they control this one? Very nice. No, Jungle, wow. Unable to connect the shots that were exactly needed, because now that means Bob should be allowed a bit of a free path in towards this B site. Iron's going to let him get there. So they are very disconnected here, these last two members of Fun Crew. But the main thing is, look at Plix's positioning. He is in a very good spot. Bronski
Spike planted.
can deny that plant, but he chooses not to. He's going to wait. That is going to be Plix in the back end, finding him. And now it's all in the Major in a 1v3, 60 HP, no shield, and he's been spotted.
I just almost feel for Major and Ronski there. If their positions were traded, we could have seen Major throw in the satchel to get them off the spike after the communication that Bob was already taken down low earlier on. That would have been a really cool event to see the 2 versus 2 scenario kind of go down. Could have even then seen Ronski tailwind in toward the site just to be a little bit of a distractor. And then maybe that thrifty round sort of works out for Fun Crew, but inevitably it does not. We got a full purchase to come out from everybody. We still haven't really seen anything from Thangmap just yet. You know, on the Sky, no real assist either, so those guiding lights, those flashes aren't really getting anything done. But finally, Conky, that we do have this purchase here. Hopefully we start to see a little bit of the creep up from Fun Crew. You know, it was strugglesome on Binge before they really got something happening. This was the situation that they did, the 4-round mark. And now we're getting the early Hunter Fury to come on through. Dizzy's just already into the site, pushing through the smoke. He's pushed him out of heaven, but no, a 1-to-1 trade to come on through. You've lost Westchest and Dizzy life from each side.
Yep. Good opening start for both of these sides. The main thing is they're able to find the spike again. Iron is going to be sent away. Lucky actually does manage to get around the corner as he was going to put down that alarm bot. Now sitting back, waiting patiently. There is these flashes to come out from Thangmap, but Plix again. Look at this lurk. Incredible. Got the Empress up too, and he's going to be able to find plenty of momentum here, unless he's able to find the right amount of timing. No, he cannot indeed. Iron gets another to close it, and that was awesome, that lurk from Plix there. Maybe God Squad have just had enough, and they just want to close this one hard, because Fun Crew, they are not finding anything just yet. There's not been a single chance where I've gone, okay, Fun Crew are looking good here. The pistol was probably the most convincing round that we've had so far. They found picks, but just God Squad have been able to, you know, isolate and connect and bring it all together.
Yeah, Fun Crew have found picks, but not Plix that round. Certainly, the Empress has the crown on Plix's head, and he was just dancing around the site, able to find all of those picks and find some right timing as well. But Fun Crew weren't really able to punish him. But now you look at all the ultimates that are available on Fun Crew. You got the sort of counteract from the Neural Theft and the lockdown for Cypher and Killjoy, respectively. But the Bladestorm already being brought out on Fun Crew's side. What are we going to be able to do with it? Some information over towards the A side. The lockdown now coming over towards B. You got Jungle Wow prowessing in the smoke with the Bucky. He's been sort of a one and done. He's just going to get punished through the smoke there. That's going to be the go time call for God Squad to get in toward the site. We'll wait for the rifle round, I guess, to see the Showstopper brought out and the Seekers potentially. It's all on a Ronski, really, if you can find a pick or two on these blades, in my opinion.
So one more leg, or one more portion of Exodia in Fun Crew has been taken away. Are they even going to retake this? What effort are they going to make to try and find it? Okay. Iron, once again, on his lurk, does manage to find Thangmap. Dizzy to drop Major. Bronski's at least able to find one, but that's a good paranoia. Fletcher doesn't care, though. He's going to be able to find that one. Does actually collect the Vandal, but look, in a 1 versus 3, there's nothing he can do. Breaks the dart, and then he's taken down by Dizzy. Great 3K there. Nicely done. God Squad are looking absolutely hot to trot here. There is pretty much no chance of Fun Crew getting their way back into this one. If this continues, unfortunately, Thangmap on that Sky, we're yet to really see anything. We're really yet to see anything from anyone except for Fleshes right now.
Yeah, it kind of does feel like that. Ronski was able to find one off the Bladestorm in that round. But again, it's just God Squad, you know, making sure they're just dotting their T's, crossing their I's in the reversal order, of course. But, you know, just shooting on through the smoke. Lockdown does assist them getting in toward the site. It was against the Eco. They didn't really need to do it. But hey, they're 6 rounds ahead now. They can do whatever they want, it kind of feels. They have been upset from map number 1. Now they are very, very angry, and they're just kind of going balls to the wall with everything that they're looking to do. I do like that little smoker. One way to keep God Squad out of B. It's a lot of information. It's the ultimate orb that can be gathered by Fun Crew here. They've got 4 orbs to be able to play around, and I think that they need to be playing around them right now. Thangmap's going to send the Trailblazer in to be able to get some information. Has a couple of guiding lights that he still could throw in, but he's got the Seekers, and if you think about it, you know, they are destructible. The thing I like with the Seekers, which we probably won't see for a long time here, you got a Sova, you can shoot your recon bolt on the Seeker, and it can just ride with it. Very funny.
Major, good pick there. Lined it up. Great pick back by Ronski. Might even be able to find a second here, but no, in the end, it's going to be Plix. And finally, we see Thang Map on the board, doing his best Tarzan impression, hanging off that rope, going for a little bit of a swing, but it is still back to a 2-on-2. It's funny, we go like, hey, you know, it's Fun Crew making their way back into this, but Plix has a site for free, almost. Fleshes does have some, you know, utility down. He should be able to get up that camera, which means he will be able to find out where the plant is. He's yet to choose to use it, though, so maybe he doesn't quite want to, and actually that's going to be a disadvantage. Plix has found the frag, and Fun Crew, they are letting themselves down a little bit. It's going to be Iron to get the information now, and Bang does have to move around. Unfortunately, he does have the heal, but nothing that can really be done with it now. He just has to try and isolate these 1v1s, but you know, we know how good these two teams are at it. He knows exactly where Iron is. The alarm clock's going to be destroyed. He does find the frag, though. He has to try and find this clutch position, though, now, and we know how good Plix is. He's going to start swinging. The information's given. He gets off it, but he's heard the footstep. Plix has done so well here to bait the time, to bait the information. He can't half it either. Doesn't matter. Plix is going to be able to find the frag anyway. Yeah, I think Plix has had enough.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 situation there. You see Flesh just kind of leading the charge without Thang Map there. Would have liked to see them, you know, group up together. But it's also the case in Flesh just jumping up on top of the box. You know, Plix had just gotten the plant. If Flesh just pushed on through, potentially could have timed him where Plix was still getting out the weapon. Maybe have found the kill. It is that big looming overhead again, though, for all of these what-if scenarios that they are ultimately going in the favor of God Squad. You look at all their kill marks into all these rounds, they've been able to get the spike down and just eliminate all the Fun Crew players, really just pressuring them. Now, Jungle Whale's going to try and do a little bit of pressuring on in B main by himself. We've seen this smoke play coupled with the paranoia. It's not on the rifle round for them. There's no use in getting an ultimate orb from him. He's already got his from the shadows, waiting to just see what push-up Fun Crew are going to elect to go through. And Bob's probably dead right to be getting out on that drone. There you go. A little bit of unfortunate timing. But, I mean, you still see God Squad, you know. Yeah, they're a player down. They've got the weaponry, though, and 7 rounds up. They'll know and be well-versed in how to break this back. I hope that Fun Crew can find the round here, and it is the thing they need to get back into this game. We'll wait and see what Jungle Wow can do here now that Fang has been destroyed.
I feel like, you know, Fun Crew are doing really, really well to find like these opening picks, and there's the damage being dealt. You know, they're doing this with only pistols, but it's just the way that the God Squad side is able to play it through, and maybe they'll just find something that's actually a dink onto Iron. Flesh just finally gets the job done. There we go. A sign of life for Fun Crew. But again, it hasn't been, despite all these opening picks that are being found by Fun Crew time and time again, God Squad just have an answer for it. They're trading so well. Every single player is playing well in this map of split.
All right. A mountain to climb for Fun Crew, but are they equipped with the correct gear right now? They've got all their weaponry that they need, all their abilities, a couple of ults to play for as well, but this is where we sort of see the full pedal to the metal go out for God Squad. No brakes applied. The lead's going to go on through for Plex. The Peacon up through towards ramp as well. Does get destroyed. You can hear in the sounds that there was a Vandal and a Phantom very close. So that's the cue for God Squad, that there's 2 players very close to this A site. You can already see that they're starting to rotate over towards this A site. Fun Crew, rather. Little alert to be held down by Iron, and you know that's going to be coming out. So have to see them be very careful in amongst mid, but with all the pressure and all the prowess of God Squad going around this A site, there's that lurk being found. It is, of course, God Squad Mitch here on A, looking to get the plant down, and there's only 2 players to try to go in for the retake.
And that's what I mean. How convincing is this once again? They find another pick, they bring it to a 4-on-4, but again, it's crunchy to find the control, to find the positioning, and then just every single angle that these Fun Crew guys take, there's just someone looking at them from God Squad, and they're unable to clear out anything that they need. Jungle, he does spot out Plix in the end, but you know what? Plix is going to swing. Unfortunately, this time for him, it doesn't exactly pay off. Might actually be able to throw this round out, but it's still very unlikely as Crunchy be able to find the 3rd. That's when you know the confidence is coming through from God Squad. You could say they're pugging it right now. Good meme. Nah, I'm joking.
All I know is
they are confident right now, is what I'm saying, because they are dominating.
Very confident, and I mean, rightly so. You know, Split is a map that usually you would see be banned out early on in the mix. Likewise of Icebox, it's been a bit of a different change of pace, a welcome change of pace in the veto system for today, at least. I do always welcome the Icebox, and that was a brilliant map, that is for sure, between these 2 guys. But yeah, end of the day, you kind of do feel that God Squad are very upset about that first one, hence changing their nature in approach for Bind, of course, going through with the big aggression. Now they're kind of doing the same thing, giving no respect over towards Fun Crew, the first opener there. Thank Map's caught looking the wrong way, and I mean, you've already got the first 2 picks. You don't need to use the lockdown, but you're so far ahead. May as well just get yourself the 9th round. Give no opportunity over towards Fun Crew because, as I say that, Flix has been taken down, and now you've got the sort of proceedings in toward the site where Bob has shock darted Jungle Wow out. There's already a tag going over towards Boicious. Things are tricky and sticky for Fun Crew.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough. I'm not really sure how to feel about this right now. You know, the way Fun Crew were playing on Icebox, they were just super, you know, equipped, I guess. They were just waiting nice and patiently for the aggression to come out. And God Squad were waiting for them, I guess. You know, so it seems like now God Squad, they're done waiting. They're over it. They're just saying, look, you know, we are the better team right now. We have the Angels. We know we can hit these shots, and they've done exactly that. Because Fun Crew, they're not exactly not sharp, because they all are good players individually with great aim, but God Squad are better. Like, there's no question about that. They are all. It is one of the few teams that you look at in the region and you go, all 5 players are good. Like in an aim sense, because sometimes, you know, you've got your players who are a bit more brain. They maybe take like the, you know, more relaxed roles, like your Sentinels and that kind of stuff. But that doesn't happen for Fun Crew, for God Squad. All of them are sharp.
All the march sharp indeed, and we're going into the second round, or second last round rather, of this first half. Here again, it's very reminiscent of the previous map on how things turned out on Bind, and that is certainly not how you want the party to be started in the round, missing out the rocket. But at least the paint shells do pick up the slack in getting out the damage. Bob has been caught out with the drone like this before, and he's going to go. But as you say, the push through mid is going to catch him off guard. Whenever he's in a drone, he dies. Bob, stop droning. It ain't working. Seekers are going to go on through. There's no one now over a B. God Squad can get the plant, though, Mitch, they only have 3 players against Fun Crew's 5.
Dude, I still feel like God Squad win this, though, man. I mean, they've managed to get to the site. They can lock down this post plant. Fun Crew have taken a very risky play by sending all of their members towards A and taking that control. But I just don't know, man. This will be interesting to see if Fun Crew are actually able to take it back. There's the information given by the Hawk to be able to find the blinded. Exactly that. Crunchy, though, there's that opening pick that they need. He is going to be traded out by Jungle Wow. Flicks up on the railing, though. There's one. Uses the Empress. Bouncing around. He's able to find that. He will be traded, but there's Iron with the 3K, and now he's in the 1 versus 1. Will he be able to find more for that 4K? No, he will not. But this is what I mean, though, right? It's 3 versus 5 for God Squad. It ends up in a 1v1, and they only just win the round by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah. I think one of the best things about the paranoia in that circumstance for Jungle Wow as well is it affords him the sort of muffling sounds that Iron has no idea where he's going to be running in from. He could have gone left to try and catch Iron off guard. He actually has gone in through towards the site. Iron gets caught looking the wrong way. It's good usage of that paranoia ability to come out from Jungle Wow. Is it too little too late? That's anyone's guess. Fun Crew, they do gather another round, another well-needed round. They can hope to try and find this one here. Again, you got 2 players who are looking a little bit lackluster in their purchase. Thangmap has really just had a strugglesome game on this Sky. They are going to go set themselves up for this B main play again. I'm expecting the smoke, the paranoia coupling as well, but it's actually going to be the guiding light straight on through. A little bit of the blinding for Dizzy Life. It's not far-fetched enough to be completely blinded. That one is a little bit better this time, but Bob's going to be able to find Thangmap, and the pin has been pulled on this round. God Squad are shaping up for double-E digits in the beginning of this map.
That's the thing, right? Like, I don't even know how they can change what they're doing, right? Like, obviously it doesn't matter now because the half is completely done, but throughout that entire half, I was trying to sit back to myself and, you know, take it a little bit, drink it in, go, how can Fun Crew reapproach this map? I don't think they can. God Squad, like, maybe they could have changed up the pace, you know, how they played, you know, the stacks towards certain sites, things like that. But even when they did, you know, that was when they said the full aggression towards A, left B completely free. They take down 2 completely untraded, and then they still only just win the round in a 1v1 after Iron almost pulls off the 4K. So God Squad, clearly here to boogie, clear here to party. They have done very, very well, and they are showing themselves that despite Fun Crew winning Icebox in what felt to me, at least, in a convincing sort of manner, they are still not going to be shaken by this. A best of 3 means that you have to win the series. You can't just rely on, oh, we took this map, because it doesn't matter. It's just like you can't rely on one player because it's a team game.
Yeah, let's see how the team game can play out for Fun Crew right now. 8 rounds in the trail. The Trailblazer is actually going to go straight in towards Heaven to clear it on through. The Paranoia as well to keep him at bay. Guiding Light to be shot on out can be quite cool. Blinded in a very, very Australian accent. No, not really. It's disgusting. But look at the rotations that are already starting to come on out. Bob is in Heaven by himself. He's gotten revealed as well. You've already got somebody in ropes, and this is just looking in all sorts for kind of both of these teams right now. Major could try and sell a fake over towards the safe side. He's going to win the duel against Crunchy, which he will be livid about, but he gets traded on through by Plex. Now we go back over towards B.
Alrighty. 4 versus 4. I feel like Fun Crew have lost their time a little bit. They've already allowed for this rotate to come back through from Bob and Plix. They've been able to at least take the site. See, Bob has actually... Ooh, okay. Jungle, good bit of timing there to be able to find it back. Bronski also picking up another one. Bang map inside Heaven. Should be able to drop Plix here. It's actually Bronski to get the job done. Yep, stolen out. All in a dizzy. 1 versus 4. 2 members are low, though. Don't count him out here. But statistically, the odds are against him. He's going to walk away. The dark cover will force him back in towards this Heaven position. Bang map is there. The timing. Oh, the timing. Turns away at the wrong time. Dizzy's going to be able to find that frag. Doesn't upgrade. No, he does. Actually, the frenzy. And, ooh, toe tickler. Picks up the classic.
There's so many weapons here.
Instead, does spot one below him. Exactly. He can just continue to swap on bullets here. But look, there we go. Another frag. But I don't think he has enough time. He's going to basically just be waiting for Jungle to move up into Heaven. He drops over towards it. Now he's just looking for damage right now. And he will go down. So as scary as Dizzy makes it, that's probably just evidence again for what Fun Crew have to deal with when they move over, or when they start to get to the gun rounds here.
Exactly right. This is kind of the calm before the storm, I guess you might be able to say, for this second half here. Fun Crew, they've been able to tread these waters so far of the pistol round. You would hope so in the second one is here, because we already do see the beautiful Buckies being purchased up on the side of a God Squad. We'll be able to see what this lurks about for us. But, I mean, God Squad, if they do bite back in this round, that would be devastating for Fun Crew.
So, how do they deal with this bad boy? The Plix Bucky, it's close, they know it. Very, very just well shoot. Done to send that boom bot in. Yeah, exactly, just click, just shoot. Maybe you'll be able to find it, but there's Crunchy and Plix. Are going to be blinded up, but that's not before they do some further damage. Fleshes isn't having any of that. No respect being shown from either of these teams here as they do manage to collect their way onto the side. Spike's going to be able to go down. And now it is all on to just these 2 remaining members in, of course, Bob and Iron. They're going to be making their way around towards this ramp position. It is still somewhat a winnable round. They might be able to collect a weapon. It is in front of them at the A ramp position, but Jungle's nice and close. The rest of the members are on site. This is a little bit out of God Squad's realm, I do think. Collect it back. Jungle Wow, though, close. He's been taken down. I might have just jinxed this one potentially, because now they can find a weapon. Major can even peek on around. They've got the shock dart, which is going to take him a little bit. You're exactly right. Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. And now he's sticking onto it. He's going to be looking to collect this. Has he even got off it? I don't think he did, but in the end, okay. Ooh, pressure is on. You got to remember how costly that is for Fun Crew. They got nothing.
Yeah. Mate, when you're playing against a player in the region with the name of Bob, you are certainly being instilled with a fear. That is for certain. But no, in all seriousness, well placed for God Squad, actually, to get a superb amount of damage done on that second round. We do move over into the third now, where it's... I guess you could argue a bit of a similar buy to be across the board. Yeah, you've got God Squad all picking up the normal rifles, a little bit of light shields behind it, but on the flip side, you've got a Spectre for Thangmat, you've got the Guardian being brought out for Jungle. There needs to be no mistakes being brought through from Fun Crew, and it's a bit of a replay of the previous round with these A proceedings. You've got Trailblazer going in for a little bit of that early information. You've got Crunchy here looking to just hold it down by himself. Blitz is going to make his way up through the ropes right now. There's information. The bird doesn't get blinded too completely on towards Crunchy, but of course, Thang, he's just trying to guide his teammates in towards these locales to be able to open up these frags, because they need to do so, Mitch. They need to convert the opening frags into wins.
All I want is for Fun Crew to find a few more rounds. Simple as that. Or the Owl Drone has actually left Major as well. Because if Fun Crew find a fair few more here, like, you know, maybe they bring it to 7, 8, 9, whatever it is before God Squad do finally run away with it, that makes it still a very, very close and competitive series. You know, we had a pretty sloppy one, I guess you'd say, between Mindfreak and Kanga, but it was a good one nonetheless. There was still plenty of hype moments, thanks to Clutchy for those ones, and Watt did the same. But with this one, it just feels like it hasn't been, relatively flashy. There's been a few cool moments, but it's just been relatively sort of straightforward and consistent, which is exactly what we want to see. We want to see, good Valorant come out from some of these teams, and that's exactly what we're seeing from God Squad. There's another pick. Crunchy's going to be able to collect one more.
Oh,
but
dear.
they have got to the site, but the spike is dropped. Crunchy's pushing through, and no Major. That is a blunder. Crunchy's back on the site, and that is going to be Bob taking down Jungle. Yeah, I just jinxed around. I feel like it, maybe.
Yeah, look, straight down into Davy Jones' locker there for Fun Crew God Squad. They are just smooth sailing from here on out. That's a round that they punish on through. There's going to be no purchase to come through for Fun Crew in this one, although they are going to deep dive into their pockets to try and see what they can find. Ronski's going to be bringing out the Phantom straight away. He's one away from the Bladestorm. He got Major one away from the Showstopper as well. I kind of feel like it might be on to them to try and push for one of these ulti orbs. We've seen, that they've been able to gather the control around this A site. If they can get that orb there on one of these guys, that could be the way that they do get in towards one of these sites, of course. But now you've got this sort of lean again from God Squad all over the map. It's more poised and situated over towards the B site. As I do say that, the smoke's starting to come down over around A. And Major's just going to leave the charge straight in towards the site. Bob now has free reign of the sort of lurky control as Crunchy dispatches the Precious. Jungle will get trade on to Bob.
Crunchy can go big here. He's already cleared his way around the position, but Iron's already done plenty of that, as now Crunchy, all he can really hope for is to deny the plant, but regardless, he's won out the round. Tank that can't really do a whole lot. He's got 100 points of HP, but that's not going to matter when Crunchy is right there with the classic, getting the shots off, and he has absolutely stepped up right now. Maybe, something is fueling him here, because he has put in an incredible performance here on Split. That is going to not only be series point, but qualifier point for God Squad. If they win this one, they will be moving their way into the third seed of the tournament, which is something that you need to see from them, especially given that fifth will put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. But I think Fun Crew have done quite well to get to that position anyway. I certainly feel like they have been the ones that have been, against the grain, firing up to get their way into the last chance qualifier is already pretty exciting.
Yeah, well, remember at the end of the day, as you say, Fun Crew, they have at least secured themselves into the sort of top 8 region. They've battled their way through the open qualifiers. They've gone through the stint of close. They don't have to go into our last chance in the next week. So at least they've solidified something of substance and worth in the tourney for now. Ronski, though, we speak a little bit too early. They overlook Dizzy Life. This is going to be the thing that gets the best of them, isn't it? 1, 2. Can he make a third? Of course he can. Dizzy's just having a storm up on the Tetris area. I don't actually think of a name for it, but Thang has managed to double his kills in the game so far in this one single round, and now it is down to Crunchy. Omen, with Thang still alive. Planting out on the spike. How does Crunchy tackle it from here?
Well, he pushes the smoke first of all, but he's actually going to get away with a frag because of it, and somehow Jungle hasn't actually spotted him on the opposing side, but this is, basically Crunchy's one to win. He deserves it almost, I feel. The way he's been playing has been spectacular. Jungle just has to try and lock it down for as long as possible. He knows that by not looking at that position, but Crunchy's even going to clear it. Jungle will trade, though, so unfortunately for Crunchy, despite a very, very valiant effort, he will not collect the bag, and ultimately that will be Fun Crew giving themselves another chance, but it's still a very, very hard thing to think about. 7 rounds in a row to even make their way back to overtime.
No, it's certainly going to be a tall task to ask for them. I think for them, one of the biggest things to carry out from this is that Icebox victory and putting the pressure on God Squad to step up in toward the next couple of maps. And I mean, we've seen that, right? We saw them step up on Bind. We've seen it here with the utter obliteration in the beginning. And now they're just going to look to try and close it out as maybe as quick as they can. Of course, Blix is going to be here to try and find out all this information. There's the first kill. Don't know how that one works. The Hunter Fury comes on through. Ronski again to at least get one in the mix. We need to see more come out from him. They've overlooked Crunchy. They've overlooked 2 crucial positions. Last round, it's Dizzy up on the Tetris boxes. Now it's Crunchy, just absolutely ridiculous in nature, getting out those headshots. And this is all on to Major to try and get the 1 versus 4. And there we have it here, Conky. 13-5 over to the God Squad. Dizzy 3K, Crunchy 3K. I think Crunchy's looked a little bit better, but hey, they get the victory in the end.
That was pretty crazy to come out from Crunchy. Very, very well done. That was a very impressive map to watch. To have a scoreline of that caliber, in a match that felt very one-sided. It was 13-5, but the rest of the series, of course, we did have the side of Fun Crew win out the first map of Icebox 13-8, and then we saw the second map obviously go the way of God Squad 13-8 as well. That one was on Bind, a little bit closer. I feel like, again, there was sort of like a point where in something switched on in God Squad's brain where they just completely turned the pace, and it was really through the rest of that map and then the rest of the series that they just didn't look like, God Squad was coming on. But we do have an interview, Dion, and I'm pretty excited to bring about. So bring the man in, the king himself.
Do we have Sir Dizzy?
There he
There
is.
we go. We hear the little bleep. Dizzy, how you going, mate?
Yeah, not bad. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Beautiful series to be bringing on forward. Though I guess we open up in the first sort of question. Icebox, what happened?
Look, I mean, I can't take anything away from them. Like, they're actually a very good Icebox team, and particularly like when we try to get like bomb plant down a few times on B, they've killed us like through the wall, like from Snowman, and like we've sort of like scuffed a wall one round, and then but they're Snow, like full credit to them. Their Icebox is they just outplayed us really on the Icebox.
Well, Dizzy, first thing I did want to say is I think after interviewing for a very long time now, you're the first person to actually say, how are you guys as well? So thank you for that.
Yeah.
You're an absolute champion of a guy. But man, on the back of it, I was just saying right as we sort of wrapped up the game there, it seemed like halfway through Bind or halfway through the first half, it was like a switch was flicked and you guys just completely didn't let the guys back into the game from there. Did anything sort of change over? There was no pauses. It just felt like something just connected for you guys.
We sort of had like a kind of a bad mentality to have. Like we sort of get a bit complacent, and then it sort of kicked in. They were like, guys, we could actually lose this. Like, can we stop being like cooked? And then we just we just started like steamrolling a little bit from there. But like I'm happy with how we performed today, apart from Icebox. But you can never be fully happy with how you go. There's always stuff you can improve on.
With all love toward you guys, you will have known the sort of social media thing happening with that sort of pug style that is quoted on through. I know, Mitch, I have to ask it. What was the call for you guys to start to, I guess, take with more aggression on Bind and pushing through the smokes? Because it's not like you guys just ran through them, right? You had the setups to at least back yourselves in going through them to catch them off guard.
I don't know. Like we sort of weighed up the situation a little bit and was trying to find out what worked, and we got stuck a little bit around, like, I think we won 4 in a row on T side. Oh, sorry. I think we ended up losing 4 in a row. We're like, all right, like, that's the kind of rounds where you start being like, we need one round. Let's just pug, default a little bit and then sort of just, explode on stuff. And just, eventually when you're at that scoreline, like, particularly doing like Randy stuff or like that kind of thing, you need one round. So all you need is one round where you just catch someone completely off guard and then the round's over. You know what I mean? Like, you win the game. But, I don't know. We just try to stick to like a normal, like our bind has been kind of bad lately, but we played that fairly decent. I'm pretty happy with how we played that. That was not too bad.
Well, I just wanted to say, man, you guys are the pinnacle of our scene right now. It's pretty much use an order that are super toe-to-toe with you guys, I guess, ahead of the curve for a little bit. So it's really nice to see you guys taking out this qualifier, obviously since Order took out the last one that you guys weren't involved in. I suppose before we close it up, I just want to say congratulations to you guys as a team again. Is there anyone you want to, congratulate or shout out before we wrap it up, Dizzy?
Look, because we're playing under the God Squad, don't really have anyone to shout out, but except for the fans. Cheers to fans. Up the boys.
Love to see it. Alrighty, there we go. Love to see it.
Alrighty. Well, why don't we go ahead and bring in Mr. Easy Dallas himself so we can look to close out things. Hello, good sir. You're looking dapper.
Oh, cheers, boys. Cheers. I mean, it's been a long day. I'm surprised my eyes are actually still open. I'm sitting here telling production, I'll be fine. Put me on all day. But really, I'm going, wow, that's a long day of Valorant. But I don't know how you lads have done it, man, but that was an absolute stellar performance, I think, coming off from God Squad in the second half there. Dizzy saying it himself, they do get a little bit complacent at times. And, playing in these things is pretty important, I think, so that doesn't, I guess hit them when it really, really matters, on the day. So, yeah, just a quick sort of recap of the day to see how everything's shaped up. Obviously, we lost a team, so this sort of changes how the seeding goes there. We see God Squad have picked up the win there over Fun Crew 2-1, and Kanga obviously finding that win over Mind Freak 2-1 there as well. A little bit of some surprises, some amazing plays we've seen come out today. Let's have a look at the seeding now, how that's all sort of come to fruition. So we see Order there in the first position, Wildcard at number 2. God Squad will be taking third place seed, that's from today, in their first place spot. Direwolves at number 4, Fun Crew coming in at number 5 there, and then we see Kanga and Mind Freak rounding off 6th and 7th. So that'll be for our regional grand finals, which will be in 2 weeks. We still have the 8th spot there waiting to be filled. So that closed qualifier, last chance qualifier, will be next weekend. So make sure you follow all of LPL's social medias. Check out the website for any more information regarding that. Final thoughts for the day, guys. Dion, we'll go to you first. Final thoughts on you for the day. Mate.
Number 1, too many OTs, but some really good games for that series. It was really good. The teams have to be happy with their performances in that. It made really, really good Valorant for Fun Crew. Guys, keep it up. Look for some things. Look forward to the future. We're really impressed with how you guys played and performed today. You heard it from God Squad praising you on Icebox. Take a bow in that, guys. Honestly.
Yeah, man, and that 2v5, I remember that one specifically, I think it was staying as well.
Yeah.
And can't remember who the other one was with him there, but that 2v5, man, that was absolutely stellar. And Mitch, for you, final thoughts from the day?
Yeah, that was Thang Map and Fleshes, and I actually did want to touch on that because that showed what the possibilities of team play is actually like in this region. One of the biggest problems that we have, and this is a very broad brush to be painted, is ego, right? And at the end of the day, you can't win a team game by yourself, right? So one thing that we do see up until the top level is a lot of people taking those risks by themselves when you can actually do it so much better when you're in a little unit, and that's exactly what we saw in that round. Overall, for the day, I just want to give a big shout out to everyone involved, not only production, obviously us on the stage, the players, and everyone in the chat as well, giving that support. You know, Dad Conk always loves to give his nice shout out at the end of the stream. But also a big props to Dizzy as well, because having interviews with a player like that at the end, you know, even after being humble in defeat on the first map, and then knowing they had to basically whip their booties into gear to actually close it out. So a very, very nice way to cap off the day, and big shouts to everyone for supporting us.
Yeah, so if God Squad are looking for their PR man, that's your guy right there, obviously. Coming in and asking how everyone is. You know, humble in defeat and humble in victory as well. What a guy. But yeah, props to all the players, you know, and coming through there. My final thought for the day there would be, you know, taking a look at our sort of first matchup versus the second. You did see a lot of real good cohesive play coming out from Fun Crew. So I think, you know, if they can really work on that and solidify probably that across all of the maps and play that same way they did on Icebox, I think we've got a real dangerous team on our hands there. But
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, definitely. But I digress. That has been us today for our second stage of closed qualifiers there. We now almost have our top 8 for regional qualifiers. So make sure you stay up to date with all of our social media channels and the website to see who will be taking that last 8 spot next weekend. I have been Dallas, Easy Fight City, and from all of us here at LPL, thanks to all our sponsors. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you on the next one.